That definitely seems better. I was dropping like a shit ton of frames almost immediately. Just gonna make sure that looked good. Alright. Alright, I think we're all set up and good. I think so, right? Streams on, not dropping frames. I think we're gonna be good to start in a second. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you for tuning in. We got more quarterfinal action. If you've been watching this stream, we've been getting some guys done. We got Samang. They've done their quarterfinals. They've done their semifinals. They're waiting in the finals. And we got a couple other games to cast to see who's meeting them there. And it might be one of these two teams. We're doing MCMS, more coaches, more skill versus Puck Frotoss. The worst team in the league because they didn't want any Protosses. Not smart on their part, but you know what? They got 60. They can't be that bad. They're ignorant. It's cool. We got plenty of games. We're doing the whole set. We're gonna start right now. For a while, I'm gonna be by myself. Hopefully, joined later tonight by someone else. But I looked at some of the games. We got a lot of exciting ones coming your way. So get excited. We're gonna see starting with some tier 3. We got Buenaventura versus Ashen Knight is going to be our first set of ZVP on Circuit Breakers. While we get warmed up into everything, I hope everyone's having a good night and a good weekend. Excited to watch some CPL playoffs with me. I know you are. Oh, we got Buenaventura. Doesn't quite have enough, or he's using his clan tag as part of the name. He's our Zerg player. Ashen. The Ashen Knight, but got into a clan, so had to shorten his name up. Doesn't quite sound quite as intimidating anymore. Should go with Knight or something. Really gotta show your opponents what you're about. Ashen, just like I'm asking to die. It's gonna happen. And we'll see what these guys can do. Zerg, unfortunately, not getting the right scout, so we'll not find our Protoss too early. These guys in the regular season, MCMS was one of the top teams, had one of the best records coming out with that 3rd seed. And it seemed like out of the regular season, like teams 1, 2, and 3 were a little bit above the rest of the pack. And then Puck Frotoss, getting the 6th seed, had a little bit of struggle some of the weeks. But they have a gimmick to their team, which goes with their name. I think they drew the team logo, which is completely fantastic, first. And decide what the team is going to be afterwards, because it's all Terran and Zerg, not a single Protoss ever. Now, we got a little bit of an interesting build from Buena. I'm just kidding. It's Overpool. You've seen it like a million times. But not a hatchery first, nothing too aggressive, nothing too greedy, not doing a 9 pool, something aggressive. Then we got that first pylon here. Let's see what the building choice to start the wall for Ashen is. If it's going to be the Forge, which is really common, it's easy, safe, easy to learn, or Gateway, which I do see some people play, but I don't think they play it super correctly. And it is going to be Forge, wants to start the playoffs with something nice and stable. Now, let's see what the reaction is. Haven't started the hatchery yet, but building up the money. I'm assuming he's going to stop building drones now and wait until he has enough to get the hatchery going. Overlord moving out here to the rally point and moving his way down. Drone scout finally got to find out where the Frotoss started. And we do see that drone moving down to start their hatchery. Interesting that the probe ended up scouting the other way. Some of the things you can do if you're trying to scout like that is see if you can find the Overlord and get a little bit of extra vision. But getting that late scout here is going to see how many lings are made, which is like your indication of, can I go straight for Nexus? Do I need some cannons? How many cannons? And he's getting here just in time to see some lings pop. He sees 2. If he leaves too early, he's not going to see the other ones. 6 is starting to get into danger time where you do need to get that cannon. But he already has a cannon and a Nexus, so I think he'll be okay. 6 can definitely dive in and get something done, though. So we'll have to see. Is he going to see all of them, and how is he going to react? Meanwhile, just starting a second cannon already. Still hasn't started a gateway, and a little bit low on the probe count. I think you can sneak out a couple more and still do all this stuff. I'm not 100% sure on that. Should be ready and able to defend this without too much issue. Still very low on probes, though. And he's actually pulling probes just to make sure the run-by doesn't happen. This cannon is just about to finish and should be okay. The drone actually falling into probes right to the cannon and gets killed, so the scout is gone for Zerg. Let's see, though, if he can get an Overlord in there to see what path he's going. Needs to know what he's up against. Meanwhile, we got a drone up here taking another base for Buena, getting that extra hatchery down. So you're expecting to see. Like, you need a couple hatcheries, otherwise you can't make units. So, always going to see this kind of stuff. It's really going to be how fast is the lair timing. Does he go for a Hydra? Is he adding on more hatcheries from here? We'll have to see what Buena wants to do. We're starting to see pro getting mined out, getting their economy going for our pros player. First Zealot started isn't going to be building up any number of things too fast. It's really going to be a problem. Gas started now, hasn't started a Cybercore yet, but needs to wait on some money for that. When you have to get like 2 cans like this, it just slows everything down. It feels super bad, man. And we do get the Ling down here. This is like an interesting spot. Like, he has Lings around, like looking for maybe some kind of shuttle move out or a Corsair or something. Just wants to see what's going on, but I'm surprised that he doesn't have the Lings a little more forward, but he really just wants to get that map vision and see what Frotoss is up to doing. Remember that we are past the regular season. All these players definitely had opportunities to play against each other, whether in practice or maybe the real match. Probe gets in, sees that lair, so not for some kind of crazy early Hydra bust. It doesn't have to slam down 1,000,000 cannons right now. And a probe gets in, and it looks like they're going to get out just fine as well. Circle speed's still a while away from actually finishing, so as long as the probe is micro, it's not going to get caught up by any of this stuff. But you can really see lots of good vision from the Zerg player. The only problem is, it's not the vision of the stuff you need to see. You need to see, are they going Stargate, or are they going like for Citadel, or are they slamming down a bunch of gateways? And it is going to be Stargate. Usual kind of stuff. It lets you scout what your opponent's doing, respond to the Spire if you need to. Force them to make some Scourge, and if they end up going Mutas, like, you have an answer. Like, you're not just going to be hoping you don't die. And we got the Citadel going down as well. Nothing unusual from either player so far. Glad to see people, when they get into the playoffs, taking it a little more seriously, not doing completely wacky nonsense. We got another drone moving out, looking like maybe want to take that 4th base. But where is he going to go? Doesn't go over here, looking like maybe wants to go up into this other main. Really get that big economy going. Now we have that Spire nearing completion. Still haven't started a Hydra Den or anything. And we're getting that fast Overlord speed before the first Corsair even gets out. So really respecting that he doesn't want to get supply blocked right now. And having the faster Overlords useful for scouting and detection and all that kind of stuff. But I'm actually still surprised. Didn't send an Overlord here just to see, because even if like you have the Overlord in here, if the first Corsair stops to kill it, they're delaying all the scouting info that they really need to see. And we can see, actually sent the drone up here just for a macro hatchery way up here, and then we got another one in the front. So looking like some really normal kind of stuff. 3 hatch with a Spire, then 5 hatch for Hydras. The kind of stuff that you'd see if there was just like, I've never played this matchup before. What build should I learn first? Now, we see Ashen moving out with a couple Zealots, just enough to maybe force the Zerg to make a couple units. And here's a whole bunch of Scourge. 6 Scourge. That seems a little overkill. Unfortunate to do something like that. Unless he's like really knows his opponent loves to do a ton of Corsair stuff. He's building a couple, but isn't building the +1 air weapons or anything. So I don't think it's some kind of like meta call like, no, I need all these Scourge. I think maybe just had a couple larva selected, it hit S, and unlike in Starcraft 2 where you have to hit S each time, it just fires all of them off. A very common, easy thing to do if you're not paying attention. Oh, do you see the Corsair moving out? Sees 3 bases, sees the lack of a 4th base as well. I finds a free Overlord to kill right now if he wants it. Sees Zealots moving forward to pressure the front a little bit, forces another Sunken get made. And then we got these Scourge are kind of moving around, not really doing a whole lot. That speed for the Overlord is gonna help make this a little more annoying to deal with. And we got Zergs moving up as the Zealots moving up as well. We're gonna have a Sporn Sunken and no units to defend, so these Zealots could really do some damage if he moves in very soon. Even here, only made a couple Hydras, but they don't have any upgrades done yet. Not threatening at all. And we see Zealots starting to move in, not going around. It's kind of making it a little harder for himself, and ends up backing out instead of trying to fight Deathstar. That might have been a little hard to break with the second Sunken finishing, and we see like Super Patrol. Don't know if he's like really scared of shuttles or just doesn't want the opponent to get in the main and see what's going on, but this is weird. This is a little wild to me, like especially since you've seen the couple Corsairs. If they're out far on the map or like pressuring your third or something, like send the Scourge, try to fight them off a little bit. But being very defensive with his Scourge placement right now. We got Storm on the way, a couple High Templars start banking that energy up, and you see still a bunch of Zealots. We got a next level weapon upgrade, just started off now, so for us doing all the stuff you're used to seeing, it's really going to be, are they gearing up for some big push on 2 base, or are they going to take a third and see where we want to go macro wise, if he's going to wait till like Zerg tries to take their 4th, or if he wants to try to break through. Got to see what kind of unit comp he's going for and when he wants to make that first move. We do see the Zerg really trying to power up a little bit on their 3 bases, not looking to take a 4th or anything. So doing a good job spending their money right now. We got to see what the drone saturation's like, and it looks like you got like, I think you use a couple more in the main, but a decent saturation for everything. At least 1 per mineral patch seems to be the, if nothing else, do that a little bit. Still have these Scourge just moving around all over the place. And we see another round of little Lings moving out. See if they can get an idea of what's going on. I saw the probe get moved down here, but not in a rush to try to establish some pylons of cannons and all that kind of stuff. Really wants to, take in what he can, but has the probe in position so he doesn't have to force his way to get one out later. We got Storm finished up with the robotics on the way. Usual thing, because lurkers are coming up soon. You're going to need some observers eventually. And then we do have that Nexus started now. Starting to finally make some Hydralisks and group them together. So maybe wants to get a little more control of the mid game. Both players really comfortable, just not putting too much pressure on their opponents. But you can see the army from these Frotoss players already pretty intimidating. About 2 control groups of stuff. Has Storm and has plenty of energy for a couple of them. We do see the Hydras moving out. Speed Zealots intercept them, but doesn't bring the other group of things. So even like they can still take this fight. But let's see what goes on from here. More reinforcements coming out for the Zerg player. They're going to meet in the middle of the map. Now, we got High Templar, though. How good are these Storms going to be? Decent connections to make this bottom unit pull back a little bit. These Zealots just marching through, asserting how strong they actually are. We didn't get a carapace upgrade yet for the Zerg player either, so if you add in links to help try and reinforce this, these Zealots are going to mow through them so fast. Now, this is going to be a little hard to break with this many units and a couple Sunkens, but we don't have any lurkers on the field or anything, and we see Protoss adding on some more reinforcements, moving up towards that 3rd. Now, there's no units here, and there's only 2 Sunkens. He should be able to break this, so we gotta see how the Zerg responds from there. And we even have these Corsairs still moving about, looking for some stuff. Meanwhile, that 3rd base for Protoss looking like it's gonna not get pressured at all as it gets set up. See everything moving forward. Not gonna be able to get a good surround on these Sunkens, but these ones morphing. They're only creep colonies. They ain't gonna be Sunkens for a while. Meanwhile, we got some Hydras moving through here. Remember, we still do have some Storms available, so if they're fought on the bridge, they can eat a fat Storm and take a lot of damage, and they're going to get flanked by these Zealots. Protoss they're making a very strong push to this 3rd base and should be able to wipe it out without too much issue. You know, some more of these stack defense being built, but with only being creep colonies, they're not going to add much to anything just yet. Once these drones go down, though, Zerg going to be really feeling like he's in a bad spot. And you can see right now from the supply, Frotoss' attack did a lot of damage. Just wasn't quite enough Hydras to fight that off, and losing them in a fight where it's like, at some point, you gotta wait for a little more reinforcements. If you just send a small army and lose everything, you're in a worse spot than if you just did nothing. So, we got a pretty strong attack in the mid game from Ashen, and looking like it's gonna clean up a base, clean up a ton of units. And even like this group of Hydras is probably still gonna go down. This isn't quite that much, but we gotta see what the Zealots do. Most of them still not bruised enough where it's a really big threat, and they're gonna add a ton of DPS in these little kind of engagements. Let's see back home what we're doing. We're taking a gas here, still light on drones at the natural, and for us really cleaning up this third. Not gonna be much to say about this game from here. Setting up a little more group of units, but we got these Lings. Still don't have armor. They're not gonna want to deal with these Zealots at all. And we're still sending more and more stuff up to this third area. There's nothing really anymore to clean up, but just wants to keep consolidating his army, make sure it doesn't get picked off from the Zerg reinforcements. Yeah. Now, this Frotoss army did tons of work and stayed relatively healthy as well. Mostly shield damage, not a lot of units really in the deep red health-wise. So when they get their shields back up and really get through. Now, the one thing to say is that the Frotoss had the third base up, but with all the fighting going on, never actually set it up. So no pros we got really made there. Just now adding out cannons to help, or pylons to help wall it off and defend it. But I think it's something you might want to do a little more towards the ramps. Make sure that you can actually like guard from anything running in, or at least obstructing it a bit. So these are trying to take a third, but with this Frotoss army moving on the death march down here, it is not going to be long for this world. It should be canceled almost immediately. But what is the Zerg going to do from here? Yeah, it doesn't have any upgrades in the way, not any kind of real army to speak of, and still not enough static defense to hold this back at all. I think Frost could just force his way through here and clean this game up cleanly. Heard a egg or larva get squished, which has the funniest sound effect. And we see these elves moving forward through. These Hydras not going to be able to do enough to really stop this Lurker aspect on the way, but isn't going to be done in time at all. Now, we don't have any storms, but there's just enough units. Ashen taking that first game, looking pretty dominant while he does it as well. Ah, Burroughs is the best, aren't they? Aren't they just the greatest kind of people? You just make the Zealots, you tack on in, so good. Well, let's see. Can Buena clean this up in game 2, even up the game? Wait out, very different map. See if he does this different kind of style, or stays on that tried and true standard, going for that 3-hatch Spire into 5-hatch Hydra. I mean, I'm totally fine if the Zerg player only knew that build and only did it every game. That build's going to take you a long ways anyway, so if you see the same thing, I'm fine with that. If he has an adaptation here, because thinking, like, his opponent showed some pretty good macro and a pretty good timing in the mid game, so this might make me want to do something like a 3-hatch Hydra bust or something if I was a Zerg player in their shoes here. Oh, we'll have to see how it goes. We got Ashen up in the top area of this map, and we got our Zerg player Buena in the bottom. This is white out, a 3-player map with the third base somewhere in this area over here. The gimmick on this map is that there are these trees that obscure vision, so having something that flies to give you that vision as you walk through the forest makes things a little bit better, a little safer. There's also a middle path that avoids the trees you can go through, so there's a couple paths to walk around through here. And really, it's just going to be can the Zerg get control of that other main, or can the Frotoss stop them before they really get a chance. The opening outside of the natural, you can see here, this it's kind of wide but not tremendous, and it kind of funnels things into a fight. So if like you can get a concave of like Hydras right outside this base, it makes it real hard for Frotoss to move out. Likewise, if Frotoss can get out there and stop the Zerg being able to move out and take a third or whatever they're looking to do. Another bad luck from Buena, getting that Overlord Scout not in the correct direction. Taking the correct guess, always want to scout towards that natural expansion, but unfortunately, just the way people spawn didn't quite work in his favor this time. And we see Ashen moving out. Considering that the money's a little high and a little late, I'm thinking it's going to be another Forge expand. You don't have to be like dead on doing it super fast. The cannons will still get up in time without too much issue. And this probe will definitely get here a little earlier this time. Might be able to block the hatchery a little bit. Definitely going to see how many lanes get spawned. So we're going to see some different stuff here. We already have this drone moving up here. That's an interesting move. Maybe looking for some kind of proxy gateway, or just clicking a little bit of the wrong spot, thinking of where the main was. Unfortunate if it was just not quite positioning it correctly. I'm not sure about how this wall off is either. This isn't enough room for a gateway, so it might be a little difficult to get that moving. And you can see this probe being super annoying. The drone has to pull back, won't win that fight straight up against the probe. So this hatchery getting very delayed. We do see 3 sets of lings on the way. Cannon in production, so respecting it, but once he sees 6, we'll see if he wants to go for another one. And the probe wants to see how many lings get made. More important than trying to keep blocking this hatchery bit. Probe dies almost immediately, so hopefully he got a glimpse of it before he lost vision after the death. Now, with the gateway being moved up into this area, we got 1 cannon here. It won't be done in time, and he's pulling a couple probes to help block these walls off, make sure the lings don't get in and get any big damage done. Nexus also started, so it's going to be a way away from any fighting units. Adds on a 2nd cannon near the back here. So I think he might be, the Lynx should be dissuaded enough from trying to force their way through, but I can't tell how many walls are in this one. Lynx try to see what they can fit through, don't really get too far, and end up losing a couple in the process. I think Zerg is going to have to be comfortable going into a mag game from here, because it's going to be hard to do anything with the Lynx at this point. Hatchery nearing completion, we got that gateway just finishing up for our pros player. Again, really making sure like things at least got slowed down having to build the extra cannons and all this kind of stuff. So you can see the pro supply still a little bit low compared to what it could be if the Zerg didn't make 6 lings. So even though the attack didn't do damage, it still did a little bit of something. But then you always got to think about with these, it's not just what happened on your end. It's like it costs things to build defense like this. So stopping a little bit of worker production, forcing that extra cannon, all these things are good things as long as you react to them appropriately afterwards. Now we see this Ling spread out again from Buena, and we have a 3rd base over here. Interesting little spot for it. I'm not sure about if this is the one you really want to take for a 3rd. This is definitely something that I feel like won't be scouted for a little while at least, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you take the closer one just so the reinforcements are close. Taking this far one seems good, but why wouldn't you just try to take like the other main, start establishing that, or at least the natural for it? Not sure if he's just trying to get a little bit of that sneak surprise that, oh, maybe he won't scout it too early. We got a lair on the way, so not going to be some kind of 3-hatch Hydra bust, it looks like. Feeling like it's going to be that same open we just saw. Ashen getting that Stargate as well, so I feel like both players are going to be doing very similar stuff. Which, I mean, if you really just want to test, like, hey, we're in playoffs, I got to do the build I'm comfortable with. I'm going to make sure I'm giving myself the best chance to outplay my opponent. I have no problem with both players just playing a completely standard game. Something you do think about, though, when you're playing in series, that maybe if you, like, know, oh, if we play a standard game, he's going to beat me again. Like, the standard game did not go well. That's when you should think about doing something a little more wild, a little exotic. Something your opponent might not see a whole lot of. But right now, I think both players could be like typing each other in chat right now and saying what they're doing, and they'd both be correct. Just like, I think you're getting a Stargate and a Citadel, and you're gonna add gateways soon. Well, I think you got a Spire, and you're gonna add on 2 more hatcheries soon and get some Hydras. Like, a big thing we could see. I hope he doesn't make all those Scourge again. Like, that felt so rough that he made so many and then wasn't really proactive trying to chase the Corsair. We see that 4th hatchery being started for the Zerg, and with the Spire nearing completion, let's see where it goes from there. The Citadel just got finished, so let's see if he starts that Templar Archives reasonably fast. Starting that Zealot Legs before he gets any of that gun. Has the money to build whatever he needs to, but wants to make sure he's keeping up on his unit production, doesn't want to just rush into something. This time we're seeing air weapons from Ashen. There's a little bit of an adaptation compared to last game. So maybe anticipating his opponent might be interested in doing view to play this time. And we do have 2 hatcheries in making that'll get him up to 5, and he's adding that Hydra then. So we're going to do a very similar build to what he was. Hasn't started any Scourge yet. So we'll have to see one little group of them this time, not the whole 3 like last time. So I do think that was a mistake, and he did not make it again, which is good. Now, without this Overlord speed being done, these Corsairs might be able to supply block the Zerg for a little while and see what happens. The Corsair was around here and should have seen that these drone moved out, so should be an indication. Yeah, there is a third base, and he's adding a good amount of stuff to help SimCity for some stack defense later. We saw last game when Ashen had these 5 zealots, he moved out to put some pressure on, so we'll have to see if he does that again, or if he's waiting for a little bit more this time. Finally adding on those gateways. We got the Forge upgrade on the way, so there's going to be a while before he has that +1 advantage to fight off Lings. Meanwhile, we do have Hydra movement nearing completion, about halfway done. He's starting his weapons upgrade, so again, neglecting to get that carrot base, wants to just be able to make sure the Hydras are doing the maximum damage they possibly can. Now, I'm looking around, I don't see that Templar archives yet, so it feels like that might be a little later than the last game. And we got these speed zealots. They don't have the +1, but they're moving, and they're moving fast. We got only a single sunken maid, no real units at the front here. Over at this third base, if he goes this way, we have the creep colony that's not sunken and no units at all. So if he commits to something with these zealots, they might be able to get in there and start getting some damage done. Needs to do that soon before he makes too many things. Feels like there's a couple of Hydras there and might be able to block up these holes, let the sunken really get some work done. So let's see, the zealots moving out. See, they're going to look for a third and see if they can put some pressure on there instead. Quite a while away from that +1, so it won't be as strong. We do see a bunch of these Corsairs, but they're not on the map. They're not really looking around, especially if they saw this. That would be great. And we see a bunch of Hydras moving over to the right side. Ashen, thinking he would take the natural of the third base, does not see it, so we'll have to see if he does have to wait a little bit before he finds this. Completely in dark of this expansion. Now we see the fleet of Corsairs moving along, +1 weapons about to finish, so they're going to mow through these Overlords pretty fast. The speed just being started, so if they find a group of them, they're going to be able to really put the pressure on. And speaking of the group, right here, doesn't keep looking around to find them, wants to see what's over here instead. So it's looking like they tried to pressure a little bit, but Hydras were enough to dissuade it. Meanwhile, we're making a bunch of High Templars. We should see Storm being researched. And we see Buena low on minerals, plenty of gas. Ashen's macro not quite as good this game as it was last game. Having to kill a gateway. This is not a good feeling. I can say that from lots of experience, that if you have to kill your own base, people will judge you, and it sucks. Meanwhile, we do see some Hydras moving out. Pretty decent force, and this time, Storm's not going to be ready in time for the fight if Buena goes for it soon. Didn't add on any extra cans. Has these Zealots, but remember, they don't even have that +1 yet. Just about to finish, but Storm being a while away, there's definitely a window for these Hydras to move in and really get some damage done. Got a decent amount of gateways to keep adding on to his ground army. Corsair production stopped long ago, realizing his opponent has no interest in any Mutas. Now the Zealot's moving forward again, bait into this fight with these Hydras. The +1 is done. Wants to try to buy time, wait for that Storm though. Now, the +2 literally just started, so if he loses that, that's a little unfortunate. But maybe he thought the Zerg really thought like, oh, I could stop the +1, but just a little too late for that. When anytime you see a spinning forge, you got it. Like, there's just something riles up in your blood. Like, no, I gotta get it. We can do this. I see a decent drone saturation at these bases. Not really the natural. Definitely used a lot on buildings and didn't replenish. So that would explain why he's a little mineral starved right now. We only got like maybe 20 something on minerals, build low 20s. Not really a lot to really build a giant group of Hydras that can be intimidating. Lurker aspect about to finish, so already things going a little better for Buena. The last time he was already losing his third base for Lurkers, where he even started. This time he's going to have in time without any issue. Our observatory nearing completion, so observer's not too far off, and we see more gateways being added on, so he's going up to that 8. Thinking he wants to really be able to put a good mid-game attack on rather than going for a third base anytime soon. Well, never mind, I'm done. It's right there. Sometimes you talk, you try to be like, no, this will make a good thought. I just gotta commit to it. Keep going. No, don't keep going. Now I do see another base from Zerg way down this south area. This one's going to be a little out of the way and difficult to get to, I think. So I think that's not going to get scouted super well. I think it looks like Ashen really trying to push down and commit to see if he can stop this one. Being far away and hard to reinforce. Not a whole lot of stuff here that can really fight this. Only a couple Sunkens and a couple Hydras. Doesn't look like any Lurkers are here yet or being morphed. But we do see a giant group of stuff moving in, including a couple Lurkers, but only two, not a lot, and we do have some Storm available as well. Each of these High Templars have energy for two of them. Good Storm into the Hydras, melting through like half that army. Another Storm. These Hydras are just getting evaporated before they even enter the fight. And we have a Storm on the Lurker, see if we can get done. Just barely has enough health to survive for now. But this third base goes down without any issue at all. Let's see. Is there any energy left for Storms? Looks like we got one Storm left available. Hits a decent group of Hydras. They all pop into a nice little red confetti as well. Meanwhile, we got this giant Frotoss force. The Observer on the way, but it's going to be a while. Pretty slow units. Meanwhile, we see Dragoon range being researched and the sight range for Observers, not the speed. Just to make sure he can really see where these Lurkers are without too much issue. Now, let's see, how's he going to get out of here? It's only two, so it's not a lot. Looking like he's just going to take the option to run past it. He should be able to do that without taking too much damage, as long as he really goes. Observer gets here in time, but doesn't turn around to kill these Lurkers off, unfortunately. A couple Hydras coming down here, looking like they want to defend this base now for our Zerg player. But he took a lot of losses there. Supply blocked for a while, and again, Pro is having a much bigger supply lead. I think just in general, Buena just not mining enough minerals. So even though like his minerals have been relatively low all game, he's just not getting enough of them. And then with Frotoss constantly producing constantly producing out of a ton of gateways, just has a giant army that the Zerg just doesn't have enough to deal with. Now, if he had a couple more Lurkers, I think that fight could have gone differently because the Observer was so slow getting there. But only two, most of the army just ran over it, ate a couple shots. Don't even think it break the shields that much. These Corsairs trying to move around, get a little bit of a tickle from the Hydras, not enough to do any real threatening damage. We see 8 Overlords in production, a little overkill here given the amount of mineral income he has right now. But you know what? Just wants to make sure that he's not going to be supply blocked. I get that, but if you look at this force, this is going to be intimidating to deal with, just with a handful of Hydras. It's like a control group. That's it. That's all we got here. Couple sack defense, couple Lurkers hanging out, so it's gonna be might be a little hard to push in some of these bases. Let's see if Ashen knows his base is here, not looking like he's pushing for it yet. This is the forest area I was talking about that has that obscured vision, makes it a little hard to move around. Now, since he doesn't, if he keeps the Observers with him, they'll see everything, and then the Hydras are going to be the ones caught off guard. And you can actually see Frotoss doesn't even want to mess with that, going towards the middle of the map instead, keeping their full vision, not getting trapped in small little alleyways where Lurkers could do some very significant damage. Looks like we're going to see if these Zelds move on down. A couple Lurkers getting some shots. The needs to wait for the rest of the army, especially the Observers, before it really goes in. I believe there was some High Templars with this army. That Hydras are right here. If they see those High Templars, they're so full of energy. We'll see if they get sniped down. Loses one of them. Looks like he has no trouble breaking through his base, though. 2 Lurkers, not going to be enough to dissuade. And we do still have 2 High Templars with a ton of energy. 2 Storms each, at least. Now we're going to see what is the reinforcement going to be here. If you only just add in a couple Hydras little by little again, I think it's going to be very similar to the game we just got done with before. Little groups of Hydras, you're fighting units that have bigger numbers, bigger upgrades, and Storms to back them up. And even now, we got some things running out of energy, make them Archons. So they're huge, they're awesome. And of course, there's finding a group of Overlords. This is unfortunate. Gonna, like, even with the amount of supply Blaine is losing, he might get supply blocked again if he doesn't pay a little more attention to where his Overlord's being placed. We see the Observers moving down. And this area, still only 2 Lurkers, 2 of these. Might be a little hard to get to them with the Zealots, but has a good amount of Dragoons, and they do have range. Upgrades nearing completion, but not going to be in time for this particular little fight. Needs to go through these Lurkers, though. That's the big thing you got to be worried about right now. SimCity making it a little annoying to get to things, but Lurkers going down entirely. Static defensive will as well, and there's just not that many things to really stop this. Pro should be able to just keep pushing inward. And when it taps out of that one, looks like Ashen takes that series 2-0. So that will be Ashen taking the first game, and he is on MCMS. Ashen really showing some nice stable macro play. It looks like he might be a fierce opponent, maybe trying to get at tier 3 for next season. And we got another tier 3 set for you guys. This is a Zerg vs Terran between Vic7 and Y, now called Shaved Ape. I would love to ask him why, but I don't do bad puns like that. We're not like that here. We're above that. We're better than that. We're going to be going into Circuit Breakers, the other tier 3 match. Y was on my team last season. Definitely a pretty strong player. Likes doing a little bit of aggressive stuff, so hoping to see some of that. And I've casted Vic7 before. Seemed like he was reasonably stable, but I don't think... I think the way the matching works in these playoffs is that it's like you submit your lineup, you play like your team's top tier 3 plays the other team's top tier 3. Now I do believe Ashen was the top match, so we'll have to see what these players can show off. I remember Y being reasonably annoying playing against him before, so see if Vic's got something special, or just, you know, it is Circuit Breakers, a map everyone's played plenty of times. No big like weird secrets here. You can go into a macro game without too much issue. Unless your opponent like does that 5 racks plus 1 push. That's something I've seen a lot, especially at the lower levels this season on this map, because just so easy to move stuff around. You're like, this opening is pretty wide if you want to put the pressure in and force into the natural. And that the really close third base is the mineral, so usually it's off to a second thing. You can really make it difficult to block this kind of stuff. Let's see what's going on. There's also that Goliath build. It seems like it's catching on with a lot of people. That flash thing where it's like, it's Goliath and it's really good at fighting off the Mutalisk early. It has a lot of punch to it because it has some tanks. Vultures are good against early units like Lang. So curious to see where we go from here with our players. Now we see no early pool, particularly from Vic7, looking like 12 supply, tons of money. Sounds like a 12 hatch to me. Exactly what you expect on this map, just because it's so easy. And meanwhile, we got the one barracks finishing up now, and it's starting gas, so maybe is leaning towards that Goliath build or something like that, or some kind of like early stim timing to just to like put a decent attack in early with like a group of stuff, your first 2 medics, bunch of marines that get stemmed, and then if your opponent doesn't scout it or have the stack defense in time to fight it, you hit them just before to really start unit production, and usually kills Zerg player outright. Now we see this SV scattering around looking for something, and we do have the spawning pool on the way. Hasn't been too far into production, but it's not. This isn't like the other matchups where it's like, oh, there's 4-6 Lings, or there's like 2 Zealots. You can be okay for a little while, just because like you can see the positioning of all this stuff. It's gonna be hard to get something in without being maybe a little under threat, or you can close the wall off if you have to. I think Terran's gonna be in a fine spot for a while, and adding on that factory, so maybe it is gonna be that Goliath kind of build. Or maybe just like a normal 1-1-1, you know, thing. It was pretty popular like last year. Haven't seen it quite as much. It's a little hard to manage around, but it gives you so many options. Especially such a, like any build that gets you that early Wraith. Just feels so fun. Now we do see third hatchery going down for our Zerg player. Still hasn't started a lair yet though. So gonna definitely have nice larva production, hopefully adds on a good amount of drones and sees what's going on. We even see him like really skipping out. I don't see any Zerglings from him yet, just one set being made. So, I mean, we see that there's nothing being moved out from here. We got the Overlord was in spot to see if anything was moving out, so he wasn't like playing greedy or anything, just eking out every little advantage he can, it seems like. And we got a couple Marines being made, we got this Vulture. So this is going to be a nice little push from our Terran player. Hasn't started CC yet, but we do have a starport on the way. Keeps mining gas as well. So looking like he wants to put a little bit of pressure on early before he expands, see if he can do some critical damage to Zerg early on. Meanwhile, we don't really have anything mining this natural yet. Has the extra production, but not really getting the minerals from it. Lair on the way. Maybe some kind of mutaplayer or something. He does see that first vulture, indicates that there is a factory, and that's a pretty early factory for you to just get one. So should give him an idea what he wants to build, which usually in this kind of spot, people tend to go like Hydralisks, and maybe try to be a little aggressive early, see if we can cash this before this build really starts ramping up and getting a little out of control. And we notice we have stopped our production of Marines, and he's actually moving this down, maybe the wall off or use it for scouting or something. That first Wraith on the way as well, good at harassing out some overlords, getting some scouting info, see what's going on. And meanwhile, we got one vulture being super annoying, but that sunken should be enough to stop it. It definitely is. It stays a little bit too far forward. Meanwhile, Terran building the bunker, getting that depot, their barracks to the front so they can have some kind of wall off. Overlord pops in just enough to check if there's a CC star, sees there isn't anything yet. Now, the Wraith is finished, could easily go hunt this down. Let's see if you start using it, and there it goes on the way. Spider Mine's just about to finish up, so looking like we're going to begin those Vulture upgrades before anything else. Meanwhile, fast Lurkers, it seems like. Going for that 3-hatch lair, but no Spire, no interest in the Spire, going for Lurkers and Hydras instead. We'll see if he can punish the maybe delayed detection from the opponent. But you see the Academy on the way, you see an eBay on the way, and now he's getting a control tower, so either wants to get Wraith upgrades or he's going to be getting like a dropship or science vessels. And we see this Wraith being super annoying. Actually goes out here to kill an Overlord, doesn't kill this one at all. So once we get that scouting info, see what's going on. If he flies around, sees a lair, and sees no Spire, that's going to give him plenty of information about what he needs to do. So this raid already worth the money you paid for, and if you can go kill a couple Overlords with it, this one's super low, about to die. Well, looks like Shaved Ape being a little merciful and doesn't want to go kill it. That's unfortunate. CC in construction, but far away from finishing, so looking like we're still making use, still powering up to do something a little bit, or at least dissuade that early attack from Zerg if they try to hit before things really get established. Now we do see Spider-Mine's getting laid a little bit, slow down any kind of Zerg push possible, and this Wraith, already 2 kills, keeps being a little annoying, so it looks like it came back for that one Overlord. Still could go get this one anytime he wants. And there's one more over here as well, so if this Wraith keeps looking around and finds some stuff, we're going to get a lot of damage. Lurkers run up and burrow right at the front, no detection at all. And we don't even have a comp set here, there's like literally no detection at all. This is super rough. These Marines are going to pop out and definitely die. What is our Shaved Ape gonna do in this situation? Well, the Marines immediately go down, Barker gone, no wall at the front at all, so if he runs anything forward, we see some slow Hydras moving their way there, but 3 Lurkers with no detection already going to be intimidating. See a couple mines being placed at the ramp trying to stop these Lurkers from going through. Loses all the Lurkers to the mines. Oh, you don't want to see it happen. But we do see from Terran, there's not a lot of stuff here. Like, this is still going to be very difficult to deal with. Lifts off the buildings at the front, but Hydras could easily start poking this down and taking it out. Now, if we look around for the Terran base, there's like nothing. We got a barracks. He's trying to land the barracks here. It's going to slow down the movement a little bit, but it ain't going to get any Marines out or any help. We see a bunch of SUVs being pulled. Looking like this attack from Vic 7 going to do pretty good damage. We have one tank here, and the SUVs aren't repairing it. The repair starts. Is it in time? It is not. Tank goes down to the Hydralisks. This is just turning awful so fast. Don't know how he's going to get out of this one. Seems like these Hydras are going to be enough to clean it up, and Shaved Ape tapping out of game 1. I was definitely thinking that was going to go a little bit of a different way. The Wraith got in, saw the lair, saw only a Hydra then. I thought at that point, like, he was already building detection, just, like, try to get things ready, hold it back, but the Lurker's really doing some very critical damage. We're going to be going into that game 2 now, seeing how this one goes instead. Now, I'm curious, because you figure, you do a build as hard as something like a 1-1-1. You try to get fancy. He was getting a drop ship instead of science vessels. He skimped on Marines. He Like, he's trying to do a lot of fancy stuff, and it didn't work. Opponent doing something a little bit unorthodox, breaks you because just things just aren't timed up super perfectly, which is the one thing I remember hearing a lot about the 1-1 build is like, oh, it's super versatile. It's also incredibly difficult. So maybe if we see this game something a little more standard, try to get that normal game, something with timings you're a little more used to that aren't quite so punishing if you mess them up a little bit. Oh, we do have Vic in the bottom. We got Shaved Ape on the right, or on the left. On the left. If you hold your hand, you can see an L. Left. It's going to be a long night. Just enjoy the mistakes. It's going to be fun. Let's see what these guys do from here. I'm expecting similar opening from Vic to just get that 12 hatch. And we see, I'm expecting to see, I mean, we're going to see an early barracks, right? But I really don't want to see the 1-1 again. I think that's too difficult of a build. It's going to make things complicated. Just do something a little more normal. Lots of barracks player if you want to do that Goliath thing. I think that has a little more punch of just stuff that can defend against early weird attacks. Not be so extra reliant on doing really cute, crazy stuff. Although, we gotta say that the that first raid did do some good damage. Found a lot of overlords, got some damage done, got good scouting info. It just wasn't quite enough for our Terran. Barracks going down, nothing too weird yet. You see the first overlord going this direction, going towards the main, not trying to get to the natural. So a little bit of a different scouting path. Unfortunately, gonna hurt the Zerg player. I see the SV going down. Drone getting a position for that first hatchery. And it goes down. Now we have no pool here. The SUV sees it. Part of me always wants to see the guy just go, screw it, I'm building a bunker. What are you going to do to stop me? I always just want to see that reaction, but you never do. Now, we do see from Vic, he got the hatch, built more drones, didn't rush straight to that pool, so he's delaying any kind of Zerglings, anything to defend. He sees the pool go down now on 13 after the 12 hatch. So a little bit greedy, just eking out a couple more drones, and if Y doesn't punish him for doing that, he's going to be sitting pretty. But with the later spawning pool, there won't be units quite as fast. I feel like he feels completely fine just getting the command center down nice and soon. No bunker to defend it, no real units either, because nothing's going to attack him anyway. Now we do already see this is a different build. We see a CC before gas. I mean, in general, we're seeing a CC, period. But it's not super delayed, so I think we're doing something much different for Y this game compared to the first game. And I like that adaptation. Tried the 1-1, tried to be cute, didn't work. Try something else. I'm down for that. We have the Overlord over here in a very weird spot that's not seeing anything at all. It's not seeing a main base that has nothing in it. It's just sitting there. A little unfortunate, especially on some of these maps if they're not ladder maps. You know, scouting accurately can be a problem sometimes. I've definitely had those moments where I scout, I'm like, where's the main? Oh, I didn't find it because I thought the natural was the main. We see a couple lanes going out. See if this SV can really stay alive and get that scouting info. He's already seen 3 hatch, seeing no lair yet. We'll have to see how long he can keep it alive and really see what's going on. Not very long at all, unfortunate. So Terran going to be playing a little bit in dark. I guess his plan might be make Marines. Does actually kill that Overlord, trying to get a peek of what's going on with the natural, which you don't want to be losing Overlord this early in the game. That sucks. We have that first Academy going down, so I'm thinking this might be some kind of stim timing to put the pressure on the Zerg instead. A couple Lings moving out onto the map, seeing what they can get done. But we got plenty of Marines. I think these Lings aren't going to do too much. Just don't want to run into that one. And we're still making Marines. We didn't stop before to do something else, so I think that makes sense. We got Stim on the way, so we're going to be able to produce a couple Marines. He needs that second barracks, though, I think, if he's going to try for any kind of early timing. A little unfortunate. It doesn't seem like he's made that yet, because usually you make the barracks, then like you as Stim's finishing up the last 2 minutes, you make a couple medics, and then you can push out with like a group, and it's got some medics, you got Stim, you can heal things up. Now we do got a couple Overlords starting to fly their way across the map. We got Lings moving forward at the front, trying to get some damage done to kill a little bit of stuff, but lose about half of the Lings he had there. Well, he does see that Marine production kept going, but there wasn't a bunker. Didn't see a Vulture at the front, so Start getting some decent information for the trade of like effectively 75 minerals, right? Got some drones up here just chilling. Unfortunate. They're on vacation. It's understandable. Whiteout looks like it's a nice place. It's like half snow, half grass. It's like every season at once here. It's not quite winter, but spring's trying to fight its way through. Still nothing doing from these drones. Finally notices them as more buddies were about to find them, so maybe just a couple drones slacking on the job and need the supervisors to run in and be like, yo, get to work. Now, we got next upgrade for our Marines in production and factory on the way as well. So, still just producing out of these barracks. Actually, not producing out of both of them super consistently, but good on worker production. Hasn't started second gas yet, so definitely still a bit of a scary force we're seeing. We see him moving out, killing a couple of these scouting lings. Only one medic instead of the two, though, so being able to heal through these stims if he's using them a little recklessly would be a lot harder than it normally is. And we can see these overlords just backing up. They don't want to be on the map versus the force. They're going to get shot down so fast. Now, what we do see, we see a creep colony and sunken being made. We have two, and we got a couple links, so this should be enough to fight this off. We'll have to see what wants to do. Seems like it's scanned. He's going for it. Wants to stop these things before they go down. Lane's running forward and getting some damage done. Not quite enough to overpower that force, and needs to back out. Loses a good amount of his early Marines. That little build-up he was going for. Trying to put some pressure on, but losing most of the stuff. Now, meanwhile, we got some more barracks being built back at home and a machine shop, so maybe want to add on a couple siege tanks, get your big Marine medic group up, and then try again for another 2-base push. Let's see if he wants to make that first command center and take that third base right over here anytime soon. But seems like he's setting up for some really strong 2-base play. Going up to 5 racks, starport on the way. Got the machine shop, so let's see if he wants to start siege in siege mode. That first infantry weapons on the way, and we're starting tanks, so it does look like he wants to be able to work down some of those sunken colonies a little bit with the help of a tank, rather than just throwing a million infantry at it. A missile turret's on the way. We see a singular Mutalisk kind of flying around, see when they get done. Couple on the map. Look at he wants to add them, just not really building them all at once. Maybe didn't save enough money to actually build them. Looks like even the gas is a little low to have a really strong group of these. Having to build lings at the inopportune times with these kind of builds. It definitely hurts your punch of trying to get something done. So we're going to go to 5 mutas, it seems like, instead of like 9 or 11. That full group, they could really start microing down stuff and brute forcing turrets. Now let's see what we can get done here. Science facility in buildings. These mutants stop this SCV from finishing that. That'll be a train wreck if Y doesn't notice. Seems like he is paying a little bit of attention. Hopefully sees it. We got the Marines moving up, seeing if they can get some damage done. But I mean, these mutants are not going to try to stay and fight on this one with only 5 there. These lings are at the front. Most stuff got pulled back pretty fast. I actually wouldn't have been super surprised to see the lings move forward during that. So has to wait a little bit more, so he has the mutants back up for the fight. Definitely some pretty strong units here from the Zerg player. Now, Y reinforcing a little bit, so loses the stuff at the front, but lings can't get too much more done. Muta's still pretty healthy, but not adding on more yet. Sending over a couple Hydras and going to be going to Lurker Tech, which he finished researching a little bit ago. Now, the thing I am a little concerned with is that Zerg is still on 2 bases. Hasn't even tried to take that third. I don't see a drone on the map in position or anything. We're just seeing units. We're just seeing Vic go for, I'm going to win this game now because I don't want to do it later. Overlord gets caught out on the map, which supply blocks Vic. That's super unfortunate, especially since that means you can't morph lurkers. You need a little more supply to morph lurkers. So not having those, if you see, we're just going through 1 unit at a time. Y really getting some good damage done. The worker production kept going up, but this 76 supply is not just workers. This is going to be hard to hold off. Now let's see, does he have enough stuff with mutas and hydras here? Should be able to clean up that force pretty easily. So, Y getting himself into a bad spot again here. But this is a pretty intimidating force, right? Over a group of Marines, couple tanks to go with it. Irradiate on the way with that first science vessel, so he's going to have plenty of detection. Won't be able to irradiate that mutaflock just yet, but the mut is also not in a position to keep fighting into this army at all. Couple Hydras, more of the lurkers in the middle of the map, but he might not even know this push is coming. Looks like Vic is just seeing it now, which is super unfortunate because there's no units here. He didn't add on more Sunkens. Mew's coming back to try and delay us a bit, but this isn't going to get it done. Vic not even letting them kill buildings, just getting out of the way. And why tying this one up 1-1? Okay. I see there's a couple frames dropped. If you're in the chat, just let me know if things are looking good or if things are going bad. Just try to keep me posted. I want to make sure we're having a quality cast for you guys tonight. Alright, so we're going into our first game 3 of the night, cross game. The best kind of map. Love this map. So sad it's not on the ladder anymore. Like, cross game died for crap like trespass. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to tell you what we're doing. We're going to keep casting freaking CPL playoff games. Game 3, we got Y in the green Terran. We got Vic 7 with the orange Zerg. 2-player map, so the Overlord can't scout the wrong direction this time. It's impossible. Seems like it is on the path to get outside the natural and be over the bridge so it doesn't get lost. Let's see if either player does something nice and aggressive to get control of that upper ground, because with the inverter ramp out of your main, if you have to fight your way through that for either side, it sucks. It's just the worst. So we'll see what's going on with these players with their build choice. Y definitely seemed a lot more comfortable doing just standard Marine meta kind of play, adding a couple tanks rather than something more cute like the 1-on-1. So see what build choices he goes this game instead. But it seemed very comfortable just getting those 2 bases, going up, getting like a nice mid-game force. But was that really more of him doing a good job with the build, or Vic's choice to just stay on 2 base forever? Got some mutas, but not a lot of them. Tried to get some lurkers, didn't really do much with them. Don't know if maybe he was going for some kind of build to counter the 1-on-1 he saw in the first game, and it just didn't come out. Or so we'll see if Vic adapts the build at all, or anything like that. I think expansions on this map aren't terribly hard to take. You want to take your natural quickly so you don't lose control of that ramp. That's a problem. Fighting your way up this sucks all the time. And you got the base right outside your base, but that might not be the one you want to take. But for like Vic, you got 2 more on this side. They all have thin ramps that make it easy for lurkers to defend. So if there's a map to be comfortable trying to go for some kind of macro game, get into a mid game with a strong kind of backbone, this should be the one, right? I mean, we didn't really see that on Circuit Breaker, but also didn't really get the chance to. The game ended quite abruptly. We do see that Barracks on the way. We haven't started that gas immediately, so we're not going to be rushing into that factory tech like game 1. Seemed like already going to be something a little more similar to game 2. Hatchery on the way, and we see the same thing from Vic, being a little greedy, sneaking out a couple extra drones before he throws down that spawning pool. And in full vision of the SCV, so the Y should be fully aware. Oh no, I could just don't need a bunker, don't need to rush for marine production. Throw down the command center. There's nothing you can do to stop me. So far this game opening very similarly to what we did in game number 2. Just keeping up production for our friend Y here. Still no gas yet. Still hasn't added on extra barracks or anything. So just keeping it nice and calm, not committing to anything just yet. On that 3rd hash before gas, so still wants to get plenty of larvae and really get a decent economy going. I would say economy, but maybe it's just more larva. Maybe Vic's much more of an attacking kind of Zerg, because never really set up that strong economy either game. So getting those hatcheries, but maybe just very comfortable on 2-base play. Doesn't want to take it further. Would love to see that change this game, though. I think, like I said, this should be easy to take these extra bases. I want to see it. Academy on the way, so already similar stuff. We're going to be rushing for those marine upgrades. Let's see if he can get a push done early with like that little first group, couple medics, your Marines, you get stim, see if he can force his way through. So we'll have to keep an eye on there, see if he can see when this push is heading out, or at least get something close enough where you can see the move out. But this distance going across here, not that long. So if he has to like build creeps and sunkens in response, they're probably not done in time. I do see a couple lings moving out, spreading a little bit everywhere. Seems like this team's Zerg player is very fond of having lings on the map and spreading them out, really trying to catch any kind of weird stuff. And this is cute. He's like keeping them in a weird little spot. I was thinking like maybe keeping them in a weird spot just for like a backstab attack. And you can already see this would be out of the way if you just moved out from here. They're going down the down path. These would be out of the way, but looking like they should poke up, see what's going on. How many Marines are being built? Don't see factory units. Don't see a bunker. Sure, looks like they're trying to force the way through. Didn't learn the lesson from game 2 because he tried exactly the same thing with exactly the same result. So unfortunate. We got some drones moving out, adding on some stuff, and getting towards that quick lair. Has the Hydralisk den already done? No Spire intended. I believe is going to be another Lurker rush similar to game 1. Which, I mean, it worked out pretty good. I don't see why he wouldn't try it again. Now, the difference being, Comstat's about to finish. The eBay, I think, is it already done or is it in production? Is there an eBay? I don't see an eBay. I mean, he'll have Comstat. He'll have 2 Comstats, so enough detection to fight Lurkers, especially in these incredibly small numbers since Vic is rushing for it so aggressively. Now we're adding on some Marines. We got that first medic. Something gets picked off out the front, which is a little unfortunate. We're stimming forward to try to kill a couple lings. Definitely gonna be a little hard to heal these guys back up, so I'm not sure about stimming for little stuff like that. Now we do see 2 sunkens and a third with the rush to the Lurker. It's gonna be hard for any kind of early attack to really break through and do good damage for our Terran player. So looking like maybe he wants to add on some more stuff, get those extra barracks up like last time, getting the machine shot down on a tank. That will be a starport soon for the science vessel. It does seem like Wise doing a very similar game to game 2, while our Zerg player is switching to the style he did in game 1. So let's see how this goes. Lurkers can always take out giant group medic Marines so fast if you just position a little poorly or you're not paying as great attention as you should. Got Ling speed on the way to help out with this force. And we got a couple Hydras moving out. Hopefully not walking into the path of this group. Oh no. Oh dear God. Not like this. Oh no. It feels so bad. all these Hydras, and that should already be the signal. He moved out with 3 Hydras. They were slow. Like, he wants the Morph Lurkers and just have them somewhere. That feels so bad. We even see him adding on a 5th sunken at the front. Really can't afford to go down here. These drones getting rallied to the front, pulled back immediately. This should not be enough to break through this, so why gonna have to be very careful. But if you keep adding on stuff, we got the barracks being added. Siege mode nearly in completion, and I think we got a tank made. Do we have a tank made? Doesn't seem like it, right? I guess not. And didn't do the rally point for this barracks yet, so hopefully he notices that. First tank on the way. Usually, remember that you guys should build those units first and then the upgrade second, because having siege mode with no tanks doesn't do anything. Having a tank without siege mode does something at least. And like usually the upgrade time for stuff like that isn't super long. We got a couple Lurkers on the way. We do see Y kind of flying through the scans pretty quick. Has no scans right now, so these Lurkers might have a chance to get some good critical damage in. And we'll see what he saw with that. He scanned some extra bases to see if there was another one up. This would be a good choice for a third. I'm surprised he didn't scan that one. We do have that first siege tank, and we have defection at the front, so the Lurkers might be rally point, just letting stuff get run through a grinder of medic Marine. We do have a couple Lurkers moving forward. They gotta do something pretty big, it seems like. Vic seems like he's pretty all in on these Lurkers getting something done. Looks like they're moving forward. Siege tank just sieges up again, and with detection at the front, Vic knows this trick isn't gonna work. Why taking it 2-1? Okay. I mean, I always admire when people like, no, this is my build. We're doing this build, even if it's not like a normal build or something standard. Like, do the thing you're used to. It's your best chance. So, as far as that goes, Y is on MCMS. So I'll have to update that score when we go into the next game. That'll be the end of our Tier 3 games. Moving into Tier 2 now. And we're going to start with Checkmater versus Aven Hoki, a Protoss versus Zerg. We got Checkmater as a Zerg player in the top right. You got Aven Hoki, the brown Protoss, in the bottom right. And you know what? I'll take, since I know one of the teams is never going to give me Protoss, every game that has a Protoss I'm going to be excited for. They're the best race. They're so fun. There's nothing exciting that's going to happen for the first couple minutes. I'm just going to gush about how awesome Protoss is if I want to. You guys can't stop me. I'm out of control. We got that Overlord finally getting that first direction to see what's going on. And we'll have to see what kind of style of Protoss player do we have. Going for a wall-off? I used to just say, of course he's going to go for a wall-off, but in the last cast I did, we did have a Protoss player not wall-off, which was super weird. It was interesting. So, you know what? I can't just blindly assume that kind of stuff anymore. Now what the decision always going to be is a gateway or Forge expand. Or I guess the gateway into Forge, which is awful. Please, people gotta stop doing that. I don't know why they do it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's just the worst. And we got Forge going for that safe route. Just wants to get that economy going and making sure he can get out of this super early game. Forge expand makes it the easiest possible to do that. Now, usually you see something like an overpool, but we got Checkmater. He wants to be a little greedy, going for 11 hatch instead of a early pool or anything. So pegging that his opponent is not going to hit him with that early pressure. Says he does not care that he's not going to be able to threaten. And we see Aven Hoki blind doing a cannon. Oh, it feels so bad. And Aven Hoki going across here, trying to catch that Overlord in transition to help him see what's going on. And since he sees the Overlord here, Overlord turns around immediately. Let's see if Aven noticed. It looks like they did, so they're going across. And they'll be able to see from the timing, it was hatchery first, so let's see what the reaction is. Hatchery halfway completed. We got spawn pool on the way, no gas yet, but I think Checkmater is going to be sitting reasonably fine with this early hatchery. And we see Aven Hoki, looks like they just stopped pro production. They want to make sure they get that Nexus going. Probe gets on and sees how far the spawning pool is, and the ruse has been had. No early lengths. That cannon, never useless, but was not necessary. Unfortunate. It's always a fun little mini game you do when you're playing Protoss in this situation. It's like, how greedy can I be? Well, I didn't see him. I should build one cannon. I shouldn't like Nexus first or anything like that. So, and we have another hatchery right here for our Zerg player going to that 3 hatchery before Lair, really before gas as well. So, I think our Zerg player feeling quite good about their situation. Meanwhile, starting a gateway, Nexus on the way, nothing unusual. Gas as well, and we'll have a Cybercore afterwards, and then we see the tech choice from Protoss, which way they want to go. We got 2 lings being made just to get the probe out of here. You see gas starting to be mined. Nothing too insane from this, like no like 4 hatch super early just for the larva or any kind of crazy older kind of style stuff. Remember like always having fun looking at the Team Liquipedia for old Brew Orb builds. And you just see stuff that's like, oh, this is super outdated, but you read the build, you're like, wow, that sounds really cool. But it just, the modern game doesn't let you do that anymore. But if you're at lower levels, you can do whatever you want. If you're a better player than your opponent, like anything can work. I mean, almost anything. I tried scouts. Don't do scouts. They're too far. Now we got the lair on the way. Let's see where our Zerg player wants to go from here. If you don't see a Hydralisk Den soon, it should be a Spire for that, getting that early lair. I'm fully expecting Spire. Gotta see if they go mutas or not. Now, meanwhile, we got the core nearing completion, so we'll see very soon from our Frotoss player where are they going. Is it Stargate? Is it Citadel? Is it just more stuff? Hasn't started the +1 attack yet, so I'm guessing it's going to be Stargate, and not going rushing right into their super good ground army. And there's Stargate now. Now we do see this base just finished up, transferring some drones to it. We got some pretty good drone saturation on all the bases already. Hopefully it keeps adding on a little bit more, really gets that economy going. We'd love to see it. Now we have lair finished. Let's see, where is Checkmater gonna go from here? Plenty of stuff. They can start that Spire whenever they want. Now we do have a hatchery on the way, so we're going up to 4 hatcheries before we made that tech choice, and throwing on a Hydra Den, not getting that Spire early. And let's see if he adds on the 5th or anything, or if this is going to just be like a mid-game push. He's getting quick lurkers. I'm not sure what the build is. Super, like, I feel like if you're going to do that, why'd you even get the lair? Like, right? You can get the extra hatchery up so much faster, but I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of timing. He's getting that 5th hatchery, Citadel, and some gateways on the way for our Frotoss player. Now they're not slamming down like a million gateways right now, so it seems like maybe he wants to posture, get that 3rd base eventually. We'll have to see. Still not really making any particular use out of this lair yet. With the Hydra Den, we're starting to get the Hydra upgrades, but still no Spire. We're starting the Evo Chamber. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. But he's getting faster Overlord movement, so there's something at least. And it won't be in time to save this guy's life, but it might be in time to save someone else's. You already see a couple Overlords kind of packing together up at this front. Now let's see. A couple of Zealots moving out. The Zealot leg's halfway done. The +1 on the way, and Templar as well. So all the normal stuff you're expecting to see from here. +1 being done reasonably soon, and we don't have an armor upgrade for the Zergling, so Zealots will definitely take that fight quite handily. And we're actually not continuing Corsair production. Looks like we just have just enough to scout around, see what's going on, but he sees no Spire. He knows he doesn't have to keep making them, because what else are they going to do? Now we do have a big group of Hydras pushing towards the front here. Now only a couple Zealots out here caught just before speed was done. So, losing a couple Zealots front, having to add on some cannons almost immediately, see if they actually come up in time before anything happens. See, looks like we are rallying more stuff down the front, trying to break the front just a little bit. Has an angle where these cannons aren't going to fire back. You can just kind of slowly chip away at this. You could probably get a couple more Hydras to help out with this, not just literally one at a time. But with these cannons here, we're going to go up to 5. There is only one pylon powering the whole thing though, so definitely could happen, but these are big beefy pylons, 600 health, definitely hard to get through immediately. And we see this Corsair just sitting there. It's not doing anything. We got more hatcheries on the way, so we go up to 6 hatch, and Avenhoki making the adjustment, going for I think I missed off something. I thought I saw a robotic support bay. I did not though. I just looked really quick. I guess the cannon kind of looks like one just a little bit. But we got speed Zealots with their +1 attack. They moved down, pushed back this little Hydra force that has speed but no real attacking upgrades or anything yet. And we're starting lurkers. So this mainly Zealot army definitely gonna have some trouble going through if lurkers get made at the front here. And meanwhile, Zerg taking their 4th base as well, while they're gonna Frost is gonna have to wait out, get some detection to fight off the lurkers. Well, these Zealots are really taking a halfway decent trade, with some of the Hydras being further back away. Zealots finding about a little bit of a half group fighting them. And you see a couple Hydras being rallied. Just the rallies in general from Checkmater are kind of letting the army down a little bit. If everything was together, I think this would have gone so much better. And now has to pull back and get ready for the defense, because these Zealots are marching across and they are not happy. We got a single creep colony. It's not even sunken yet, but we got this moving forward. We don't have any static defense at this base. You gotta be very careful because these elves can start doing some very significant damage. Lurker's being morphed right in the front of the face of the Zealot, so he knows he's not going to be able to really get anything done. He tries to get out. Let's see on the way. Does he see? He does see the hatchery. So we're up to 4. We know about 4 bases now. And we do have the Reaver in production. No, so I did see a support bay. It was just here at the front. Okay. It's like, no, I thought I saw him going Reavers. He's making a ton of Hydras. So we got that Reaver on the way with a shuttle speed upgrade as well. This gateway very low health, but should be okay. And the Reaver being comical about how it's moving right now, but don't worry, it's gonna have a shuttle buddy to pick it up very soon. But unfortunately, it won't be around in time to really help with the defense of the front until that shuttle spawns. So if the Hydras get to the front and start putting pressure on, this might not be the greatest thing ever. This one gateway still very critically low. Hydras grouping off to the side. And we see more Hydras over here now. These rally points looking a little crazy sometimes. I don't really know what's going on super well. But we're getting that 4th base up and saturated for Zerg. Still, if you look around all the bases, decent drone counts it seems like, but no static defense anywhere. We really rely on units instead. Now here's that speed shuttle with the Reaver. Let's see how this one goes, if the Zerg reacts fast enough in time. Nothing happening yet. Oh god. First drone shot goes real big. Still no reaction. That Scarab loses its complete mind. But lots of the drones seem like they went down. That Reaver already doing some pretty good damage. And with that speed, just gets right out, heads back to home in case the Hydras try to do some kind of counterattack once they have that Reaver available. We got some goons shooting the gateway because they're trapped in the gateway. Happens to me all the time. Happens to everyone. Like, you think you're building up something that's halfway decent SimCity. Sometimes you're just not. And we start in the Nexus 4 Pros player, getting the 3rd base up. I'm actually a little surprised they just haven't killed this gateway just to open up the map a little. Like, give them a little more freedom moving in and out. But he wants to keep it as part of the wall for now. And we got that speed shell moving out again. It's going to find an Overlord, so the Zerg will know where it is, and now we got a giant group of Hydras to have the top ground advantage, moving forward to fight this Frotoss army. Don't know how this fight's gonna go, but we got the Reaver moving in here. Gotta be careful with the Reaver. First shot doesn't hit too well, only kills a single Hydra, and it looks like the Reaver took some damage, but as long as he didn't, did he lose it? I think he lost it. Oh no. That feels bad. And we're not building up an additional one. We got the observatory, but the Robo's not really producing anything at the moment. Hey, Hoagie, really adding on some decent ground army, but not making a lot of use out of that robotics at the moment. Adding on a bunch of cannons to help defend this 3rd, make sure it gets established. Meanwhile, we got some Hydras just moving a little bit everywhere on the map again. This is a rally in a position I'm not 100% sure on. But we got plenty of hatcheries up at the 4th, couple lurkers just hanging around. Plenty of hatcheries here as well. Tons of units. Look at this. Look at there's freaking 5 drones just sitting here. That's unfortunate, especially like with Overlords, because you just can't see them, so you don't even know what you're looking at. But you know, this is like once you get into that further game where you have more stuff to manage, this is where Brewor becomes so difficult. We got a drone moving up to take that 5th base for our Zerg player, so both players seem very comfortable just moving into this late game. And we have the Queen's Nest on the way, so Hive will be following shortly. Now that would be definitely a problem. If we're relying on so many cannons for defense, a good Dark Swarm and some Lurkers can really start melting through a lot of stuff. A couple Lurkers with Burrow. We got our Storm guys here with a couple energy for each. Hit some decent Storms. Doesn't really hit the giant Hydra Ball though. Really trying to put pressure on the Lurkers instead. I did see an Observer in the queue being built, but I don't know where it's at. But we do have some pretty decent numbers here to fight with. +2 upgrades for the Frotoss units to give some advantage, but there's so many more Hydras. Really unfortunate to lose that Reaver. Having that allowed would make this so much better. Decent Storm to connect, but the Hydras get pulled out of it without too much issue. But you can see them, they're starting to even mow through these cans without even being scared. Reinforcements finally come through, and Hydra should have to start pulling back. Now, meanwhile, here's that slow observer. It's going to give him some option to fight against these lurkers. And we got a couple Scourge just hanging out, making sure that shuttle thing never happens again. And I saw 20 Hydras. I saw that. Like, the Zerg really adding on that round 2 of units to come and fight. And this, oh no, this poor High Templar gets caught out by the group of Hydras just hanging out. We do have some Zealots engaging a part of this army as well. Meanwhile, the rest gets pulled back because Frotoss is pulling into the front of the natural. There's not a lot of static defense. Lots of units, but not static defense for the Zerg player. And let's see what we do. I don't see any High Templars. That would have been super devastating to hit this giant group of Hydras, but there was no High Templars, so Storm not being a concern. We got one Zealot moving his way forward into the main, trying to get some stuff done. But with the indecision, Zealot dies, not really getting anything. Another High Templar gets caught. This time gets the Storms off before it dies. And does get a couple kills out of it, so not exactly what you want, but not so bad. And we do have the another shuttle being made here. Now we see Zerg keeps pressuring out to the map. Lots of Hydras, just all Hydras all the time. Hive nearing completion. With plenty more Hydras in production. Let's see what the Hive tech of choice is. Considering how many Hydras they're making, I wouldn't be surprised if they go to Defilers just for Plague. But they're adding on upgraded melee attacks, and they're going to keep going through their stuff. Making some Lurkers, so maybe Ultras, maybe we're going to just get Adrenalings to really just have a little quick stuff that you can add to your army. We have a shuttle with a bunch of Zealots. That isn't going to be exactly what you want versus a giant Hydra army like this. The shuttle goes down without dropping Zealots, so another big loss from these Hydras sniping down a speed shuttle. A little unfortunate. Frotoss army goes around the top side of this and cleans up all these units without too much issue. Let's see how much we lose from here. But it does look like, if you kept looking at the supply earlier, the Frotoss player was up like 40, then they're up 30, and now they're really starting to fall behind a decent amount. Now barely ahead at all, but there was a point where they were tied. And we're still on this 4 base for Zerg. This 3rd base has plenty of stuff, but having to keep defending this, really pinning the Frotoss back. Finally starting that 5th base. That drone moved up there forever ago, but just never started it. Meanwhile, morphing Lurker, singular Lurker. Checkmate are doing a pretty good job keeping their money down, but I do wonder if that's from being able to keep the money down or just not replenishing drones as they build structures. We've got plenty here at this 3rd, but like you look at all the other bases, there's just very few drones kind of everywhere. So doing a good job keeping all their money down, really keeping their production up, but I feel like there should have been an opportunity at some point in this game to make a couple more drones and really get that economy feeling real good. I would let them take that 5th base earlier as well. We got just million Hydra, all the Hydras all the time, attack upgrades and Adrenalings on the way. So no, I don't see any Defilers being made yet or any kind of tech choice. Really just going for that Zergling upgrade so he can move around and really punish these bases. We do see the Frotoss trying to take a 4th, tons of cannons to defend it, and we see Lurkers being burrowed freaking everywhere here. Saying it's nicely spaced apart so they don't all get hit by a storm. Here come the Hydras moving in to fight these cannons off right as they're starting to complete, so none of them really firing or dissuading this army. Let's see, this Frotoss just give this base up and move forward. Looks like the Hydras up here start moving down as well, baiting some of the Zealots into the Lurker field. Zerg really getting some stuff done with this attack, cleaning out the bottom, killing the Nexus, and these probes that were just being transferred having to pull back immediately. Looks like lots of the Frotoss army fell to this attack a bit. Lurkers moving forward, not quite as spaced out. Plenty of High Templar. Let's see which storms. We got a good one that brings some of the Lurkers low. We need another one though to actually finish these Lurkers off. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it. One going for the top one. That's gonna put in the same spot. These 2 Lurkers still just doing so much damage. We do see the Hydras finally starting to get cleared up, but without any real detection here, these Lurkers are definitely just going to be a little hard to fight, and Frotoss taps out, not being able to defend this 3rd base, I think. Well played by Checkmater. I mean, well played by both players, but Checkmate are really just keeping the pressure on, not letting Frotoss get comfortable for a minute. You spin me? How do I spin you? Oh, we're going into game 2 with Checkmater and Avenhoki. Both players showing me some decent stuff. I'm excited to see how this game plays out. I mean, despite my hate of Whiteout personally, I do think it does leave for some good games. Just like any kind of 3-player map in general, I like. I think 2-player, like given that option, it's like, oh, I know where you started, and then you can get really creative with cheese. Is fun. 4-player maps play that standard game on like Fighting Spirit or Gladiator or whatever. That's okay too. But 3-player maps having that nice mix, and then because there's an odd number of bases, having to fight for that other main, like I just love the dynamic of a 3-player map. So even one like Whiteout that I don't personally like too much, it's still a good time. But we got Avenhoki, red Frotoss over on the left. We got Checkmater, the orange Zerg, down in the bottom. Let's see how this goes. Nothing crazy unusual yet. Moving that probe out to start that wall. Some of these kind of maps, I'm actually a little curious how walls go, so I'll be paying a little extra attention myself. Now we do have Checkmater going for the proper scout that's going to see this wall almost immediately, which is just unfortunate. Because being able to get to the side of that wall and get into this area that's hard to actually stop, not going to feel good for Frotoss. Meanwhile, we start in with a overpool build from Checkmater instead of that 11 hatch. Definitely that 11 hatch was super interesting. I don't think I've seen that kind of stuff. Like 12 hatch I've seen before, but just want to get a little earlier so he's not waiting as long. Still, it gets you a little bit better economy just from the larva production, so I think it's cool. But because it totally forfeited the ability to put pressure on. I think this time maybe go for the overpool. In case your opponent does do something a little greedy, doesn't build exactly what I need to. Let's see where we're going from here. The forge completed. Didn't blind build a cannon or anything yet. You see the probe coming back now. Overlord gets to the front wall, sees forge, so knows there's not going to be gateway pressure anytime immediately soon. And this drone coming up to the front, we'll see if Checkmater corrects that before it gets to the other main. And looks like they do. Now, meanwhile, we do have that cannon that's going down. Avenhoki coming down to here, maybe just misclicked a little bit of where the main is. Very unfortunate for that to happen, because it's not like I don't think they were checking for a third base, so not going to see the timing super well on the hatchery or anything. Sees 2 lings, so that's a good sign that you know, like, what you're really dealing with. Is it a lot of lings coming? Do I need a second cannon or anything like that? Meanwhile, we just see Avenhoki waiting for the money to build that nexus. With only 2 lings made, I think that's completely fine to slam this nexus down. 1 to cannon should be enough to defend that, and you can get right back to your worker production, start that gateway. Now we got 1 drone moving out here, so that looks like it's going to be that 3rd base. Avenhoki moving towards this natural. Sees the hatchery again, moves up here where it is super trapped for a couple lengths. That's interesting. That, like, you're very ambitious to think that's not going to do anything. We got the Zerg taking 3rd base down at the bottom. I actually would have loved if the probe just followed that 3rd and just stopped the drone from getting it. But you know what? You never know. These 2 legs really guarding the ramp. Don't want to put any pressure on this probe, so probe starts to do a little harassed. Meanwhile, we have a gateway down here. This doesn't look like a great wall. This looks like speed lings could run and ruin your entire week super fast. So maybe not this one. There's definitely a good resource online if you are playing a Frotoss or a Terran or a Zerg. It doesn't matter what you play. Building placement is always important. There's a site called Broodwall that will help you learn how to build walls on some of these maps where you could really optimally put all of these things. But you know what? If you're getting that general idea down, something like this, you can always plug the holes a little bit with some probes or zealots. It'll be okay. See the third base nearing completion, lair on the way. Let's see if the lair coming out this early is actually going to lead to something a little more normal. Remember, last time we got the lair in a 4th hatch, and we never got a spire for a long time. Felt a little bit weird. We see 2 cans going down, so we're up to 3. Maybe compensating a little bit just because the wall is so genuinely not well designed. Really concerned that maybe speedlings can just run by, because like you don't have to run around anything. You could literally just whoosh, fly right to the main. Now we do see Ling out on the map, sees his Zelt moving out, so just enough to put a little pressure on, maybe force a couple units to get made. But we do see Ling speed nearing completion with a couple Lings in production, Stargate on the way for our Protoss player, and a Spire this time from Checkmater rather than going for extra hatcheries straight into that big Hydra play. So already both players doing something a little bit different, it looks like. Let's see where we go from here. We got a second gateway made. You should be able to keep up your unit production with that. But hopefully we'll have to see does Aven Hoki only make that one Corsair. Ooh, double Stargate. This is super cool now. This went from it's a Protoss build, whatever, to now I'm jazzed up. Now I want to see this. Now we do have some speedlings at the front. Nothing really. I don't know how much of this is unblocked terrain, or if that's something that could be run through. But with 2 Stargates on the way, we're playing a very fun kind of game. I love seeing this when you just have a giant fleet of Corsairs shutting down all the detectors, all your supply. You can do so much stuff with that kind of play. And with Spire nearing completion, are we going to see Scourge or are we going to see Mutas? Because if he goes Mutas, that's just... Oh, there's Mutas. Oh no, it's Mutas versus blind double Stargate. Oh no. Oh, this game is going to be awesome in a way that I don't feel super great about. But we got extra hatchery on the way, Hydra Den. Looking like we're going to be comfortable staying on 3 base for a little bit, setting up for a build to put a little pressure on. Air weapons on the way. We got 2 Stargates and 2. I feel like 2 Stargates and 2 gateways and getting upgrades. You can't really do all of that immediately. We got some Lings moving near the front. The first Corsair moving and seeing what you can find. Just gonna miss those Mutas flying. Scouting that 3rd base. Hatchery being made, so doesn't seem anything too weird now. We gotta see what are these Mutas gonna do. They're going to get into the main. They're going to see double Stargate. And the Corsairs are about to finish as well. This is about as well timed for things as you can get. 1 cannon here to stop these Scourge from really getting in there. We got 5 Mutas versus 3 Corsairs with double Stargate production if he wants to keep making out of them. Doesn't keep making them, though. Even though he sees Mutas, like, figured that'd be, if anything's going to signal, you should keep making Corsairs. It's seeing some Mutas, isn't it? Well, getting some in production now. Has only 2 left, so it needs to be careful not to lose them to any more Scourge to get made or anything like that. Building up plenty of Zealots that don't have their weapon upgrade. It's not even started, so that's a little bit of the cost of some of the stuff we're going for with all this. That you can't really upgrade your ground army quite as fast as you'd like. Ground weapon just starting now. Now we're halfway through to that air upgrades. Gonna keep adding on these Corsairs, and it's gonna be really problematic for Checkmater to have vision on the map. Has to be careful with where they're placing the Mutas. And we can see the Corsairs moving back down south. Want to see what kind of defense is here. Right now, nothing. So much of nothing. And we can see the Zealots are moving down as well. So Lings catch a couple or 1 Zealot in the forest, but these Zealots moving into that 3rd. We got Speedlings on the way, but I don't think this is enough Speedlings to fight this many Zealots with nothing else to support it. Sunken Call mutating, pretty low health. They should be able to do something. And we got some more Hydras on the way as well, which already have speed upgrades. Sunken goes down. We got plenty of Zealots still here and reasonably healthy, but the Hydras and Lings finally going to clear that out. Now we do see Corsairs fighting Mutas straight up like this. Mutas get pretty bruised out, but look like they clean up the Corsair. These Mutas very bruised. 40 health or less on all 3 of them, definitely. And we got 2 more Corsairs being made. He knows where the Mutas were. Let's see if he wants to keep pursuing and putting pressure on. We got 4 Corsairs on the map. Not really a ground army though. This is like mainly just the threat of Corsairs. So I gotta see where are we going from here. We got Zealot legs on the way. We haven't added on any more gateways yet, really. We're just starting to add a third. And we're getting Reavers too, so maybe like some kind of cool Saetzero Reaver kind of play. Now we see a bunch of Hydras moving. They're trying to hunt down these Corsairs, it looks like. See them just real quick, but not enough to actually do any critical damage to them. Oh, we got a bunch of Hydras moving toward the front. The cost of these Stargates is no Storm yet, no Templars, no Archons. There's some cannons, but not a ton of them. And there's a Reaver looking like it's going to be in production, but it is far away. So let's see, what are these Hydras going to do? But they could easily just start working their way through this. They could, if they want to, they could probably pressure this and get it killed before the +1 finishes. And that would be heartbreaking. Meanwhile, we see more Hydras moving forward. We got a handful of Zealots, but a handful of Zealots doesn't beat like 2 groups of Hydras. Oh, they get rallied all the way to the front though, so taking some free cannon shots, not really doing much. We got to really keep an eye on this upgrade. Are the Hydras going to go for this upgrade? See it starting to get harassed down. Losing health reasonably quick. Will it be in time? It's so close! The upgrade just barely finishes. Unfortunate. That's got to be a little tilting, right? Your check manner. You just see it stop spinning. You're like, son of a bitch! I was so close! Got a couple meters back at home. They're healing up, but there's so many Hydras right now. This is still, like, we got this first Reaver. Now you got to be careful with the control of this first one. Zealot's moving in to distract the Hydras. Reaver gets put down, losing health pretty quickly. Gets one good connection. Shuttle's got to pick it back up. Okay, Reaver stays alive. Very bruised though. 13 health left. And we got more Hydras moving forward. If he can keep controlling his Reaver well, he's gonna have no problem fighting this off. But definitely dangerous right now. Hydra's moving forward. Shuttle about to die. Reaver about to die also. Terrible luck. We got more Hydras on the way. Even if we get floating a bunch of money right now, need to add on more gateways. We can see Zealots starting to be built up in the main, but aren't going to be done anytime soon. Oh, the Reaver actually didn't go down. Wow. I thought that was definitely going to go down after the shuttle died, but I guess it did get one good shot off that killed all the Hydras. So that Reaver should definitely help keep this natural from being under siege, but we see Zerg just going to keep adding on Hydras. Hasn't taken the 4th, doesn't look like they're even positioning him to. Decent amount of drones at each base as well, really going to be able to keep this upgrade up. We got Lurkers on the way. Now, I mean, you did see Reaver, and so you know Robotics is around, but if he has to remake a Reaver, has to remake a Shuttle, not going to be making observers for a little while, so Lurkers could definitely be the thing you're looking for. Let's see the Hydra's moving forward. Really want to get the pressure on here again. Now we got speed Zealots, but they only have a +1. We got nothing for the Hydras though, and they're just taking good siege damage. Move forward and do kill that Reaver before he gets anything too critically done. Pulling back away from these cannons, either going to commit and fight the cannons straight up. Now we got one shuttle, has nothing in it, just flying there to maybe intimidate the Hydras, but they weren't fighting at all. They keep fighting their way through. And you can see things keep being rallied. This Hydra attack at the front really starting to motor way through. Zealot's all about done. The Reaver's back, so we'll have to see how this goes from here. Needs to not lose the shuttle or the Reaver. Shuttle about to die. Reaver on the ground. Pretty healthy though. So should be able to defend this again, but lost all the Zealots, resetting that count again. Lost half the cannons as well. And the forge is gone, so you can't add any more anymore. Well, we see a good amount being built, and we actually see the drone up here, so we're gonna take that 4th base for Zerg. So despite all these attacks and keeping the pressure on, still has that plan to keep going a little further again. They're not all in at all. We got Dragoon range on the way. Shuttle speed nearing completion. Needs to wait for the 3rd shuttle though. Now we got that first Reaver shot going through. And it looks like the Reaver doesn't have a lot of scarabs to fire if he keeps having to build these. Reaver goes down to the Hydras. Zealots clean up what's left over, but like you're just slowly losing your tools, right? Like you lose a Reaver, you lose a couple cannons. You lose a Reaver, you lose a couple cannons. Losing a shuttle, like it's slowly working. The Hydras are slowly working their way through. Well, let's see where we go from here. We got the 4th base in production. Plenty of Hydras up at the front, and we got more on the way. Avon Hokie with still so much money, and it looks like they're adding on a 2nd robotics. So really want to lean into this big Reaver mid game. I think we're wanting to really make use of that kind of thing. Now we have a speed shuttle down at the bottom with 2 zealots. Scourge see it, and the Hydra shoot it down. No zealots get dropped. So a cute idea, but just doesn't happen. Speed shuttle's still not fast enough to stop that. And we see lurkers being popped in the front. Doesn't get to burrow though. It's surrounded by the zealots before it gets burrowed. And even here, if that one got burrowed and there was no, there's no detection at this front. No observers, no nothing. Like, that one lurker really could have kept this push going super far. I want to see a couple more lurkers being made here because, I mean, you see all this robotics, but this is the kind of thing you gotta think about. He keeps making Reavers, he keeps making shuttles. Does he have any observers? Which the answer is no. There's no observers right now. So keeps trying to force their way through, taking tiny engagement versus tiny engagement. It seems like each one's going slightly worse over and over. Now we have 2 robos though. We can build the shuttle and the Reaver at the same time, and we're really going into this Reaver Zealot. Now I would love to actually see him keep going with these Corsairs a bit. Like, if you can go around, there's probably spots like this. Ooh, if he keeps just sending Hydras to the front, you could probably kill all of them. Every single one of them. But does not go forward trying to find stuff like that. We got a Reaver with a couple Zealots in one of the shuttles. Looks like we're going to keep building them. Avon Hoki, clearly a fan of snow. Really going to adapt into that style, which is like, yeah, you know what? Reavers are awesome. And we see Hydras keep moving forward. They keep being a little reckless like this. This game could go away for the Zerg pretty fast. They keep leaning into this, but Zerg keeps trying to barrel away forward. But now if we can keep the Reaver safe, which you can break lurker rigs so fast like that, makes so much sense. With the Hydras move forward trying to kill the Reaver. Scarab shots keep connecting in a good way, just enough to keep it alive. So it seems like Checkmater, who wasn't a really good spot earlier, did a lot of good damage just from continuously thinking, oh no, I can keep attacking. This is going to work. I'm going to keep going. Throws away the lead little by little. And while they did get that 4th base up and they put some drones here, there's a decent little amount of drones, they gave it, Pros finally got enough time to get out, start establishing this 3rd. Tons of cannons in the Nexus there. And this they're kind of an intimidating army for Frotoss, right? Doesn't have any more upgrades on the way though. Remember, losing that forge definitely sucked earlier. So I don't know if they're going to keep going. They rebuilt one because they're building cannons, but haven't started a ground upgrades yet. And we're building another robotics facility. Oh, we see these Zealots moving into the 3rd. Plenty of Reavers here. So this seems like super big course correction. Oh, you like Hydras? I'm going to make nothing but Reavers. So many Reavers. We got plenty of pros being transferred up to that 3rd because the main is completely mined out for Frotoss. Oh, getting that 3rd base up. It looks good for the economy for Frotoss, but it isn't. It's still 2 base versus 4. This is definitely still a rough spot. But clearing out this 3rd with these Zealots, Zerg definitely feeling some hurt now. One Reaver just sitting there, gets taken out by a couple Hydras. Feels really rough. Meanwhile, plenty of Hydras on the way, still only Hydras. I'm getting some upgrades for them at least, which is good, but there's still 0-0. More of these pros being transferred cross-map with that map control Pros has now. Feels very safe doing that kind of stuff. There's one Overlord here just watching, and a bunch of Corsairs are doing nothing to go with it. Oh, really looks like we're going to keep making ground army. We added a 3rd robo and then stopped making robo units. Right? I saw the 3rd one in production. Where did they put it? Yeah. There's a robo up here. So is this next level? I'm just going to make the robo at the 3rd. Just the Reavers right there already. And you can see the Hydras going through. You're going to break through these cannons without too much issue. Frotoss army moving up through this far. There's plenty of Zealots to go through and a Reaver with them. So should be able to clean up these Hydras. But we got to see how many pros die. Or are they going to get this Nexus first? So, as you see, Hydras get cleaned up very quickly. Doesn't really kill anything significant. Keeps trying to make these lurkers, but with this many Zealots around, they are just not going to spawn in time, unfortunately. see it's getting very close, but not quite enough. A couple Hydras being rallied, so they're going to get a loss again. So again, Checkmater just attacking a little too hard, a little too often, and it's giving Aven Hoki an opportunity to try to establish their fourth. Meanwhile, a couple Hydras coming back down should be able to shut this down a little bit. So we got plenty of Zergians kind of sprinkled everywhere. Hasn't got the mining going back again at the fourth that the Zerg took. You see minerals are starting to go down at these other bases, so Zerg needs to figure out what's their next expansion going to take and how they're going to really establish it. I think you have a good enough army that if you want to be a little defensive just to get that fifth base up, Zerg could probably handle that without too much problems. But the fact they keep attacking into these spots, the Reavers keep getting some pretty decent shots off. And we're building 2 Reavers right now, and we are moving a pylon. Killed a pylon to move a pylon? I am lost. Okay, that whatever. Doesn't matter. We see a bunch of Hydras moving out. Still towards the natural. Natural's completely mined out now, so Protoss on one mining base needs to establish this one right here, or another one somewhere on the map. Zerg is going to mine out reasonably soon. You already see the natural starting to get there, losing some of the patches. But now that we're away from Zealots and Dragoons are not that great against Hydras. They take so much damage so quickly, and Dragoon shots don't do, like, they do half damage with Hydras, so it's definitely a rough one to fight. Zealots come back in to reinforce us, so again, we got Checkmater trying to keep attacking, keep going forward, but not enough to really get this done. But if he can keep the Protoss off another base, they'll definitely be in a decent spot. See Zealots at some of these other expansions, seeing that the Zerg hasn't taken another base themselves, but they're not in as nearly of a dire need of doing so. All the units moving up here, looking like they do want to reinforce and try to take this. Not a lot of banked up, tons of gas, so this is a good time to go Templars and Archons and all that kind of stuff to really make sure you can get things going. Like, see, we're even making Reavers that are sitting here. Like, it's just sitting here. That's freaking great. Tons of probes being transferred, again, all the way across the map to way up in this area. We got a Reaver help defending it, plenty of cannons, a couple Corsairs as well. Meanwhile, here come Hydras attacking the natural. I've never seen it. Unbelievable. The Zerg just super convinced that if you attack 10 times, the 11th one's gotta work. But finally taking another expansion, but one Zealot here seeing what's going on and doing not insubstantial damage, but the Hydra is going to come and clean it up. It's not going to actually like threaten to kill this. If there's no reaction, it could, but not like that. Meanwhile, finally getting that Nexus being built. Couple candidates, but if you look at Aven Hoki's money, it's bad. It's rough. So this is definitely the spot where, yeah, you gotta start making high Templars. Make use of that giant gas bank, which I'm actually looking around. Do I see a Templar Archives? Well, I do see an attack with Hydras on a base, so. Well, we got a couple Reavers back here. They should be able to siege it up without too much problem. We got one shuttle microing its heart out, but not enough. The Reavers go down, shuttle goes down. Lots of these units go down as well. Aven Hoki, this Nexus finally finishes, but there just isn't a lot of units to defend it. And I know for a fact Checkmeter's going to keep attacking it, because finally it's in a spot where attacking it over and over might do something. We see a Reaver being put at the top to help defend this from a weird angle. Goes right towards the Nexus it wants to kill, and the Reaver almost dying immediately. Aven Hoki really trying to make this Reaver play work. Loses another shuttle. Reaver's way in the back though, should be able to siege up and kill some of this stuff. We got some good Scarab connections that are cleaning this up, but now that we're pulling probes, like, we really gotta try to save this base. Finally gets through it, but we're doing the same situation. Lurker should die to this beforehand, but hey, look, here comes the Hydras. Alright, meanwhile, we got that 5th from the Zerg. It's established. We got the Naturals completely drained. The main's very close to doing the same fate. So we got this Hydra attack going into 3rd. Probes trying to run away and survive. Should not be able to do it though. And we're going to be able to take down this Nexus. Aven Hoki's mineral income super low. So on one base mining, that's it. And these, you already see these are already kind of being worn out pretty fast. But the question's gonna be, how is Avenhoki gonna establish another base so they can keep supporting this? Because you keep doing these, like, we're fighting, we're trading our units so aggressively into each other, but you have one base mining money. Zerg has 3. Well, soon to be 3. Like, that's about to mine out. So, like, at some point, this just won't be enough to get the job done. You need to establish another base, and Czech just keeps putting the pressure on into this one, not letting that one happen. Now we do see some lings moving across the map. Double shuttle being made. And lings trying to go up to here. There is a Reaver, plenty of cannons, so when them conga lining in, it's not going to be quite enough to really get the job done, it seems like. And Scarab duds. This base is going to be safe and sound. I think if you just don't even try to attack that one, make sure another one doesn't go up. Now we do have a shuttle with 2 Reavers heading down to do some harassment. Finally, we got Avenhoki trying to do some kind of move with some pressure. Now, let's see how this goes. Reaver being dropped. Drones being pulled off to the side. Don't group the drones. Oh no. Being pulled out of the base before they get all killed. So, a little unfortunate, but Reavers are in the base. Now, we do have this the Scourge chasing down. So, these Reavers just kind of be in the base, doing some harassment on these hatcheries. So shuts down a little bit, but here comes some mutas, and with no shuttle, these Reavers will just eventually die. I don't even know why he brought the Hydras, honestly. The mutas would have been cleanly enough to do it. We see Czech setting out this contain outside the natural just to stop the reduction being able to walk through. But finally we got an observer to help fight the detection with these lurkers. Frotoss moving forward with their army. Another very small time engagement between both players. They keep doing this and keep trading pretty evenly into each other. Finally, we got a couple meters to help out with this as well. And we're going to see how this goes. Both players just keep barreling through each other with attacks. And we see Czech like setting up for the attack on this suspected next base so quickly. Finally, this Corsair sees this Overlord and gets it out of here. So much vision's been there forever. We got a couple things here. We got a Reaver being moved around with the shuttle here. Sees a drone moving up near the north. But he's going to come down here to this base and see if we can get something done. There's like almost no drones here though, so not a ton to get done, but should be enough to get something done. Meanwhile, here comes all the units to come and defend it. And alright, that did it. That Reaver did it. One Scarab killed all the drones. Fantastic. Now we're going around for the next one. Sees that this base is mined out, maybe giving Frotoss a little bit of relief that Zerg is starting to come into a situation they are as well. But see, this is what I'm talking about. Look how low this base is getting on money. You need to establish another base really soon. Doing a little bit of drops here. Trying to take out the Spire before anything crazy happens. But here comes some Scourge. Oh no. And he's just gonna... Did he pick up the Reaver? This isn't gonna go well. Reaver does get dropped beforehand and gets more drone kills, so this is gonna be interesting how this plays out. And we do see like Zerg putting their units on the map, really trying to take position, trying to keep this contained up, but attacking with little tiny bits of units like this isn't the way you want to be doing it. Now, meanwhile, this Reaver's still here, 22 kills, no Scarabs anymore, but there's no like Zerg has almost no mining at this base. No drones mining at this base. And actually, yeah, this is the only mining base for Zerg now. Has more opportunities, but has to get drones there. Checkmate really keeps building units to, like, but needs to establish their own money ahead. They have all these little pockets of units everywhere, and they keep trying to drill through this forward section. So this game, definitely back and forth, lots of little engagements, probably like 25 of them, it feels like, at the front of this natural with like 12 Hydras versus 8 Dragoons and a Reaver. Who wins this time? Let's try it again for the 9th time. Finally, though, breaking through with no cannons, no Reavers, and just Dragoons. Finally breaking through to the front here, and we're going to make Lurkers to stop production really hard. Hydra's moving down to the bottom part. And let's see, do we get any more drones anywhere? Starting to remine there. Not this base over here, and this middle one getting nearing to mine out, but we got plenty of Hydras pushing in forward into Avenhoki's base. With the amount of money income they have, this is definitely rough. And there's the third mine out. Look how many pros are at this base. Holy crap.
That is unbelievable. And now there's not even enough money to build the Nexus. Aven finally has to check out that one. That game was probably really fun to play. It is definitely a fun watch as well. So that is checkmate or taking both. Oof. And that's our first win for Puck Frotoss. Sweet deal. So we're going to switch that up. And we're going to be switching into our next tier 2 set. Okay. Thinking we might be able to get that co-caster in here a little earlier than planned. Whenever it's available, that's what we're going to be doing. Until then, you guys are stuck with me. But that's okay, we're having a good time here. And speaking of a good time, you know what matchup's a good time? Zerg versus Terran. That's what we got coming up next. Alright, so we are moving into our next tier 2 game. We got Holden X Little P. Oh my god, these freaking names. Alright, so we got Holden versus J Leo. X Little P. What the whatever. I think who is that? I've heard them on my alternative station on XM radio. Like if there's like one song, it's like someone with Little Peep. It just with a name like that, I assumed it was a rapper, but I guess maybe it's not, or maybe they just collabed on one song. I don't know. You can look it up on YouTube if you're curious. I remember it being not terrible, but Holden all about it, I guess. J Leo I've played before. I think I played them in the preseason this year actually. Definitely worthy of being in tier 2. So excited to see what strategies these guys bring out this time. Now we don't see anything too crazy. We got cross positions on Circuit Breaker, so I'm expecting a hatch first, and that'll go quite well. We don't have a wall off coming from our Terran player, nothing at the ramp or to wall off the natural at all. Just make sure that depot gets done on time without having to move a bunch of SCVs around. We have the Overlord nearing completion, obviously not starting their spawning pool yet, so I think 12 hatchery is the future for our Zerg player, unless they do something a little extra wild. We only have 2 drones in production, so there's the third. Okay. I was like, oh man, maybe it is something extra wild. That would have been fun if it was like 11 hatch. Then I have to think about why you do 11 over 12, but nope. Standards are standards for a reason. Whenever you see something like that, it's like, well, they've been doing it that way for a decade. Probably for a good reason. I'm sure it's not like people are not gonna be the first one to be like, but you could do it at 11. Isn't that better? Do it faster. It's better. While the barracks still in production, we do see that refinery going down, so some kind of factory play of. So let's see, is it a 1-1-1 like we saw from Y earlier, or is this like the time you would get the refinery for that kind of Goliath build? Let's see where they're going from here. Do they keep guys in the gas or all that kind of stuff? Let's see. Now Holden, getting lucky, does the cross scan or cross scout just to make sure there's no procs or anything goofy, and actually immediately finds his opponent. And we got from the SCV doing the same thing. I don't know why you would cross scout for a Zerg player as Terran, but okay. It works out, so you know what, that's fine. Spawning pool nearing completion, got guys in the gas now. Seeing that it is guys in the gas before that third hatchery is a little different than what we've seen earlier today. And we got the factory on the way. We're not even making that many Marines though, just the one to get this drone out of here, but not committing to it at all. And you see that we really reduced the number of SCVs in the factory. I believe this is one of those signs that it might be that Goliath build that we want to really get the minerals going so we can get that first expansion up as soon as we can. And then you put guys back in, and then you can go into like armory, Goliaths, and all that kind of stuff. Don't remember all the details. I think so. If I'm wrong, you know what? I'm a Frotoss player. I'm trying my best. We do see 2 very early creep colonies, so really respecting the vulture potential and make sure they don't run through and get anything done. And actually, adding the 2 is really respecting it, because if you saw just the 1, the vulture runs through, takes a couple shots, gets through. With 2 of them, it should die on the ramp before it gets out of vision. Now we got that command center on the way, starting in production. We got that first vulture in production as well. And a starport on the way as well, so maybe it is going to be some kind of 1-1-1. I'm not 100% sure. Starting that starport and a machine shop, so just want to get that first vulture out, see if we can get some harassment done. But the Zerg player way ahead of Terran with these sunken colonies. So that SCV ever tries to leave, he's going to feel really sad. Now we got Lair being morphed in. We still only see 2 hatcheries. Yeah, and a Hydralisk den, so 2 hatch lurker? Interesting. Definitely interesting. I like this kind of stuff. This is weird, but it's admitting I want to be aggressive. I gotta do something early, because if he's doing a build like this, the weakness is no detection. That's what I'm pegging at the weakness to be, and we're gonna go for it. Spider Mine's being the first thing resource though, so while it's not actual detection, it can do the job. Remember what we saw earlier. We had Terran go 1-1-1. We saw the other person do a lurker rush to punish it and broke the crap out of the front and totally won the game almost immediately. So let's see how this one goes. We have we're repairing a couple of the vultures. I actually really like that kind of stuff right now. When you have so few units, all of them are valuable. Meanwhile, we got the Overlord moving through. With the Wraith being on the way though, we'll see if it catches the Overlord, slows things down for the Zerg a little bit. Lurker aspect about halfway done. We still haven't started a 3rd hatchery. In fact, just making a little more defense, just to make sure that if we do this lurker play, there's a chance it's okay. And we got some Hydras in production. With Spider Mine's done for the vultures now. We're going to be working towards speed next. And here comes the Wraith across the map to see what's going on. And it's going to run right into one of these Overlords. Meanwhile, we're going to keep adding in some vultures, so see where this goes from here. Where we're adding on engineering bay, refinery, so we're gonna have plenty of detection to deal with these lurkers. Not gonna be able to hit quite in time to do anything critical, because as you can see, the Hydras aren't made and are not out on the map. So these vultures start mining around and control these bridges in particular. It's gonna be hard for the Hydras to get even near the Terran base and really start get some stuff done as lurkers, punishing the detection. Meanwhile, science facility on the way. We already have the control tower there, so we'll be able to start working our way into science vessels as soon as we want. And let's see where we're adding on. We're adding on more barracks, so just using the vultures early to get us through. We're going to be going back into bio a little bit later. Dropship on the way. That's going to do very big damage. We have a couple Hydras here, but no actually, this is a kind of position in a way that it might be good to stop a drop of vultures, but I think only 3 Hydras isn't quite enough to do that. I think it doesn't kill the dropship before it can get away from the Hydras, especially since Hydras, they're not terribly fast. We're working on our upgraded infantry weapons, adding on a bunch more barracks, still going up to 3 now, and Academy on the way with a radiate, so I like this. This is a cool little build. Getting the vultures for the map control early, pin the Zerg back. He sees no 3rd base yet, so we're still working on 2 base Zerg and 2 base Zerg with no hatcheries. 2 hatchery 2 base Zerg. This is whatever units he's building are so critically important. And you can see like there's no drones mining here. There's no drones mining here. Whatever attack the Zerg player does is going to be so all in, because it's just knocking out the economics to back it up. And we see the dropship found a spot in here. 4 vultures getting into the main. There is nothing back here to defend it other than 1 lurker that's not even burrowed. And the dropship getting right out. It's just going to see how fast does the Zerg react. Drones pop out. They're being rallied forward. The ones mining no reaction at all. They're all going to die. Lurker does get burrowed, but these vultures can get out of the way of something like that without too much issue. And we can see the vultures, they're moving around. 2 vultures left, going to try to run out, but there's plenty of Sunkens here. They're not long for this world. Barely doesn't get behind the mineral line to keep putting pressure on. We see slightly starting to move out a little bit for the Zerg, but that hurts so badly. With your build already being so low economy, now you have no drones there, and you have, like, what, 10, including the ones on gas? This is brutal for our Zerg player. And he moves out to try to take a third base. Doesn't really have map control, but moving out. But we can see we got the infantry upgrade going down soon. Stims nearing completion. Really starting to add Marines through 5 barracks of production. And siege tanks on the way as well. This is, whenever this push comes out for a Terran player, it probably be very brutal to deal with, because when you're at 9 minutes and your supply is still this low for Zerg, this is gonna be a rough one. You even see, like, we still have slow Hydras. Like, we don't even have the upgrades for them to really be effective units. They're literally just meant to be lurkers. So, meanwhile, we're starting to build up that army. We're even making in vultures again, just to make sure we have mines available, make sure we have some scouting information available from how fast they are. But here come a couple lurkers at the front, see if they can get some damage done. One spider mine, though, makes a good connect. One lurker, very, very bruised. The vulture tries to shoot it to finish the job, doesn't quite do enough, but it's going to slow things down. And we even see with the overlords here, spider-mines are just going to slow it down, but we got siege tanks being made. Siege mode is complete, and a radius been complete for a while. We got enough energy for one, so we can really start slowing this down. But this is still a lot of lurkers. Lurkers gonna have to either retreat now or run forward and try to take the fight. But with this many Marines, don't take the fight. And we see a stem moving forward. Lurker starting to burrow, see if they can bait the Terran into something. They're not biting into it though. Not gonna run across the bridges again into lurkers. That's a terrible idea. Meanwhile, we got one vulture over here. Didn't have any kills, no drones here yet, but makes some hydras. Though sees the third base available, didn't shut down the mining on anything yet. Looks like the larva being spent for was just for hydras immediately. We're starting to add in some more drones back in, but still very low eco for our Zerg player. Moving into hive as well, so I'm guessing that means defilers, right? If you're building hydras and lurkers and your opponent's going a ton of marine stuff, like, you gotta go into defilers and dark swarm. Otherwise, whenever they push out here, you die on the spot, right? So we're gonna see if Holden can sway this attack from happening. There's not even enough lurkers that he could just walk across this map. Nothing would be able to stop it. We see one of the lurkers get irradiated, so that will slowly put them in a really bad spot. We get another lurker being irradiated. It's burrowed. So much detection available, and we got just marines everywhere. Problem being, if he has all this detection available for these, even if they're like he doesn't have the irradiates, he has enough just to muscle through, or he could take it slow with the tanks. Decide to muscle through, pounces, and kills all the lurkers without any concern at all. And this is a very scary army. If you look back at home, we got a couple sunkens, no lurkers. Lurkers being morphed here, but ain't going to be enough to stop siege. Defiler mound just being started. We're far away from having defilers and consume and dark swarm. So whatever base the Terran goes for is going to probably fall without too much problem. Now the problem being, which one do you go for? We see J-Lo scanning around, sees nothing up here, making sure he doesn't have any other mates, making sure if he's going to attack, he's attacking where it's going to really hurt, which is the natural, and I think that's going to work out just fine. Plenty of Marines, so it's not like Scourge are going to come out and stop this anytime soon. Got the Adrenaline upgrade for the legs on the way, and the Defiler I'm about to finish completion, but right now I think you got to save all the money you can. I don't think you can afford something like that, because you're slowly just bleeding out lurkers, and now with tanks being sieged, you don't have units that can move forward and try to stop this. Like, you got a couple hydras here, but they're so far away, and they're still, I'm pretty sure they're still slow hydras as well, so they're never going to get there in time. Now we see the siege moving forward, we're going to go to the hydra then, and it looks like the Zerg going to try to position in a way that cuts off the reinforcement more than anything else, but I don't know how Zerg gets enough units to actually defend this. It seems like a slow stranglehold Terran's got in this game. Started to build up a couple drones here and there, but still just so little money. He sees the Defiler mount is there, and so he has these side systems moving forward. They just want to find a Defiler. They found it. That's rough. Rough time. Looks like the Hydrogen about to go down. The only power unit this Zerg has right now is Lurkers, and he just lost the ability to make Hydras to make more. So we got one Defiler back here. Consume about to finish, so this will give him enough for that Dark Swarm, but there's so little units here, and he's like he like just ate 100% of his legs to get that Dark Swarm off. So it's gonna slow down the push a bit, but still so much damage going down for here. We just see Terran units streaming in. We got this slow little group of stuff moving through the back, but Not going to get there in time. Holden tapping out of this game. J. Leo looked like he had full control the entire way. So, we'll see how game 2 goes for our players instead. Moving into game 2 between J. Leo and Holden. See how this one goes instead. Really got to see more units being produced. Or like drones, like there's just nothing. Holden staying on 2 hatch forever. Just trying to get some tech and use that to an advantage. It just couldn't really get anything done with it. It's unfortunate to see. It's like watching a small little train wreck. Just a rough one. Oh, we got J. Leo over on the left side of Whiteout. We got Holden in the purple in the top right. And we'll see what our players elect for this time. I think J. Leo, the build they did was actually pretty reasonable for doing like a 1-1-1 style or anything like that. It seemed like they had a good plan to just put a little pressure on with the Vultures, found that Wraith to try to get some stuff done. Got good scouting info was going on and made sure that Zerg didn't have a third base, and then went to that nice strong mid-game push with all the Terran units. So I think if he does the same thing again, I don't have any problems with it. Although if Holden just wants to do this weird techie kind of rush play, just anything aggressive is going to do so much damage. Like you saw from him, he blinded 2 Sunken so early just to stop the Vulture. So we'll have to see how that goes. Let's see where we're going here. We got the SUV going out to scout, and we're starting the barracks at the front. Gotta keep an eye for that refinery timing. It looks like Holden going to be doing the hatchery first. It seems like they're banking up money for that. We got that first Overlord going to nearly approach that Terran base, so he'll get a good idea of what he's up against. Still haven't hit that time. I think about halfway through the barracks is when you start the refinery, so haven't seen that choice from our Terran player just yet either way. Meanwhile, Holden is choosing to build a hatchery. Hopefully not 100% of his hatcheries this game, but you never know. And we're starting another supply depot. Still haven't started that gas yet, so it does look like we are doing a little bit of a different play from J. Leo. Now we're starting a spawning pool. See if we're going to get that third hatch, or if we're going to rush into gas again this time to do whatever cute play Holden wants to try again. And right now, just gear it up for what should be an exciting mid-game, especially if the players are going to be moving around with ground units and stuff like they did in Game 1. Having to deal with the whiteout trees might make it a lot more complicated for both of them. Now I do see the hatchery being there, and there's a drone was just hanging out there, right? Did you like bring out 2 to stop a block and then just didn't retreat the other one? I don't know. We see a very early command center, so we're doing a gas expand from our Terran. Has a couple Marines. It's going to stop the scout from going, but even just seeing command center on low ground this early tells you a lot of information about what you need. And this Overlord, not even going into the main, doesn't want to risk losing it to the Marines. SCV getting in the main for Zerg. Still sees no third hatchery, but it sees that early gas. And we're going to have to see when Lings get made and if they can force this SUV out. Right now we have 1 set of Lings on the way, just enough to stop the scout. Doesn't want to use any more. Adding on more just as I say that to make me look bad. I appreciate that, Holden. You're a fantastic person to be doing that kind of stuff to me. Meanwhile, we got a second barracks on the way. Looks like J. Leo wants to put the aggression on a little earlier this time. See if they're going to go for some kind of early timing or just get a couple some Marines for defense. I'm used to seeing this kind of stuff where like they're getting the gas now, they're going to start building units, get the stim, and then try to attack, see if the Zerg is under or over defended. I also like just making sure you can get your upgrades up soon, because if you're Terran, you still haven't seen a third hatchery, and you're seeing lair now, it's either going to be mutas or mutas or lurkers, but you need something to defend that. This has to be staying around for quite a while to get some work done here. Now we're seeing a pretty decent amount of lings here, right? We're seeing, what was that, 9? 10? So, like, we're definitely overbuilding lings a little bit for Holden, so maybe thinking he can run forward and break this down. I'm actually surprised J-Lo didn't build a bunker at all. He's being chased around by the lings, but some of them being hidden by Holden, so maybe not fully aware of how big this threat might be moving forward. But we do have some slow lings on the way. Zerg speed about to finish. Finds an SCV that moved out again that wanted to see if there was a third base. And this SCV is going to really see how many lings are on the way. This is unfortunate for Holden, but J. Leo maybe not noticing. Hasn't like emergency started a bunker or anything, but there's plenty of Marines here. See if these speed lights can get the job done. Really focusing down for that supply depot. That will not supply to block J. Leo. We get close though. And these Marines really melting through a lot of these lings. Just a really poor engagement choice from Holden, and J. Leo gonna get an easy one on that one. If you're committing that much to attack and it does so little, like there's... I understand why Holden's hopping out of that one quite quickly. Alright, so that is J. Leo taking another one for MCMS. That's okay though. I like nice decisive wins from our Terran player there, I think. Showing improvement throughout the league. Always good to see when people, like, as they keep playing, they just get into a better groove of what they're doing, trying to improve, maybe get to tier 1 sometime soon. Oh, we got our next one going down with Mr. Quad. I've casted him plenty of times. I like his style. He does weird stuff sometimes. So, we'll see if he does weird stuff again. Okay, give me 1 second. I think after this game I will have my co-caster Deathstar. He's a Terran player from Team Dragon, and he can give me a little more insight on this since we're starting to fall into a let's have a lot of Terran games. So he can help me out, keep things a little more interesting. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me drone on and on by myself. But till then, you're going to keep dealing with it. We got Quad. He's our Zerg player in the top left. We got Zeno Akup. Zeno. I'm going to go with Zeno. He's in our top right. Every time I see weird names like this, I'm like, I'm not saying Zeno Akup a million times. I need to figure out what I'm going to call you, and I try to decide really early, so that way you know what's going on later. So, let's see what our guys do from here. If this is like a coach build, like what Jay Lee was doing, and Zeno does a similar thing, I can easily see a similar result. Those builds both looked pretty well executed and strong, so we'll have to see if that's a personal style or is MCMS one of those teams where it's like all the Terrans do this build in this matchup. So we'll have to see where we're going from here. Overlord before, like no 9 pull or anything crazy from Quad. Yeah, I've seen him do some interesting and fun stuff, but not cheesy early stuff. It's like maybe a faster high for quick ultras, or I'm taking a 4th base faster than normal. So when we get to the mid game and Quad really gets going, then I'll be excited to see what he does. Zeno, I think I casted before. I remember the name, but I don't remember any particular details, unfortunately. But you know what? That means it's just going to be a surprise to everybody. I can join you guys. We can enjoy our fun Terran players because we're having so many of them, and Terran's such a balanced race. But it's okay. Alright, so we got that hatch going down for our Zerg player. We'll see if he's adding on more drones, or it looks like he's saving up for that 11 spawning pool, unlike what we saw in some of the other games, that the player trying to sneak out a couple more drones and then add on their spawning pool. SCV scouting that it was a hatchery first. I'm going to be able to go in and see the spawning pool about halfway done. No gas yet, no third hatchery started, so want to really keep that SCV alive and see that first big choice. What is the Zerg going to do? Go for bigger economy or go for like a faster tech kind of play? Quad scattered across the map looking for that proxy. Doesn't find his opponent, but since he sent the Overlord down, knows exactly which direction to go. Still no big decision yet from Quad between that extra hatchery or the extra. Well, never mind. Again, the moment you start saying it, that's like the anti-caster curse. You know how caster says like, "There's no way he can lose this," and then somehow it happens, or like something like that. I think there's something else where it's like, the moment you make it's like a moderately cold take. It's not even like, he has to make a choice and he hasn't made it yet. The moment you start talking about it, they'll make it and make you look really dumb. Like, these are the times I really hope there's not like a 5-second audio delay where it's just like, oh man. But that's okay. We got Zeno going for a gas to expand himself. Command center on the low ground, just keeps up the marine production. Hasn't started gas or anything yet, so I'm expecting to see something very similar to what we saw from J. Leo last game, where they get maybe another barracks, they can start a bunker at the front. There's that second barracks now. Now this time we do have 3 hatcheries, and haven't started a lair yet for Quad, just got to 100 gas now, and does choose to go for lair instead of Zergling speed. Not sure if the SCV was still in the main to see that though, but I figure you can make that assumption that if you see 3 hatch, you're going to see something soon. SCV going back in, should be able to see and get an idea, and there we see the lair on the way, and here's some Marines moving out across the map to be annoying as hell. I love it. This is such an awesome move. Like, attacking with a little bit of stuff at just the weirdest kind of time, kills off a couple of links. Now you see Quad's gonna have to make some links to be able to defend this. He's even making a creep colony at the front, making 2. Sunken's gonna be a little bit far away, but needs to stay alive. They can't take too much damage from this little poke here. Right now we got 5 Marines versus the 2 Zerglings, and we'll see if the Marines are gonna start focusing down. Sunken about half health, the other one gonna morph, but these Lings trying to buy time. When are they gonna engage? The Marines kiting around, not getting surrounded by there, but the Sunken finishes and the Marines have to get out. Finishes at 2 health left, because when you are building a Sunken and it finishes, it loses 100 health. Because the max health of a Sunken is less than a creep colony. So you do the damage, it goes through. It won't die, but it'll go down to 1. So if he had one guy just stay on it, and then when it finished, it would die for the next shot. But didn't quite do that. Loses the Marines. It wasn't like a heavy investment or anything. He does have 2 barracks to produce stuff, so he already has some stuff back at home. But we see a good amount of Lings trying to counterattack, up to 7 now. Bunker just finishes. So if you get some Marines in there, these Lings shouldn't be able to get anything significantly done. Now, meanwhile, we do see a Spire on the way for the Zerg player. We got Stimpack on the way for our Terran, so both players going into a mid-game that seems pretty familiar. We're going to have Marine Medic versus Muta. Lings getting into the base and managing to get a little pressure on these SCVs, and also get a good scout of what's going on. Sees the Academy researching, sees an eBay made, and sees a 3rd barracks being added on. Let's see, what does Quad do with that kind of information? Well, he's adding on the Spire. He has 3 hatcheries. Has plenty of supply to make mutas, and looks like he's just going to start banking up money and gas so he can do that. Unfortunately, with the early harassment, having to invest in some of this stuff, doesn't look like he's going to have quite the money they would normally want for this big muta explosion, but should be able to build a decent amount of them. Actually added on a couple Lings as well, rather than just really saving for the mutas. And this could actually be pretty dangerous if he has these Lings off to the side a little bit and Terran tries to push out. This 6 Lings could fight reinforcements really easily. So, meanwhile, we got 6 moves on the way, plenty of gas for more, so it looks like we'll probably move up to 7 or 8. And Stimpack finished, we're working on the Marine range now, and we're building some turrets. This placement's a little bit weird to me. I'd rather build it like more in the mineral lines. I think you could actually get through here and be completely fine. This one is covering the production, which is always nice. And we got some turrets moving around here, so just building enough turrets to really respect the muted damage that could be coming out very soon. Meanwhile, I don't see a drones moving out to start a 3rd base, so we're we're gonna make these mutas, see what we get done with them, and then move from there. Zeno going into 5 racks +1, like that kind of super fun build, and building that 3rd command center. But this is kind of far away from the turret, so if the mutas find this, they should be able to stop that almost immediately. Mutas grouping up together, moving towards that natural, see how much harassment they can get done. Second gas is being added on. Plenty of Marines here moving out towards the front, towards the bridges. The Lynx are going to see it. What do the mutas do now? It looks like they're coming in, seeing if they can defend, but the Marines don't want to keep going. We have plenty of mutas here that can start taking down turrets quite quickly if they want to. Instead, we're going to show our nice little harassment and do some good micro, picking off a couple of Marines here and there, whatever you can get done. We're starting that factory, so that's really just going to be on the way, I think, so you can get that science vessel as soon as you can. Start working on irradiates. I don't expect this to like get a machine shop and become tanks or anything. Now, we got plenty of mutas here. Has to be careful. We still have plenty of stim Marines, but I heard 2 stims, so some of them you can see very low health. They can die to these muta swipes very, very quickly. You need to be careful on doing that kind of stuff. Overstimming Marines when you're trying to defend mutas is one of the easiest ways to lose the fight before you really think about it. Now we're up to 11 mutas, and we're adding on some hydras that move across the map. So we got that next base setting up for quad. He's gonna move hydra so he has lurkers to defend the ramp for it. Lurker almost being completed here, and we're starting hive as well. So lots of by the book stuff from quad going through and getting himself into a nice solid mid game. Meanwhile, kills all the turrets in the back and getting some pretty good harassment on these Marines, because only a couple of them are trying to go through behind the mineral line. Gets plenty of damage done here to start whittling down his force, and not like he really got too many of them too hurt doing so. Meanwhile, I do see Zeno with that 3rd, but it has to be lifted. Don't know if is there a Ling over there or something? It doesn't seem like there's a Ling or anything. Meanwhile, still have full power of all the mutas. Finally loses 1. Turret finishes and finally has to get out of there. Has 8 of them, some of them a little bit bruised, but did a lot of damage. Good amount of SCV kills, good amount of Marine kills, so keep shutting this down. We did actually get them add-on, and we're getting some siege tanks as well, and now we're adding on science facility. I thought we were going to be going for just into like a full SK Terran, but siege tanks are really good, and then it seems like our Terran player agrees. Finally landing this command center, thinking that he has a little more control about things after finally defending this muta push, but you can see some hydras moving onto the map. If he gets a couple lurkers at these bridges or something, this could be pretty dangerous. Meanwhile, we got Nidus Canal being built. Always a good idea if you have stuff in 2 different mains, so you can actually reinforce one to the other. The fodder mount in production as well as adrenalings. So really just keeps buying time. It's being super annoying. Wants the Terran to stay back and actually defend this. And you can see, like, he's done significant SCV damage to this base, so this is super unfortunate for Zeno. And there's still nothing over here at this 3rd. The thing's landed, but it's not, like, making anything. Still not even making SCVs, though, so it's not. He has a base, but it's not doing anything. But here comes the Terran push out. Plenty of stuff here. And while the mutas are back here being annoying, there is no units on this map to fight this crap. You got a group of hydras getting caught out, none of them lurkers, so this is super dangerous now. Quad has to be very careful about how he proceeds from here. Mutas keep chasing in and trying to get some damage done, finally pulling back a little bit. 6 and they're pretty bruised, but this is a force. This is going to be dangerous. Now, we do see Consume on the way, but not finishing anytime soon. We got the Greater Spire too, so it looks like Quad wants to go into Guardians to keep harassing his base down, but he needs to not die right here is the problem. And he's not going to have a Dark Swarm available to help him. He doesn't have units here to help him. He has 2 Sunkens, and one of them's at half health. Like, this isn't enough. So a couple Hydras pop. No Lurkers, though. 1 Lurker egg right here being morphed, but these Marines are going to mow through that before it spawns. No problem at all. Another creep colony being made. Now we got siege tanks helping back up this. This is going to be super rough now. Quad had good position moving forward, but Terran just kept holding on. When they pushed out, it was enough. Quad just a little too invested in the muta micro, maybe. Okay, so I believe My co-caster is home and ready, so we're going to take a quick break while we set that up, and then we're going to get going into Game 2 of this series. So just hang tight for 1 second, guys. Okay, waiting for my boy to join the call. So, just gonna be setting things up for a minute.
Hello?
Hello? Is he here? Is that him?
That's me. I'm here.
Fantastic. I'm surprised you're available so early.
Me too. Trust me. I'm more than happy to be available early.
Well, that's fantastic.
The little ones didn't have a nap today, so they went down early. So you gotta love the little things in life.
Well, I mean, whatever works, right?
All right.
So, we're right in between a set of games, but the viewers just heard another random voice hop in. Who are you? Introduce yourself while I set things up.
I think some of you guys might have heard me before. I've casted with. I still can't say your name. How do I say your name? What do I call you?
Saetzero or Barum. You pick one. I don't care which one. It doesn't matter.
All right. I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna say Saetzero because I can say that one.
Sure.
So I've casted a couple games with Saetzero before. I'm Deathstar. I'm from Team Drag. I'm a tier 2 Terran player. My second season in CPL. Second time ever casting any Starcraft.
Okay. Well, awesome. Glad you can join me. We're about halfway through Tier 2 right now, and we're in the middle of a ZBT, so you can definitely give your insight on the Terran side of this, because, I mean, it's Puck Frotoss. There's no Frotoss players.
Love it.
You love it?
I was rooting for this team the whole season.
You're the worst kind of person. The worst. But that's okay. You're going to make up for it with good commentary, I'm sure.
How have the games been so far?
Some were good, but a lot of nice early aggression. Someone usually executing whatever their plan is. Definitely, there's been a few cool strategies, but
Any standout players?
Jay Leo's games, he did well with those that he won. That's a Terran player, and then in Tier 1, Ashen Knight executed their stuff pretty good.
Cool.
So, I got the game up for Game 2, and like I said, we got ZVT going on. The first game was, what was it? It was 3-hatch Muta, and the Muta harass did a lot of damage, but it was a 5 racks plus 1. And it was just too focused on Muta harass, so when the Terran finally pushed out, there was nothing to defend it. Hit like 30 seconds before Defilers would have been able to help.
Oh, gotcha.
But that's okay. We're going to be going into this game on Whiteout. This is the quarterfinal, so the map pool was Circuit Breakers, then Whiteout, and then Cross Game if we get into a Game 3.
Cool. I remember this map pool. This was my favorite map pool. These are all my favorite maps.
The worst. God, you're the worst kind of player.
Nobody really liked Whiteout, but I thought it was a fun map.
Well, Snipe liked it, and I didn't want to slip him Benjamins to change his mind, so. But we're going to introduce our players. We got Quad up in the top right. He's our yellow Zerg. And we got Zeno Akup in the bottom middle with that beigey tan, whatever color that is. So, I've casted a good amount of games with Quad, and he does a lot of interesting stuff. Like that game that I was just talking about. He did a 3-hatch Muta, And like he was going into Defilers, consuming research, but also getting a Greater Spire, so the mutas he had were gonna Guardian Siege, the natural.
Like it.
Zeno looked like he played super by the book and won when he pushed. So,
Did he open 2 racks or
Gaslix expand.
Gases expand into 1 racks and then into a second racks?
Yeah.
And then right into, obviously added 3 more racks soon after.
Yeah, it went up to 5 racks, added on Machine Shop, and was working towards Science Vessels.
I have played against Quad before. I actually played against him in my CPL match when we played Frotoss. I don't know really anything about Xeno Coop. I actually have never seen him play before, so I'm curious.
Well, he endorsed himself in the chat saying he's good, so good enough for me.
All right, I like it. Gotta have confidence in this game.
Absolutely. Nothing weird happening
Maybe that's
yet.
my problem.
That's your No, shut up. I heard you talking throughout the thing, and almost everyone voted for you for most improved on our team. No confidence. Don't be Anthem. We can't have 2 Anthems in a team.
You know, I never understood what happened with Anthem. All I ever saw was he was always beating up on himself. I never understood why, but...
I don't know why either. It's like he wins games like I'm fucking terrible. I'm like, what?
That's sad.
That's alright.
It looks like drones are gonna bump into each other. They said hi to each other, gave a little high five.
Well, they ran off into the forest away from the public eye to smooch.
They did. They did. They ran into the forest, and I don't know what they were doing. They were face to face for a while in there.
I mean, something about bugs are kind of cute, right? I can just turn on the Carbot skin right now, and then we can really see how cute it is.
I don't know. I think your viewers might like that.
I don't think so. Apparently, I'm the only one that likes the Carbot skin at all.
Oh, really? I haven't really paid too much attention to it. So it looks like he got a good scout here with the drone. He sees that it's a 1 racks expand. He's trying. Good job blocking the SCV here.
Yeah. It is gonna go down pretty fast. It looks like we have 3 hatch before gas as well.
Yeah, it looks like Xeno is gonna come in here. I don't think he's seen the gas. Ooh.
Well, I can't believe that the drone got out.
Oh, did it?
Damn. That feels
He's
bad.
gonna link up with the SCV in the woods. Hey, where are you? We were supposed to meet back here. No, the SCV's still hanging out in the Zerg base.
That's so ridiculous. Let's see where we're going from here. Don't see a gas yet or anything. I'm expecting to see a second Rax added on for the Terran soon, right?
Yeah, he should be. He actually, well, if he's doing he hasn't taken a gas either, so I'm not actually sure what this is. If he was gonna go for a 2 racks push, you usually build your second racks by about 21 supply, and if he was gonna go for a 5 racks, you normally take your gas a little earlier and get an eBay a little sooner, and you start upgrading your +1. So
I think
not exactly sure what this.
I mean, so I've seen this J Leo played similarly. I think they were adding on 2 racks so they don't have to build a bunker. Is kind of it, and then the first game Zeno actually moved out with these like 5 Marines right now and forces a couple Sunkens, forces a couple more Lings. Just throws things off a little bit, and looks like he's doing the same thing right now.
I always admire Terrans that can do this, like even pros. Like, I don't know how they know that they can do this and not lose all their Marines. I like this. It really forces Zerg to do something, but I'm always terrified to do it because if they make like 6 Lings, then you lose all your Marines, and
well, I
it
mean,
kinda goes downhill a little bit.
I mean, so the last game when this happened, a couple Lings did catch it out, but they caught it in transit, so they kind of Congoed lined into it. But this is where it happened last time. The Marines got here in time to actually try to fight the Sunkens that were morphing, and he had them fighting, and then the Lings tried to engage. They had to stop shooting, but the Sunken finished and went down to 1 health because it had less than 100. But no one was still shooting it to kill it on the spot, so that was enough to repel it.
Well, good on Quad here by adapting a little bit and getting that Sunken a little earlier. Obviously, those Marines did nothing.
Well, this is like the first game he got 2 Sunkens a little later. So he just did the 1 now. So yeah, good adaptation between the 2 games. I can't understand people that can do that so fast. Like, oh, I'm just gonna do this little tweak, just this tiny little tweak, and it looks so much better. That stuff's unbelievable to me. But we got Quad. He's got 3 hatcheries. He's got his Spire on the way, and He's got 2 things mining gas. I believe is going to be a nice little group of 9 mutas to put the pressure on. His micro looked really good last game, so I'm not surprised he's trying to do it again.
Yeah, actually, I remember playing against Quad, and he has great muta control. He really does. Looks like we're gonna. I think we should be adding 2 more racks here any moment for the Terran. He's going. He's got 3, almost done. He should be adding his second 2 more here in a minute.
Yeah, I think this happened the other game as well, where it went up to 3. There was a tiny delay before the other ones, but it does go up to 5. It would definitely be interesting though if it was like staying on a couple just to hit some kind of timing before the mutas spawn and push forward, because there's only the 2 sunkers at the front now. There's no lings outside the natural, so Quad really kind of just hoping Xeno doesn't attack.
Yeah.
But we do see Quad taking a 3rd base over on the side, trying to put claim on that 2nd main. Always like seeing that kind of stuff. Definitely feels earlier than it did last time, because he tried to take that main like after lurkers to defend a ramp on CB, and he went into Hive to have the Nidus connect them. So this is a lot more of aggressive move out with the drone than it was the other time. Although it looks like he's just hiding it.
Mutas are a little bit away here, and good on Xeno. He's already got turrets up in his natural, his main. Hope he gets some turrets up in his main near his mineral line.
Yeah, there's nothing actually near the minerals. But he does have the one. One thing I always look for is like, did someone get a turret near their production? And so whenever you can get that done, because so many people forget that, and mutas love seeing that kind of crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, we got the mutas on the map now. Lurker just being researched. We got plenty of the upgrades for the infantry, but they're not quite done yet. Has stim, but doesn't have the range or the +1 yet. So
yeah, range should be close. Yeah, we got range about 20 seconds away maybe. So good on Xeno here. He's got good defense in his nat. I don't think his mutas are gonna be able to do much here. Maybe if he goes over to the main. Oh, great placement of the turrets in the main now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Quad just keeps trying to harass into this natural, but Xeno being a good guy, repairing his turrets without too much issue. Quad does take that 3rd base finally off to the side. Finally starts it once Lurker's in production. And he has the Queen's List on the way, so Hive will be not too far away.
Yeah, I feel like Zerg's looking great here. I'm a little bit worried for Xeno right here. I feel like he should have his 5 racks a little bit earlier. You can look at his racks, and he's got multiple Marines queued up, and he's already banking some money. He needs to be getting 5 racks down.
He's got the machine shop on the way as well. It's also a starport, so going to be working towards that science vessel and some tanks. So he's looking like he's in a pretty good spot. This is exactly how the game last time looked. Quad was in a good spot, harassing mutas, and then just kept harassing too long. Yeah.
Looks like he's got some Hydras over at his 3rd here. Should be morphing those to lurkers momentarily, and if he does that, that 3rd will not be broken by anything that Xeno has for a while, until he gets some tanks or some vessels out. Yeah, 3 lurkers on a ramp. Ain't making it up there.
Yeah, but I mean, science, we just got the starport finished, so I'm expecting a science facility to go really soon. I actually got a 2nd starport?
Yeah, definitely. When you do 5 racks, you always drop 2 starports. You should immediately finish your factory, 2 starport, right into science vessels. So, good on him.
Just for the vessel production?
Yeah, you definitely, because you have so much gas when you're just going bio, you can totally afford to go dual vessels, just non-stop.
We got those lurkers over at that 3rd base. They're not burrowed yet, but there's also no drones there quite yet. But he's in a good spot for Hive nearing completion, so if it's anything like the last game, I'm expecting to see Defiler and Nidus Canal almost immediately. But definitely a little late on the gas for Quad, so gotta be careful.
Yeah, on that 3rd.
Now here's that move out from Xeno. See how this one goes. Quad still just being annoying with the mutas, trying to stop reinforcements. Really just wants to make this attack not happen as long as he can. And this is exactly what happened last game, though. Whenever Xeno goes, you know what, screw it, I'm attacking anyway, and then just broke Quad right in half.
Yeah. He does have quite a few lurkers, and he's got a couple sunkens. Looks like he's going to throw another one down right now at his nat. Oh, that's a Nidus.
Yeah, it does seem like
I don't think he
Xeno
should be
waited.
broken by Terran, but you never know with the fight between Marines and Lurkers.
Well, I think Xeno was waiting because he has the first tank and siege mode is completed.
Gotcha.
So I think that's what he was waiting for, so he can put the pressure on these lurkers without having to wait too long. But I don't see a science vessel with this, so he won't have the detection for that.
Right. We are a long way off from Defiler, so we'll see if Quad can hang on here. I hope he does.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Those got the Scourge ready for when the science vessel does come.
I mean, this
Second
is
tank coming up here.
Yeah, Scourge are going to be quite challenged to actually get this done, though. This is a giant field of Marines, so it'd be easy to shoot down Scourge.
Looking at Terran's scanners, it looks like he's only got about 2 scans left here before he's going to have to start waiting on energy. So hopefully he makes good use of them.
Yeah, we also see the Terran down at the bottom moving out towards that third. I don't think that force is going to be enough to go up the lurkers, but he's trying to keep the Zerg player honest here, make sure he's defending everything.
Looks like Consume is about halfway done. Now, I don't know if Xeno did this on purpose, but he's targeting the Sunken here. I don't know if that was a good call. Okay, there he goes. He's hitting the lurkers when he scans. Okay, maybe that's what happened. Maybe he just lost vision of him.
Yeah, seems possible. Xeno sent one Marine up that ramp at the third, saw the lurker shots, and is not moving the other ones, so good awareness for him to not overcommit. Yeah. Here comes a Scourge to kill that vessel, though. Ugh!
Oh, nice job.
But
only
still,
one lurker left, though.
Yeah, he's got a couple at the other base, but can't afford. Loses the Nidus as well, so now she's going to be, are these mutas going to be enough to stop this? And I don't think so. This is going to be quite hard.
He's got a Defiler in the main. He's going to come down the ramp here and do the most overpowered spell in the game. There it is. Let's go.
Yeah, but the Marines get up the ramp, so like none of the units can even get down to that cloud.
I don't even play Zerg, and this is hard to watch. He just needs one more Dark Swarm. Here we go.
Eats an Overlord. Yes. Yeah, right now you just need to not lose. You can eat the Overlord. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Terran keeps moving forward, though.
He's coming up. He's got another lurker. He's got some eggs hatching. I think he can hold this. I really do.
This is gonna be a hard one. He doesn't have to engage these lurkers at all. He shut down the gas. He's gonna be able to mow through some of the drones at the main. And the National already got shut down, so it's just what's being mined the third, which is not much.
Oh, the third base. He's got a vessel.
He broke through the third. Oh no, that might be the end of it for our Zerg player. That's having to deal with this kind of force on two fronts.
Oh, the Guardians! Did you see those?
Yep, he got the Greater Spire at the same time he got the Defilers as well. But he was pulling the mutas back from the Terran National, so I thought that he wasn't gonna morph them, but just doing them just because of the high DPS.
Well, I think this game is gonna continue for a little bit because I cannot see Terran breaking the Nat in the main again while the Guardians are up here on the.
But there's nothing mining.
There's
there's like nothing mining.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Xeno taking that one 2-0. The game's played out like exactly the same too, so like both players just sticking to their guns like, no, I can execute it better this time. But didn't pan out that way. So we got Xeno taking this game. It's another one for MCMS.
Quad just needs a little bit quicker on those Defilers, and man, he would have been in a great spot.
Oh yeah. So right now our game score for the set is 4 for MCMS and 1 for Frotoss. So we gotta see if Frotoss can start turning this around. But Tier 2 especially right now has not looked like Tier 3. The games are more reasonable. Tier 2 it seems like there's some players that can really execute their stuff and just get it going.
Gotcha.
So we got one more Tier 2 game, and I wanted to wait for you on this one because it's a TBT.
Oh, awesome.
So when you said like, oh, I'm coming early, I'm like, thank God. Great. But, so it's going to be TBT between Rem, his name is Snipe is Corrupt, a true hater of Team Drag.
All right.
And Abstract Daddy, who I've casted multiple TVTs of in the past. He has a pretty fun style. It just feels really weird saying like Abstract Daddy dominating his opponent. Ugh, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound good.
That does sound funny. So, what is Abstract Daddy's style in TVT? What does he like to do?
He's done different stuff, but everything I've seen is aggressive.
Okay. Is he like to go up to 2 factories early? Does he like to go?
I've seen multiple factories early. I've seen early Wraith play. I've seen like anything you can do that's aggressive in this matchup, like drops or just raw vultures or all that kind of stuff. He's down. He's not the I'm gonna make all siege tanks and expand. He's gonna do something.
Cool. So he's I always enjoy proactive players. I always admire people who can be proactive and find ways to win the game with all the little things, you know, like a vulture drop or going into technical build like a race early or something like that. It's cool to watch those.
Yeah, we actually had a couple people attempting 1-1-1 today.
Oh, really?
In that matchup, so definitely like technical is fun to watch, but it can be difficult.
Yeah, my TVTs lately, I have been just massing siege tanks. I've been going up to 5 factories and
God.
telling myself I'm not going to die to anything. And it's been working out lately. I actually, Dark Matter, I don't want to put him under a bus here. Obviously, he's our coach and he took like the whole season off. He's been on a long break, but I actually took a TVT off him the other day on that just by going massive siege tanks.
Alright, so putting our coach on blast on stream for the playoffs. That's how you set up for CPL 5 properly. I get it.
Oh yeah.
So both players doing mirrored builds right now, but I would expect nothing less unless someone was gonna do like a bunker expand or a CC first or something crazy.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you always want to get that first factory up soon. You gotta start getting vultures if you want them, or start building up your tank count. Or something. Like you can't just hang out without getting an early factory, I think.
Yeah. I definitely don't try to do any barracks expands in TVT. It's so scary because if you have an opponent that does 2-fac or goes for 1 factory siege push, things can get pretty hairy pretty fast because your gas is late, you don't have siege, you get kind of contained. Sometimes you have to pull SCVs. So looks like Abstract Daddy he pulled 2 SCVs off gas, so it looks like he's just going to do an expand here. He's not going to go for a 2-fac.
Well, that seems good. We start the factory for Corrupt, but it seems a little later, right?
Yeah, and he is still mining gas, so he could be going for. Now there he goes. He just pulled. I think he pulled 1 off gas. So that's.
Yep.
So he has 2 on gas. It looks like. So I'm not sure about this. I think he maybe wants to go into a little bit more tech. Maybe go into race or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking some kind of starport play if you want to keep mining some of the gas. Like you get keep them all in if you were going for multiple factories because you need it. And we actually do see Corrupt getting that second factory. So maybe
so it's probably going to be 1-fac into vultures here is what I'm thinking. Or sorry, 1 add-on into tanks with 1 going constant vultures.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Something like that. We do see that barracks starting to move out for both players just to get that vision. Always the weirdest thing about this matchup is just, yeah, I built 3 Marines. We're good. I don't need this crap anymore. Now, we do see from Abstract, again, the machine shop as well didn't build like a Vulture Avid before making, so I think there's going to be a window where Corrupt, if they do start building a lot of units out here, especially if they get like Vulture Speed or something, they can get in here and start really causing some havoc. But that CC, it's just getting started for Abstract, so it's on Corrupt to get something done or they're going to be in a bad spot.
Yeah, it looks like Corrupt, he's upgrading Vulture Speed here. And he lifted his factory and then set it back down without building another add-on. So I'm not sure if he meant to build another add-on or he thinks he did.
Here's the 3rd factory.
Yeah.
Is there like a 3-factory Vulture build? Is this like a real thing?
Yes, this is totally a real thing. This is actually how a lot of TVTs are opened with. So you go 3 factories and you get Vultures with speed, and if they open tanks, you pretty much just run behind run by the tanks, kill as many SCVs as you can, and you want to lay mines behind their tanks. So it kills me all the time. So
All right, so we're not waiting for we gotta wait till mines are close to done before the vultures are gonna move out.
I believe so. I mean, he could. I don't know exactly all of the how perfect it is if you just didn't get mines. So it looks like he's just gonna move out here with speed. He's just running with 3 vultures. This is a little bit of a giveaway, I feel like, because now I think Abstract Daddy should just sit on his ramp here until he gets siege, and then slowly push out, and he won't lose any SCVs.
Yeah, I don't think Abstract's in any kind of rush. Starting that armory way ahead of his opponent, so we're gonna be able to get that lead on the plus weapons up race.
Definitely.
So yeah, if they can't get up this ramp, you can see he's not even moving the command center down. It's floated, but he has no intention of going forward. So actually, that's such a big building. You should have it over the tanks. If you're gonna
And
just
he
have it
sees
waiting.
all this with his barracks. He sees the rally of vultures. He knows exactly what's going on here. He's gonna sit on his ramp, or at least I hope he does. Because if you move out a little too early here, vultures are gonna run into your main, and you're not gonna be happy.
Yeah, we got a couple of Marines for Abstract shooting down that barracks a little bit. Right now, it's perfect vision of what's being produced out of the factories, but gonna have to fly it away soon because losing that barracks before you get into that really good 2 base number of factories sucks. You got to rebuild it.
And good job on Abstract Daddy protecting his ramp here. You could see that Corrupt wanted to run by there. Abstract Daddy was on it, blocked it with his tanks.
Okay, we do see Abstract going into Goliath with the range upgrade so quickly. That seems a little weird. Or are you expecting a dropship follow-up with this kind of heavy vulture play?
I don't know. He's seen the 3 factories with the vultures, and then maybe Starport is a common follow-up with a vulture drop. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I could see that being a common route to take. So, just playing it safe. But if you look at now, this is the one thing that happens though if you don't get down your ramp fast enough. Corrupt has laid a minefield down here for Abstract Daddy, and I don't believe we have an academy or any way to see any of that stuff.
The academy is halfway through production right now, so I think that should be okay. It looks like Corrupt built their CC 1 hex too low, so a little bit of annoyance that'll be later if he notices.
Terran's overpowered. You can move your buildings later, so don't worry. He'll fix it.
Yeah, no, it's super great. I think this is cute though. He set the SCV down to build a turret right in the middle of the minefield.
Yeah, and I love it because Corrupt sees this and he knows, and he just runs in there and snipes it, just buying all the time he can. This is great. Ooh man, gets a mine hit.
I mean, can't you no detection clear tanks with just 2 unsieged tanks pretty easily?
I mean, you can. It's risky because if you lose both your tanks, you're gonna feel really bad. The Goliaths kill mines incredibly fast. Goliaths are like mine sweepers. They'll clear a whole field by themselves. So.
Okay. So oddly enough, after everything went down, Corrupt actually got the first expansion online.
Yeah.
After doing 3
And
factory vulture.
He has kept up his SCV production. He is nice and saturated, so good on him.
Yeah, did see the barracks go down for both players now, so if either wants to add on more factories. Corrupt at 3 isn't as nearly bad a spot as Abstract on 2. Oh no, wait, there is another barracks already made for Abstract down at the bottom. Or that one got back and got repaired. I don't think though.
I feel like Corrupt, a little bit of a mistake here, needs to be taking that second gas, probably a couple minutes ago. It's painful. In TVT, you need every ounce of gas you can get.
Yeah, that seems like the first priority when you should make sure it's done for when the expansion's
Yeah,
done.
absolutely. And you can see he is gas light right now. He built that starport, cannot use it. He's building tanks. I mean, that's good, but you really need to get that second gas.
Yeah, and if there was that barracks still around to keep it, you at least have more factories and really churn out some vultures or something. But he's really locked into not getting too much built right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Did I missed it? Did Abstract Daddy get +1 attack?
No.
Oh, I guess I could just check the tank. No, he didn't.
Yeah. No.
I'm looking at the armory and it's not moving, and I'm like, oh, did I miss this?
So, if you look at the 12 o'clock, that's one way to spend too many minerals without having anything else with it. But we see Abstract really pushing through, trying to get control of the natural. And SUs have to be pulled to actually fight these siege tanks. Should be enough to clean it up, but looks like he was pushing pretty effectively here. Let's see if he can clean it up.
He had a great push. He ran into a couple of those vulture mines that really hurt. 2 of the tanks went down to 10 health, and then he had 1 tank shot, lost both of them. But so, minefields are scary. I know it doesn't seem like it in TVT, but tanks are so robust. But
well, it depends on how fast you want to move. This is definitely a matchup where moving a little too fast and being a little too reckless, it probably hurts you more than any other matchup. Because I know like running zealots and dragoons into mines sucks, but if I had to run tanks into mines, ugh.
yeah. Right. So this is a big deal in TVT. If you can ever get control, if Abstract Daddy is here, he's trying to get control of this high ground right here, and if this ever happens, it's bad. So Corrupt, he knows this, and he's pulled SCVs to take care of this right now.
Yeah. I would have really liked, like, with how hard he's trying to push through here, he still just only makes tanks though. He's not making any vultures to reinforce quicker.
Yeah.
Especially with SCVs being pulled like that, I feel like that would be pretty effective.
Absolutely.
But we do see Abstract taking their 3rd C-stage, starting towards the base you are expected to take, not like the 12 o'clock nonsense that Corrupt is doing.
I don't think this will be found by Abstract Daddy for a while. Especially with the map control. Well, I mean, I guess Abstract Daddy is pushing out now. He is clearing the mines in the middle, so he looks like he's going to get a little bit of map control here too.
Well, we do see some scans are being used, so he has limited. So if you're going to be scanning mains just to find other bases, like, yeah, I don't think he's going to find that one for a while.
Right. And it looks like Corrupt here. He's got control of the bridges, and this is a big deal in TVT. If you can keep tearing your opponent across the bridge, it's difficult for them to move out. But I think Daddy just threw down a scan here over at the bottom of the map, and he sees he has a clear path, so he's going to take that route.
Yeah, I'm very concerned because Corrupt still hasn't built another barracks. He's still on 3 factories and can't make another one.
There he goes. He just starts his barracks. He's going into race, but we could already see Abstract Daddy. He already got that range upgrade early, and he has more than enough Goliaths to deal with race for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, that mine hit though, clearing out half of this force. That's really cleaning this up. So, it seems like, oh jeez, vultures are broken. Tanks are fine. Tanks are completely fine. Vultures are nonsense. This is ridiculous. The value we're getting out of these mine hits.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. Vultures have to be the most overpowered unit in the game.
They're top 3 for sure. Completely insane. Now we do see. I hear a lot of scans. I hear a lot of scans right now.
I'm hearing it too.
Still hasn't found the 12. If you look at the visions, like high ground pods. So make sure that if he has a chance to push towards that high ground outside the mineral only. So he made sure his opponent didn't have his, and he wants to have his opponents soon, I believe. I am actually a little surprised though with the way this match has been going so far. The macro on both players is really slipping for how early in the game we are.
It is. I feel like Corrupt, he understands the matchup right now, but I feel like he's bleeding units. You can see Abstract Daddy here. He has a good healthy army count. Kind of roams around with a little more of a balled up force, and you can see, like, you look at Corrupt, he's gonna bleed another tank right here. He just kind of runs it right in, and that's part of the reason why it looks like his macro has slipped so bad. I mean, yeah, he's only on 3 factories, but just a couple units just running in and just dying to tanks, and that's hurting him only on being on 3 factories especially.
Yeah, but like, and another heartbreaker, if the Corrupts only has 2 guys on gas at the main and didn't take the gas at the 12. So he's at 3,000 minerals and 100 gas.
Ooh. Well, at least one of those things you can always look back and find your easy mistakes, right?
No, that makes it so much worse. That makes it so much worse.
That makes it. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Maybe like the game was close, and then you see that, you're like, ah, son of a. I could have had
So
this
it
one.
looks like Corrupt is getting a little desperate here. He's trying to pull SCVs, but SCVs aren't going to do well against that group of tanks by themselves. You got to have something behind them.
Yeah, I think both players gotta really struggle to get a third base online and really saturate. That 12, he's building SCVs but not using any of them. So I think he just queued out the 5 and forgot about it for a while. But Abstract's base definitely looking... Okay, why did Abstract get armor and not weapons?
That's a really good question. I think that's a mistake.
Oof.
And I think we're going to see the end of Corrupt here. With the amount of gas he has, and only on 2 factories, you're not going to break out of this. Yeah.
Yeah, brutal.
Well, a couple mistakes by Corrupt. Had some good moves. Just took in that gas really late at his net, I think was really, really bad. But great on Abstract Daddy not getting contained, using that alternate route to go, below the map and get control of his opponent's natural.
Yeah. I was just surprised because that 3 Vulture opening got a good advantage early and didn't keep going. A little unfortunate.
Yeah. Just bleeding those tanks. Could never solidify a position, could never make that no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, I always just want to see something going on a little bit more, right? Where it's like, I want drops, or I want Vulture play, or I want, like, Wraith play. I don't... Like, if you're going to do the tank thing and be really defensive, that's fine. But I feel like both players are just slow expanding so much. Especially if you're doing, like, the whole I'm going to just do tanks and be really defensive. Why would you take the mineral only as your third? Like, don't you need gas to keep that going?
Yeah. I mean, it's always ideal that you have a third base with gas in TVT, and I feel like, yeah, I kind of want to see the Vulture opening again by Corrupt. I feel like he did a good job with it. I just feel like he made a few mistakes in that middle to early game after he did the opening. He had that natural first, right? He had great saturation. He just took that second gas too late.
Yeah, he even had that nice contain with the mines outside of Abstract's main. Really, and it's going into Wraith play, but I don't remember seeing the Wraith do almost anything.
No, they didn't. Definitely not. He never even had, I think, more than 2 of them at a time. They were getting picked off by Goliaths.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one of those, like, losing the early barracks and just not realizing it for far too long. And then it's like, oh, this is why I haven't been able to, like, if you're just rifling through and, like, going, like, VF, but then you can't start it, and you think you are just mentally because you're doing the buttons.
Absolutely. I've had that happen where you just so many times you forget about losing the barracks, and you put it in the back of your mind, okay, I'm going to start it, and then you don't, and it just comes back to bite you.
I had that happen with one of the games that got casted with the CPL playoffs recently, where I dropped a High Templar, and they were like, Storm, you got to Storm, and never started it. I even dropped it. No, I must have just not had the gas or something. I hit T, and just like, it started, it just never was. So I
like with EMP versus Frotoss. I have like 3 science vessels, and I'm ready for this big fight in the middle of the map. I'm maxed, and then this Arbiter just comes running at me, and I'm thinking, oh, easy EMP, and I look, and it's a grayed out box, and I can't EMP the Arbiter, and 6 of my tanks get stasis, and...
Well, that's because Arbiters are cool dudes. You don't want to take away their energy. Like, fight them like a man, right? Where you're like, you can't just take away my energy that I can't fight. Let me use my spells. You use your units to make it honorable.
I don't have any spells. My spells are the only reason I have a spell is to take away your spells.
Well, no, you can detect, so the Arbiter cloaking is negated.
You know what? You're right. I have been thinking about the ghost build. They have spells. I'm just gonna go mass lockdown. We'll fight spell with spells then.
I pray for your MMR. So far, nothing weird happening. You always got to fill that time early on to see what people are doing. Abstract only has 2 guys in gas right now. It hasn't just starting the factory now, but took 1 guy out. I don't get the 1 guy out thing.
Yeah, you know, I don't know about the 2. It's not something I'm familiar with. It looks like Corrupt still has all 3 on gas here.
Yeah, Corrupt's actually really waited a while to build that factory. Almost has 100 gas now as they started it.
Yeah.
We do see Abstract blocking off the ramp with the Marines, making sure there's no real vision of what's going on. So I'm hoping to see something a little cute or aggressive that he really wants to hide out just for a little bit. Corrupt did go down to 2 guys, or 1 guy, I guess, so looking like they're going to take that expansion. But do have 2 factories, so maybe just heavy vulture play.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same build.
I'm okay with that. The way that build
Yeah,
played seemed
absolutely.
really good, and especially now on a 3rd-player map. If you start mining up like this freaking forest, that's like the most
Oh, yeah.
annoying crap ever.
Yeah, that'd be terrifying to walk through. Looks like you're going to get your wish here with Abstract Daddy going double starport here. So we are going to go into heavy race.
Now, see, this is my kind of mantra right here. Let's put the aggression on. Let's pew pew lasers and kill things on the ground, 4 damage at a time or whatever not damage they do.
Yeah. They almost heal other units, I feel like, sometimes.
I actually am genuinely curious if like the air to ground DPS is higher for an Arbiter, a Scout, or a Wraith, because they're all fucking awful.
That's actually a really good question. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried for Corrupt here because with the build he is going, you know, you have those builds where you're like, I have an objective. My objective is to go and delay his expansion as long as possible. And that's what you're thinking about. You're not really thinking about the possibilities, what counter your build like race. He's not going to get an armory unless he really sees something. He's not going to get an engineering bay with this build unless something tips him off. So, and I think what's going to tip him off is either this barracks flying over, and I think it might see the starports. I'm not sure.
It's not gonna be in line to see the starports. But see, like you say, Wraiths are good against this build. Vultures are so fast, the Wraiths will never be able to actually hit them. So it's really just going to be you're harassing, they're harassing. The big thing is that bunker at the top of the ramp with the wall.
Yeah, and
that's
he just
huge.
walled that off. Yeah, no Wraiths are going to be getting in here. And well, is it race tight? I don't really know.
Well,
I'm sorry, not race tight, vulture
yeah.
tight. But yeah, it's race tight.
Yeah, the buildings go up into the stratosphere. Nothing can fly around it.
We'll find out right here. So this will be a tip-off right here. If Corrupt goes up this ramp and he sees a bunker, I mean, what's in your head? Okay, why is he building a bunker?
Well, as he pokes up here, almost loses that first one, and here's that first Wraith in the his base. Armory being built, but if he harasses it, he can maybe stop it from being completed.
So one SCV will actually out-repair a Wraith doing damage. Looks like he's not going to get on it. There he goes. He should be able to repair this. Should be starting an eBay. Whoa, he goes double armory. Oh, maybe just starting one because...
He's bruising him. It's like, oh no, you're keeping me off my armory. And he's actually getting eBay too. He's going super anti-Wraith.
Yeah.
Now we do see more Wraiths being made, but not constant out of both starports, just the one. And there's a ton of vultures at the front of the base, so it's going to be very difficult to actually move out and expand at some point. But these Wraiths are going to keep shutting down these buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one armory just finishes, so Goliaths can be in production now. None of them started yet. But now once we got 3 of these in here, we're starting to get in that danger zone.
Yeah, now this gets a little scary. If you don't have a Goliath... Oh, he's not even building one.
He's finally building one. He has 2 not doing anything.
He does get the eBay up. But
yeah, trying to build a turret, I don't think this is going to happen. We got more Wraiths going in. How many Wraiths do you need to fight a Goliath?
I think you can do it with 4.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to get a turret up, though. And 1 turret will kill Infinity Wraiths, I think.
No, I know a less than the control group can kill a turret.
Oh no!
They died so...
That way they can't see you! Run! That was terrifying. I think Corrupt timed it so perfectly that all the turrets would be done at once and he would trap the Wraiths. That was well done.
Yeah, that's what that was. For sure. Alright, so we have Starport Tech finished, and Wraiths, and like all that kind of stuff. We got 2 armories for Corrupt. Neither player has a base.
And
this
it
is a
looks
weird
like,
one.
Corrupt is getting some damage done with these wraiths.
Yeah,
He
but
tried to,
a lot of
he tried
SCVs
to
go
drill
down.
the block, and now they're all dying. Oh no! And here come the wraiths. Or sorry, I keep calling them wraiths. The vultures.
Oh, they're getting so much damage done here. I don't know. This is why I was concerned about this. If he gets up the ramp, do you think they're so fast? But a tank does spawn. That should be enough to stop it.
Yeah, this should stop now.
So we have Abstract at like less than a control group of SCVs.
So after the dust settles here, he's got some wraiths and a tank, and Corrupt. He's queued up a lot of vultures and a lot of Goliaths, and he looks like he's gonna take his expansion now.
Yeah, Corrupt's SCV count looks like it's at least double his opponent, maybe worse. But here
Yeah.
comes the race again. There's no turrets or anything at the front, so this expansion ain't going down anytime soon.
No. He does have the Goliaths in queue, so he should be able to. Well, they have cloak, so it gets really painful.
Did he build the turret where the command center would go?
I hope not.
I think it
I
is.
hope not.
I think it is. He's building another one. No, he definitely is blocking off his own expansion
Yeah,
with those
I
turrets.
think you're right. I think you're right. And it looks like he accidentally stopped his SCVs from even building the. If he doesn't notice that and the wraiths fly back in their cloaked, I'll feel really bad for him. Okay. Looks like he's noticed. He's gonna get a turret, but he's building the wrong one that he's gonna have to kill later if he wants to get a an expansion.
We're just making sure it can go down, I guess. Oh no.
He's already looked at it. I can see his face. He's like, oh, that's not what I wanted.
Well, if you look down at the 5 o'clock, Corrupt likes taking bases in weird locations. Despite that, his opponent is going nothing but flying units that can go everywhere. Interesting decision making. These wraiths are going to be able to shoot down this barracks quite quickly.
Yep.
So
But okay, so how is Abstract Daddy ever going to take his expansion?
you get Academy's nearing completion, gets a comsat, and then the wraiths can kill the mines.
So it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while. Yeah. I'm actually curious why none of these tanks are sieged. Like the siege mode isn't fully researched yet. It's nearing completion now, but we're 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it's been a scrappy game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh no! Cloak! Run!
Uh-oh. Goliath running from wraiths. He's gonna get made fun of when he gets home.
Yeah, he's gonna tell horror stories about this one. My commander didn't build me a comsat I couldn't see.
Oh, that's the command center down at the 5 o'clock got completed. Missile turret on the way. So we're gonna see what can we do with these. Between the siege tanks and the wraiths, they should be able to clear all the mines, and that expansion's going down for Abstract.
There we go.
Corrupt's natural, you do see the remains of a turret that has now been moved.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, you can lift turrets, right? You can fly turrets. That's what happened.
I would. Dang, man. If I could do that, I don't. Oh,
Yeah,
geez,
no,
that was
no.
bad. Thank you. Goodbye, arbiters. I'm never gonna have a recall ever happen again.
That would be completely broken. If you get move your turrets, they can't detect anymore.
Starcraft 3, where are you? I need movable turrets. That's all Terran needs.
You have movable turrets. They're called Goliaths.
Yeah, but they're so stupid. They move like dragoons. It's the worst.
The Wraiths looking like they're going to pressure that natural, maybe shut down expansion. But the Vultures at Abstract's natural are killing all the SCVs. Tanks are going to be able to stop it from happening, but if he keeps Abstract on one base mining any longer, this is going to start snowballing out of control.
Yeah. Looks like the race came in there and picked off the SCV. Not sure if Corrupt has noticed yet. His CC is not building at the natural. And he really needs to get some SCVs building down there at that hidden base, because he's just got one SCV mining.
It's a private summer home.
Yeah.
We do see some turrets being made. This contain for Corrupt can really start getting out of control, but we need some tanks sieging to really make this like threatening.
Yeah, this is kind of the same story as last time a little bit. He goes into heavy vultures, and I feel like he thinks he can contain here, but you need more than one tank, man. You need to have like 3 or 4 down here, or else you're just gonna start bleeding them again.
Yeah,
and when
these
you
Wraiths.
start bleeding tanks.
Yeah, these Wraiths love killing tanks. Like one
Yeah.
singular tank.
Oh yeah, if I'm a Wraith, I'm hunting one lone tank.
Now we do see that natural for Corrupt started up again, so that will eventually be 3 bases to 2, and SEV production down to 5, finally starting up. I would love to see some. I don't know why it feels like Corrupt has like no money.
Yeah, and
Like they're
he
not
really
producing a lot of units or anything. Why are they so poor?
Goliaths are expensive. He does have quite a few Goliaths. They're 100 minerals apiece.
Okay.
He's getting some SCVs down at that hidden base now. Just got his natural up. The Wraiths are gonna come, probably harass this a little bit here.
I think there's a spot where they can harass the mineral line without being in turret range too, which is a little unfortunate.
So.
And we got drop. We got tank drop. 4 tanks being ready for Abstract to harass this natural even further.
Oh, this is brutal. Oh man, if he gets 4 tanks up here, you're not mining from this for a long time. Corrupt has no tanks. He can't fight this. How do you fight this with tanks? Without tanks?
Yeah. So the big concern I have right now is this drop's going super well, right? It shut down that natural so quickly. What Abstract needs to make sure there's not a hidden third base right now. And he's scanning around a bunch of weird spots, hasn't found the one Corrupt took.
Good on Corrupt, man. He knows where to take a hidden base at.
Yeah, seriously, that's an art in itself.
If it was me, I'm hiding it, you know, at the other main, and that gets scanned, and I've already lost. Not this guy.
Yeah, why would you want high ground advantage? Corrupt built a Valkyrie in his main mineral line. Is that like good anti-wraith tech?
You know, I've never done it. I don't really know.
I feel like there's a lot of freestyling going on in this series, and it's awesome. Like this is a much more exciting TBT than I was expecting.
Yeah, you gotta love scrappy TVTs. Like you said, you didn't want to see a bunch of mass tanks.
I did not. I am getting my wish.
A little brutal for Corrupt, the Goliaths walking into the tanks, and he lost all of his Goliaths. So the Wraiths are going to murder all of his tanks.
Yeah, you see the tanks really trying to back up, but there's a scan to go down. If he can get these mines out or kill that one turret left, this is. Oh, we just see really establishing.
Yeah. He just. I didn't. Oh yeah, he's got 3 tanks coming up here. To.
And more dropships. Love this style. This is awesome. We got more scans from Abstract. Still has not found the hidden third.
He thinks he has the game over. I mean, I can't say he's wrong at this point either. Like he's in a really good spot regardless of the hidden third. But
yeah, but Corrupt, that is the best hidden third. Like that is every other expansion is being scanned. Now we do see these vultures trying to pick off that tank of the high ground up in Corrupt's base, so that it opens the window for these drops to keep moving forward. If he has enough tanks here where he could just take the high ground mischance to try to siege his way up the ramp. So he's really trying to make sure. And still haven't seen it. Jesus. Come on, Abstract. Find this base.
he's not going to.
He's not going to. I don't think he will.
Corrupt's too good, man. Looks like Abstract Daddy's moving forward here, dropping on top of the tanks. This is going to be Corrupt losing all map control.
This is a brutal situation. And like this whole time, like their tanks were never far enough for Corrupt to actually harass that natural or stop mining. So it wasn't even like a strong contain that was getting anything done.
And he never... I mean, I don't ever want to be critical of players, but it's just, you gotta build tanks in TVT. You almost... Oh, did he just kill all the Wraiths with the Valkyries?
Yes, he did. Very quickly. Very quickly.
Now it's one tank moving down here. This is... You're gonna lose it. It hurts.
One cloaked Wraith still around. Let's see if we can kill this Valkyrie ahead of time. Our Wraiths are made of paper, but they are really good air to air.
Yeah. Looks like he's pulling his SCVs here, but you're just suiciding them into it. This is like the Civil War or something right here. I feel bad for these guys. What happened at Gettysburg? They all got blown away by some cannons. That's what we're seeing right now. 4 SCVs.
I like relating this to the Zap Brannigan strategy of winning the war against the killbots to send wave after wave of men into them until they get bored.
Oh, the poor little footy soldiers of Corrupt. Man, I really don't want to be an SCV on Corrupt's team.
No.
They're expendable.
Yeah, yeah. Do you see this? Look at these SUVs moving out. Abstract wants to find this base. He can't find it with scans, so he's finding it with SUVs. But meanwhile, all the tanks moving up into the main. All the boys can't mine anymore, trying to block for this one tank left, but it ain't gonna be enough. Abstract should be able to clean this up without any issue anymore.
Yeah.
So, definitely interesting openings from both players. I feel like if Corrupt had a better next step to the way they opened, they would be so much more successful in this match.
Yeah, his opening was great, man. He had that 3 vultures, like the 3-fact vulture, getting the mines up, but just not, like you said, not getting the next step, the next phase of the game. Where do I go from here after I've got those mines?
Alright, well, that is another win for Puck Frotoss. So the tier 2 ends up being 2-2, pretty even between them. So we gotta move into that tier 1 and see what happens.
Cool. Fun TVT. I liked it. Scrappy games are always cool.
Scrappy games are cool, I agree. So we got plenty of good matchups moving into our tier 1 matches. We got some Protoss players finally, and a ZVZ.
Cool.
Gonna be fun.
We have any TVPs?
Yes, we do.
Ooh.
Well, we're gonna be moving into that tier 1, and we'll start with your TVP just for you. It's Urk Father versus Scarves.
Father's a tier 1?
I guess so.
I did not know that. He was in the tier 2 Star League that Siri set up. So I'm surprised to see him playing out in the tier 1s.
I mean, it might be another situation where maybe someone just had to step up because of an absence. So we'll have to see how it goes. Or if he is tier 2 playing against a tier 1 and does well here, this is just signing the league like, no, guess what tier you are next season.
No, he beat me pretty handily in TVT. So I took 1 game off him in a best of 5.
Okay, I mean, there's definitely some very strong players, and if it's TVT, I feel like that's the matchup you probably don't get to practice a lot on the ladder.
No, it was no, you really don't. And when you do, a lot of people just instantly leave. It's funny. You get a lot of free wins in TVT, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've had that happen a couple times with PvP. People were like, nope, fuck this.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's probably similar to PvP. If you hit like 5 PvPs in a row, some guy's just like, oh, I can't do this anymore, and probably just leaves.
I've just never understood. If you wanted to be someone's like, I don't want to play this matchup, fuck this matchup, just cheese. Just hyper cheese, like crazy hyper cheese every game. Like, just do like a beat.
I'd rather have you leave the game. Can you just do that? don't 2-gate me, please.
Well, yeah, like if you don't want to do PvP, just proxy gates. If you don't want to TVT, just do BBS or something. Like really, just hyper cheese. You can 4 pull in CVZ. Like the game will be over in 2 minutes anyway.
Oh, but you might win and you might make the other guy really mad.
Yeah.
That might be the 3rd time he got 2-gated in a row. You know, you just ruined him. Why couldn't you just leave?
It's
No,
definitely possible. Alright, so nothing weird yet, but we got cross positions on this map, so I think Protoss is gonna have to be the one to be a little proactive, because if Terran just gets their favorite 4 bases in that little L shape in the corner, they're gonna be feeling really good, because that gets so hard to break, and Terran only kinda needs 4 bases. Like, 8 base Protoss can die to 4 base Terran. So
Yep. No, absolutely. Circuit Breaker is a map that Terrans love. You get that 4th with a gas, and it is powerful. And this map is so great for Terran because no matter what position you're in, you can kind of expand towards Protoss and still get a gas base, no matter how it is. So if he wanted to, he could take the 4th at the 6 o'clock, and if he wants to move a little bit towards the Protoss player and kind of get out in the middle of the map and still protect your natural and your 3rd, you can kind of do it by moving over to the 8 o'clock. So
yeah.
So we do see Father going for some kind of expanding build. He went down to one guy in the gas, so should be getting at CC soon before he picks that back up. And I love just seeing little stuff from high-level players that show you how much higher level they are. Because if you look at Scars, we're going to ignore that it's a Citadel. But like that pylon off to the side, and that could have been for any kind of build, but it makes it look like there might be a proxy on the map. It makes it hard to find this from a scan. And that's something like just low-level players don't think about doing, like having the pylon way off to the side of the base. So now we could talk about DT rushing.
Okay. Do you think this is a little bit of a tell by having a zealot and a probe sit on your ramp? If the SCV got there and you're trying so hard to keep that SCV from getting in that you put a zealot and a probe blocking, do you think that's any tip off to a Terran player?
I think the probe is a tip off. Now that there's a Dragoon, pull the probe away.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. Because if I don't ever see Protoss players block me that hard to hide what they're doing to put a probe there. So, unfortunately, Father will not see the probe. He will not ever get the chance to find that tip off. But
yeah, I'm actually really confused because you built the Citadel off to the side in the corner like this, and then you built the Templar Archives right next to your Nexus.
Yeah, I kind of feel you on that one. It's like, so you hide the Citadel, but now it's a really big deal if he ever does scan and he sees the Templar Archive. So, kind of with you on that one.
Well, we got that add-on being made for our Terran player. We'll have to see if they get Spider Mines, because that's the thing that can shut this down so fast. Now, it should be a little suspicious. You don't see a Nexus. You don't see a lot of units either.
Yeah, my dad told me that if I don't see a Nexus by 420, you throw an eBay down right immediately. Okay?
Well, we got
My
KP
dad is
boys.
dragging.
There is an eBay on the way, so Father, step ahead of you. We got the siege tanks though instead of Spider Mines, so if we get a turret up and it stays alive, we'll be in a good spot. There's 3 Marines in the bunker, so that'll be hard for the KP boys to get by. But if there's like some Dragoons and some Zealots and stuff, we'll have to see where this turret goes.
What
Make
did
sure
you
it's
call it? Like the KP boys?
yeah, they're KP boys, definitely.
I've never heard that before. I like it. The KP boys.
Now that is definitely not an uncommon way of saying that. So the SCV sees the expansion, might have seen the ripple of the KB boys. And we're actually building more DTs. It's not two.
Okay, you got the SCV in all the way into the main. He sees the Templar Archives. He knows exactly what this is.
Yeah, and a turret's being built.
Oh no! He's gonna come and get this first tank. No way this survives.
This is brutal. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh.
This feels so bad.
Oh no.
Kill that tank. Kill that, just punch it.
Oh no, I don't play. Ah, here come the DTs. Gonna focus the turret. Maybe. Oh, maybe not.
No, you can't take this kind of DPS focus turret. He's trying to clear a way to get up in the main, and he does just barely. Oh, son of a!
Die, Casey boy, die.
Nonsense. It's bullshit. Well, so the tank by the turret has like no health. One swipe away. You got another one there. Siege mode's done, but not sieging up the top of the ramp. So we're gonna see if we can sneak our way through again. He has one. Gotta wait for at least another, because you're not gonna just get one through, are you? No, siege mode's gonna stop that.
No.
Right?
Way.
Yes! We're
this
in
is
there.
Parents' player worst nightmare. You do your due diligence. You try, and somehow this KP boy just sneaks in.
This is fantastic.
I can only man, I know Father's frustration right now. A DT getting by with 6 health. I mean, what do you do?
Lose a lot of SCVs. So the turret does complete. There's 3 in the main. He cancels the other one, so he's good. I don't know if this has done enough damage to be worth like what the play that happened, delaying the expansion so much. But we did go into a robo. Let's see if it's just for observers or if he's gonna transition into reavers and like just keep doing these ridiculous harassment.
Yeah, I honestly good on Scarfs. Didn't like over focus on just DTs and trying to end the game. Looks like, had a plan to obviously get an expansion if this didn't outright just kill the Terran. So
I feel like he was so close to getting those first 2 DTs up the ramp, and you can't build turrets with 2 DTs next to you. It's completely impossible.
No, it is. Yeah, the game is. Yeah, it's done. You lift your CC, you go float it in a corner, and you just, I don't know, go take a run, because
yeah,
that's what I do.
Yeah, so we do see the Terran starting that third command center, so they'll have another base up soon. And Academy's on the way, so scans are going to make sure that DTs aren't doing any more nonsense anytime soon. But
Yeah.
I feel like there's like very little presence on the map for the Protoss at all. This is Vulture's running around just to get a count of bases so he knows what he's up against.
Yeah, and I want to say good on Father. In the middle of all that, things can get a little distracting. He built his third command center. He was still getting his academy. He started his +1. He kept his tank production going. So, yeah, good job by him.
I actually love to death what he just did with his Vulture, though. The way he pathed around stuff, he was avoiding getting seen, and he didn't even go near the natural. He just wanted to see, is there a third base? And went like everywhere a third base might be for a Protoss player.
Right. Yeah,
Except
nice.
maybe if Corrupt plays Protoss on the side.
Yeah. Well, Corrupt is on his team, so maybe he has told him a little bit where to take hidden bases.
It's possible. So we got a shuttle being made. It's pretty early for a shuttle. Loads in a couple zealots. I'm curious if you're going to try to break through the front of the natural, but this is all tanks all the time. I don't think you can break this.
No, you're not breaking that at this time. Supplies are way too close. Definitely not happening.
Yeah. And we do have the observer in the main. He sees the factory count, and he sees that there's an armory it's researching, but there's not the second armory. There's no science facility yet. So we should have an idea of what we're looking at, of maybe that idea of when Terran wants to push out, if they're going to wait for like a mid-game push, the 2-1, the full max. Like seeing, get an idea of how the upgrades are going is a good way to tell.
Yeah, so he just finished his starport. He should be dropping his +1's about to finish. He needs to be starting his science facility right now to have that +2 start immediately. Looks like +2 is going to be a little slow here. I know there's really no thing that Terran wants to do where you don't get +2 started right away. You know, like there's no build at this point where you're like, okay, I'm going to delay +2.
That's fair. So we do finally have that third Nexus on the way. It's not at a gas base, but we already have Arbiters in production. So we're definitely going to be getting something moving soon. At least stasis to hold off whatever push might be coming.
So what is this? When Protoss goes into double Stargate, do you just want to get a lot of Arbiters? Is that what's happening here?
They take a long time to build, so you want to have them building two at a time just to bank energy.
Okay.
Because you need 100 for the stasis and 150 for the recall, so it just takes forever. So if you have the gas income to support it, you definitely want to do double Stargate Arbiter. Otherwise, like if you only do one Stargate and you have that one Arbiter, an EMP shuts it down entirely.
Fair enough. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Now we do see Father establishing that third base and having a bunch of stuff move, but he didn't take the high ground yet, and most of these tanks aren't even sieged. So he's going into the right steps, still really checking around for that third base, like really aggressively with this one Vulture. Although he's not laying mines to stop it, which is funny.
I'm a little worried for Scarfs here. I feel like he is quite a bit behind in this game. Yes, the Arbiter tech is powerful, but he hasn't even started mining off a third. And if Terran has his third fully saturated before Protoss does, that can't be good.
Yeah, I think Scarf's going to try to push into his third and maybe see how bad the situation is. But he doesn't have an Arbiter with his army. He doesn't have the energy for stasis either. So, like this group of tanks would be so good to stasis. But
oh, absolutely. Yeah, you stasis that group, you kill the third.
What I do like that Scarves is moving forward. It does have control of that high ground at least. It's going to make it harder. The one thing I would really love to see from Father is like he has no mines anywhere. Not at this high ground, not in the middle of the map to see movement, absolutely nothing. But this one Vulture that's been checking for the third goes up to that third base and actually shuts down mining for a while.
Yeah, he got a couple probe kills. What's he got on him? He got one kill. Okay.
Yeah, but he shut down the mining for a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that can's actually pretty low, the one he built to turn it off. So if there was another Vulture there, it would have been enough.
So it looks like Scarf's got his observer. He sees all these tanks. I was a little bit worried because the observer was staying right there and it looked like an open third, but looks like Scarf sees it. I think he's realized he's not going to get in there.
Yeah, we actually see Father already has that SCV down near the south. I thought he was going to start as 4th, but he's actually moving around, maybe using that to scout now.
Maybe using Abstract Daddy's hidden base technique here. I don't know.
We'll see. We have enough energy for stasis. We'll see if we can get a good one off.
Sorry. Ooh,
Yep.
good stasis.
That's pretty good. Should have enough to actually work his way through this. Loses the Arbiter to the turret almost immediately, though, which sucks. And with that second backline tanks moving forward, he's trying to attack from 2 different angles. I don't think he has enough forces either of them, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be able to... Uh-oh, here's some mines. Oh, oof. You're losing 3 right there. That's really rough.
Oh no! Not that one! Oh!
Oh,
Wow, we
God.
were actually a little bit lucky with that mine. That could have been worse.
Yeah. Getting out with a couple of Dragoons doesn't manage to stop the 3rd from mining. The stasis hits a good amount of stuff, but there's still so many tanks. This is where, as Frotoss, you gotta just take a crap ton of expansions. If this army's gonna be all tanks, you gotta just be like, all right, you can't move then, whatever.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Like I said, for Scarfs here, his 4th. You know, probably should have been started a little bit ago. Looks like we got Father taking the hidden expansion.
Dirty Terran players refuse to put their expansions where they're supposed to go.
That's okay. It'll get recalled in about 5 minutes, and it'll die for free. So no worries.
Hey, 150 energy is not free. Okay, like.
Fair enough. I'm sorry. It'll be killed for 150 energy.
That seems very reasonable. We got plenty of vultures up at the top, though, so if he sees this expansion and goes in, this could be really quite annoying for pros to deal with. There's a bunch of vultures running in and killing all the probes.
Oh, changes his mind.
Yeah, we see Father
Looks like,
moving out.
yeah,
This force is
moving.
pretty strong. Definitely could be intimidating. He's got the 2-1 as well.
Does he have EMP? Did you see that happen?
I
missed it.
I did not see it, but given that he has a vessel with this much energy, I'm gonna assume he does.
Look at all these arbiters grouped up. Oh, if he had it, that was the time. You go in and you EMP this. Oh, it looks like he's chasing. He's got it.
Yep. Gets 1.
Big stasis.
That is huge. That's a monster stasis. The other one doesn't have the energy. We're 10 away from being able to stasis again, but this is all Dragoons, and some of them are on the low ground. This isn't going to be enough to break. This Terran 4 is very strong. It was a good stasis, but just it couldn't afford to take it trying to fight up the ramp into this high ground like this.
Yeah, he needed that other arbiter with the other stasis.
Yeah, I mean, so we got the bases up. If you actually look, Scarv's gateway count seems like it might be low given the situation. He has 3 bases trying to have 4. So if he keeps trading it in a really rough way with these tanks, it's not going to go well, especially since this stasis is going to wear off very soon. Should be able to siege up that mineral natural without too much issue.
Looks like Scarf was trying to move out here and catch some reinforcements, but it ended up costing him a lot more than he gained.
Yeah, absolutely. We see even the Vulture still moving around, making sure if he can find any extra expansions, he can go harass. Reinforcing purely with Vultures just to keep control of this high ground. He can throw mines in front of these bridges and stuff to make sure there's no surround, just has to fight through the tank line at the front.
Another EMP, he's going to try to stasis here.
He gets 2 stasis, which gets 5 tanks, but they're so spread out, like, you still can't engage this. At some point, Scarv's going to have to try, though, but this is definitely going to look very rough. I don't know if... Do you just sack the 3rd here? I don't think you can afford to try to keep fighting this.
Yeah, I think it's just too hard getting up on that high ground. There's just no way.
Yeah. Now, it actually might have been funny if you had enough energy for a recall. Just recall into the middle of that. That might have worked.
That's actually a good call. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, with Scar's tapping out, it does a cute little opening that was so close to working. So close. But just not enough. Then Father plays a nice solid mid game. Good for that.
Yeah,
can't be upset when
push.
Can't be upset when someone plays properly and does well. I can't be upset that is like I built all the tanks. Like this is not big game hunters, man. You can't just build all. No, I can build all 1 unit and it does fine.
Well, Guess we could say the Protoss player got what he deserved. Going, just kidding with the DTs, but no.
Rude. That is just rude.
I love it. I just realized that your Discord icon is a Kate boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that was like one of my little mental tricks when I first joined CPL, and be like, oh, well, it's prepared matches and you set them up. So every time you DM someone, it's like they're gonna see the cape. And I almost never go DTs. So like if people were starting to worry about, I've definitely seen people like rush detection, and I'm like, wow, okay. Either you were traumatized or it worked.
Hey man, I like it. Mind games.
Yeah. I mean, you got a picture of a siege tank on yours, right? It's basically it's basically the same thing. Destroys the planet in one hit.
I mean, yeah, it's a little better than a siege tank, but you know, pretty much. It's a siege tank with a really long range.
So a siege tank.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Alright, so we're on Whiteout. This map's fun. I definitely like Arbiters here. Just having that vision to fly over. If you also do like shuttles with Reavers or something, that's really cool. I think Protoss has a lot of fun options on this map. Given that's a 3-player map with relatively short distances, Terran could probably 2-factory if they want.
Yeah, definitely. I always favored 2-facking on this map. Whenever I had a CPL match, 2-fac on this map is strong. It really is. Short rust distance. They can't really micro in the forest when your tanks are pushing at them. It's just they're gonna trade inefficiently.
Well, it's just also the way the map's laid out outside of the natural. There's such a long hallway it's hard to get out. If you lose control of that as Protoss, it's hard to break through that.
Right, and the way I see a lot of players break 2-fac is they'll see the tanks and the Marines pushing at them, and they'll grab their first set of 3 or 4 or 5 Dragoons, and they'll kind of pull them off to the side, like on Fighting Spirit. If you went to where your third was going to be, and then they have gateways in the main making units, and then they kind of send the units that they pulled back originally, send the probes, send the units that they had in the main base queued up, and kind of sandwich a 2-fac. And on this map, there's not really a way to do that. You would kind of have to pull way back. And as soon as Terran gets into that little narrow hallway that you're talking about, it's not going to be the easiest to flank them.
Yeah, not really a good spot to set up a flank in advance. Like, if you did, like, the forest around 3 o'clock, that's not so bad, but still pretty dangerous. And there's enough wide room where it's easy to set up, like, your tanks in a good spot, not have to be concerned about it. So, putting on some kind of pressure early can get the job done. Especially since, as Protoss, like, the third base isn't quite as clear-cut and easy to defend. Like, there's a lot of open space if you take the one near your main, so.
Definitely. But regardless, we're not going to see a 2-fac. We do see one of those. I don't even know what you call it. What do you call that pylon when you block?
It's a manner pylon because you're nice. You're giving him a free pylon.
Oh boy.
It's for good manners. It's for good manners.
Well, we have Scarfs giving Father a free pylon here. So.
Here you go. I didn't need it, so I thought you'd want it.
But another thing to point out about this map, why I liked it. It's one of the maps. It's like Sylphid, which I also enjoyed. It's a map where you can protect your third and your natural at the exact same time. So Protoss is not going to be able to walk in and kill your natural when you're defending your third, because you can kind of put tanks in the middle of them and still kind of be safe. You'll basically be able to respond quickly enough to stop anything like that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I like that. Now, we do see Scarves not going for any kind of crazy cheese, just doing one gateway, then expanding really quickly behind it. That banner pylon got an idea of like how fast does it look like a 2-factory or anything, and decided that he saw enough that he knew his opponent was expanding, and using that knowledge to get that early. I like that. It was a pretty good play. For the cost of 100, I'm down for that.
Alright.
Now we see both players taking their 2 bases. We got a Dragoon moving across the map. Needs to be a little bit careful because there's so much high ground ridge where a tank could just ruin your day if you're a little sloppy about how you engage this front with the bunker.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of Snipe's Dragoons. It's going to run right into the bunker and die. Oh no! See, I told you!
Wow. Well, it only took shield damage. It's fine. But the tank's already out, so
Snipes would have been dead.
like there's like no mad dragoons this early. Like if you only have 2, you can't ever even try to fight this tank. So
No.
especially since he mainly was on 1 gateway production for a very long time, it's going to be difficult. Well, we do see that fast robotics. Well, let's see if it's going to be for just observers, get an idea of what's going on, or if he is going to go into that Reaver to put some pressure on.
It's got to be a Reaver, right? Do you ever do 2 gate into obs?
If you're going to take a fast third.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like you get the vision just so you can see what kind of factory count, how much you got to respect their push. And it also helps you clear out mines.
So we are definitely going to be having Father taking a third this game. He's already getting his armory off 1 factory. I don't believe there's any scenario where you do this and you have a timing attack. It's going for a third. He's getting his scanners.
There's
you know,
no
his
there's
academy.
no like 2 or 3 factory like +1 time attack at like 100 supply or anything.
I don't believe so. Not to my knowledge.
Because I know one of the things I try to look out for, if I see you add on a bunch of factories and you don't have that science facility, you're just trying to get the +1, and then there might be an attack. So I got to see, like, keep an eye on the factory count, which is why you can see Scarf is getting that observatory. Because knowing how fast are the upgrades coming and how many factories are there is so important as Frotoss in this matchup.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now we do see Scarves taking a third, but not taking the one near his main, taking one a little more out of the way, a little more hidden, it looks like. Or at least moved to probe out, so he's ready to take it. But we already see, like, it's 4 tanks versus 3 Dragoons. How is this fair?
Not well for the tanks. No, no, not well for the Dragoons at all.
Yeah, he actually keeps poking down this bunker a little bit. No repair, so it's going to burn down eventually, but engages a little too far, loses 2 Dragoons. Like, you gotta be
Damages
very
2
careful.
tanks. Yeah.
Yeah, if he keeps bleeding a little bit of stuff here and there, whenever Father wants to move out, it could really do some big critical damage.
And there we go. The CC is started for Father. Look at that. Taking a third off 1 fac.
Yeah, I mean, if he's skipping vultures and skipping all this stuff, he's just going for raw tank power. So this is definitely something I can see happening. And I think there's definitely a tell though from the Frotoss perspective. You see no vultures, not a single vulture. Like
Right.
you gotta assume that there is a command center somewhere, right? So he still didn't start his third yet though. We see Father scanning, gets an idea of what's in the Protoss base, just adding on some gateways, a robo, no crazy tech or anything.
So I think Father right here, he's just trying to get out here, and he's gonna take his third. That's all he wants to do here.
Does he have enough to actually comfortably push out? I mean,
Against how many Dragoons he's killed so far, and against how many Dragoons here, I mean, yeah, you could. He probably doesn't know it, but he could walk out of here, I believe.
yeah, I was a little surprised that Father spent 2 scans checking out the main and the tech from the Protoss player instead of scanning right in front of him a little bit to see if the goons are still there and how many. But we should be able to push this out. Tanks are going to be quite strong for this. As long as he goes slow, like if he runs all of them up and sees them all at once, then there might be a problem.
Right. And Father's got to be feeling good. I mean, I know that when I've killed that many Dragoons and hadn't lost a tank yet, you're pretty happy as Terran. Still no third by Scarfs.
Yeah, I don't like how long he's taking for this. Unless he's trying to do some kind of big play. He's got the Citadel now. So I don't see the Templar Archives. It feels like doing like a 2-base Arbiter, like a rush, maybe? But I just don't...
Started out legs.
Yeah, he's starting on the Twilight now. Let's see if he also adds on a Stargate. But he's so gas-starved right now.
So, in this scenario, is the Templar Archives, are you going for Storm right here, or are you going for DTs? Because it feels late for DTs.
Probably for Storm.
Okay.
It's either for Storm or you get it with the same time as the Stargate just for Arbiter, so you get Storm later on. But Storm is definitely good if it's a big tank army like this that's immobile, so even if, all you gotta do is be able to get the Storm off, and that weakens all the tanks enough where Dragoons might be able to do something. Or just two Storms enough. So, let's see where he's going from there, though. Still building observers. Like I would love to see something, like, for being on 2-base this long, I feel like there's been like no harassment, no real pressure, and now he's behind a base, and the Terrans starting to add on their factories and really gear up for that mid game.
Yeah, the supplies are way too close right now for this, especially with, you know, Father having the third base and, like you said, adding the factories. I feel like Terran's gonna explode here.
Yeah, we do have a shuttle being made, and Storm is being researched on the way. So, if you do get like a good like Zealot drop on some of these tanks, and that could be your way to get through, especially if you drop 4 Zealots in and also like storm that area, that could definitely do a lot of damage in a hurry.
Do you think he's gonna go for a fight here? Or do you think he's gonna go for storm drops in the mineral line?
I don't think you could try to fight in this. He just like, he has the observer. He sees how hard it's gonna be, and there's already even a turret there to really dissuade the shuttle from dropping. The vultures move around, find this third base that is a third of the way done. Father has to be feeling really good about the situation that the third's not even done yet for the Frotoss.
Definitely. Definitely.
He lays down mines, trying to delay. I don't think he's going to delay enough to actually kill this Nexus with 5 vultures, but let's see if we can get out of here with any of them. But it's getting that knowledge, you kill the Zealot, you get an idea of exactly the timing you're dealing with. So that's so good for Terran right now.
So he's got 2 Templar, building some energy. He's got his Storm.
Yeah, you got one of the Templar in the shuttle, so it might just be a storm drop trying to get something done. He's loading up 3 more Templar. So either you keep it with the army just with the shuttle just so they move better, or he is going to try for some kind of harassment. I feel like harassment actually would have a good spot. He has a really good dead area above the third where there's like nothing to stop him and nothing to see him.
Yeah, absolutely. And even behind the natural.
In the main too, there's just not a lot of turrets everywhere, like in where these mineral lines are. So all you gotta do is make the commitment to go for it. But we do see Father instead really just building a bunch of stuff. I see a lot of scans going down. Still seeing
the main.
Yeah, he wants to get a gateway count is the big thing he's scanning for. Needs to know when Scarf is trying to power up. And he just sees 4 of them in production right now, so getting some good knowledge there.
He's getting a lot of factories. What's he got? 1, 2, 4, 5. So it's going up to 9 factories, which is, I think you can afford a little more. I think you can afford 11 technically off 3 base, but 9 is kind of the magic number where Terran starts to feel pretty strong. When you get 9 factories up and you haven't taken a lot of damage in this situation, he's got to be feeling good. He's got his 2-1 almost completed.
Well, I mean, even in this situation, if you look, like the supplies are even. This is not a good sign.
No, yeah, and he's got the EMP, so no arbiters. So see if he gets an EMP on these High Templar.
Well, that is one thing that the shuttle is very helpful with, that I could protect them from that.
Very true.
And meanwhile, I don't see... I'm trying to look what the next step is for Frotoss. He had on some gateways, but I don't see the Arbiter tech anywhere. Right? Like, I'm not just missing it. He started those 4 to start getting upgrades now, but he's on 0-0, way behind on that. Doesn't have really the raw units to do anything. He's not taking a fast 4th. I just don't, like, there's no real advantage for the Frotoss player right now, so I'm curious what the move's gonna be.
No, his only hope here is you kind of catch Terran unsiege and you get to run Zealots right into the heart of his army and just have them blow each other up.
I mean, a lot of Zealots might be okay against this because there's so few vultures. So like the Zealots will get to the tanks and then they might start collateral damaging each other a bunch.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you get the storms, you know, the Zealots are gonna run in, take the damage, then you follow up with your storms. I mean, you can still take great fights here, but man, that is a scary Terran army. I mean, that's not even maxed, and I'm afraid of it already.
Absolutely. And just as I was saying, oh, he's a little light on vultures, adds like a whole other control group. So now he's fine. It looks like Father is starting to push out. Curious which direction he's going to go. Is he going to try to shut down third or go towards the natural? Like, if he gets parked outside that natural and splits it up where he can go one direction or the other, that's where Frotoss is in trouble. Absolutely.
Looks like he's trying to kind of gather his forces. He's a little indecisive on which way he wants to go. Now he sees. Did he scan the army or did he just siege? Sees the High Templar.
He did scan the army a bit. He sees what's going on. High Templar hit a lot of the vultures, but not doing a lot. We still have 3 in the shuttle.
Storm.
Oh, these storms are doing so much damage. storms are so balanced. This is unbelievable that he's doing this much with these storms. They're hitting every big
Great
clump of
job
tanks.
with the storms. Whoa! How many storms is that on a couple of tanks?
He still has one High Templar in his shuttle as well. So he loses all the army. The army's kind of reset a bit, but this is going to be enough to at least maybe give him some breathing room. A lot of tanks left, but that's it. You can't really move out without the vultures and stuff to support it. So I think this is going to give Protoss a little bit of time, but he didn't add on enough gateways where he can really like re-add on to this a little bit. He's trying to take this fourth, but Terran should be able to just push and stop that.
I mean, and honestly, I feel like that fight right there went just about as good as it could have gone for Scarfs. I don't feel like he could have taken a much better fight. I mean, Terran's already on 2-1. Terran was maxed, and I don't think Protoss was maxed in that fight.
Yeah, no, that fight definitely went as good as it could have, but it doesn't seem like it was enough. We see it, even Terran taking their fourth, and Protoss is going to have no pressure to be able to stop that anytime soon. We do have 2 Nexuses on the way for Protoss, trying to go up to 5, but Terran moving through the middle of the map, going to be able to shut down this fourth, and there's just not a Protoss army to stop them.
Yeah, you need the Arbiters here. You need some stasis. You need something to be able to get rid of this. Storms,
Yeah, we do have the Stargate about to finish, so that should be Arbiters on the way, but that means they're a long ways off.
Here we go. He's going to get some... Oh, no. The Templar are not getting storms off.
Gets one decent one off, hits a good amount of stuff and weakens it, but when you only have a handful of Dragoons, no Zealots or anything to mop this up, like, this is Terran just gonna roll through. Like, there's nothing you can do other than retreat and wait for some reinforcements.
Could have gone a little bit better with, man, another Templar not getting a storm off. There we go.
Yeah, we got a couple from the shuttle trying to get some more storms off here, but there's still just no real ground units. Like, storm is not going to be enough to kill off an army like this. You do need units to support it. And Scarf's tapping out of that one. Father taking it. Very impressive.
I kind of like to see that style from Protoss players every once in a while, where they just kind of go gateway heavy and then go into storm. Did a great job with the shuttle getting the storms off. I know that's not easy to do, you know, hotkeying all your units and then dropping the Templar off and then storming and then getting the other one out. It's not easy. But good job by Father, keeping your macro up, taking that third safely. You know.
Yeah, so I guess the score was reported a little wrong on the TL thread. I thought the score was reported as a 1-2. I'm like, wait, no, Father just won both of them, didn't he? Alright, so, yep, we're going to be going into our next series.
I like that. So that whole time you thought the Protoss was going to win that game?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's awesome.
I was generally like thinking, like, how is he going to pull this one out?
Man, I wish I thought that the whole time. I mean, I didn't know who was going to win the game, but I had a really good feeling that Terran was going to win it. But you were like, okay, Protoss has to win here.
That's okay. That's completely fine. That's another win for Puck Frotoss.
I think they need to report all scores like that, so the casters go into that thinking that the opponent's going to win game 2.
Well, so the other thing is I check just to make sure all the replays work and stuff before we do the cast. Father didn't have the replays submitted, so he gave them to me like midway through the cast. I had a chance to look at them ahead of time, so I didn't see how many there were or how many games. Or I had no idea. I've been bamboozled, but that's okay. We're having a good time. We're moving into our next set. We got 2 more tier 2 or tier 1 games left, and it's going to be some Protoss versus Zerg, and we're going to do a ZVZ to close it out afterwards.
Alright, so I know nothing about Protoss versus Zerg.
That's okay.
I know Hydras get made.
Oh, Hydras get made. They get made like you wouldn't believe. I had a game earlier where a dude made so many Hydras. It was unbelievable that they just stayed on Hydras. And I'm like, you gotta add other stuff. You can't just only Hydras.
he was playing Mortal Kombat where you just like spam the kick button like in MK1 or something. Like you can't beat it. You just get him into a corner, right?
Yeah, I found the thing. It's my spirit animal.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's okay. We got Age. I think it's how I say his name. I know he's asleep right now, so he can't tell me if I'm wrong.
He's our Protoss player in the bottom right. Then we got VT George in the Zerg. I fully appreciate an easy to pronounce name, so thank you, George, for.
Yeah, thanks, George. We love you. You know anything about either of these players?
Not a thing. Most of the time in regular season, I wasn't casting Tier 1, so every time I see Tier 1 games, I'm completely no idea. But that like kind of feeds into your point that you were like, oh, I thought Father was a Tier 2. I thought I remember casting a Father game, and I don't cast Tier 1, so... So maybe he got like... He either stepped up for the sub of a team, or maybe got one of those mid-season promotion deals.
Man.
I mean, they said that's supposed to be possible. I don't remember seeing anyone that it happened to.
It happened... No, it didn't happen to me last season, so... They were talking about it, but it didn't happen.
Alright, well, since you don't know a lot about this matchup, both players opening as standard as humanly possible. We got Overpool from Zerg, and we have a Forge expand from Protoss. You usually see Overpool from Zerg because if there is some kind of early aggression, that's like your economic work that can actually defend it, like a proxy gates.
Okay.
And I usually go Forge. You can do Forge or Gateway expand. Forge is way safer and easier. And you get to see what your opponent's up to and really be greedy about it. So like here, that the probe sees the Overpool. It wasn't a hatchery first, so he is gonna build the Forge and then the Nexus instead of Nexus beforehand. And he's building a cannon now because he doesn't know how many links are gonna get made and has to respect it.
So let's say he scouted him last if he was in the bottom left. Do you have to start your cannon before you start your Nexus?
You should, yeah, because if he went for a reasonably early pull and makes 6 lings, the cannons won't be finished if you wait too long. So it's it's more one of those, you see what your opponent's doing, you go, oh, you went hatch first, I don't need this shit.
Okay.
So that's usually what you're scouting for. That's why you'll always see like a Forge and then they immediately scout right away. They want to know how greedy can I be. It's important.
Okay. I see Age here. He gets his first probe damage and he swaps out with another one. Now what is he looking for? What's the next thing he needs to know?
For our the Protoss player?
For Frotoss, yeah. He got his probe damage and he sent it back home and then he sent another one out immediately. So obviously he needs to be in here to see something. Is he just looking for a Hydra Den?
He's looking. The big thing, if you could see it, you gotta assume there's a third hatchery somewhere. So even if he doesn't scout and actually see it, the third hatchery is being built. It's probably being another expansion. So he's actually even gonna go confirm that. The big thing you need to know are they going lair or is it a 3-hatch Hydra bust? Because Hydras are a hatchery level tech. You don't need a lair. So if they're doing like a cheese for a bust, they probably aren't getting the lair. They're really maximizing how hard and how fast they can hit. Now sometimes they still can get the lair and do other things, but if you can force them to get Zergling speed to kill your scout, if you can wait and see if they start a Spire or if they're just going lair and then going straight for Hydras, there's so much information you can glean and to know which corners you're able to cut.
Okay.
Kind of like if you were playing Terran and if you saw they didn't make a Spire, then you don't need the eBay or the turrets or like all that kind of stuff.
Okay. So it looks like he's going to get back into the main with this probe. Good job. Ooh, yeah. Good job keeping it alive. He's going to get back in here. So he's going to see the layer. Oh, and he's going to see right when it finishes.
Right. Now, I think the probe does die before anything gets made. I don't think he saw the Spire.
I don't think so either.
I'm pretty sure he didn't. Spire's very standard though, you can assume it's coming. The big thing is that if you look around, he still didn't see a Hydra Den. If there was going to be some kind of early push, he would have seen it by now, because you got to start building it up.
Okay, so he knows he can go into his, whatever his game plan was, he knows he can continue on that path.
Yeah, you want to get if you can keep the probe alive until you're about to get your first Corsair out, and then Corsair becomes the scouting after that. You just need to know if there's going to be that early Hydra push that's going to kill all your shit. You can see now, Age's moving out with Zealots. Going to try to force a couple things to be made as units instead of drones. And maybe get a little more information, like, did you build a sunken somewhere? Did you build that hatchery? Or you start to amass Hydras at your natural? So, this is definitely risky. If you have speedlings and there's enough of them, they could find these Zealots, and then a counter push will do a ton of damage. But there's just not a lot of stuff here. The Zealots are going to get good information and still be able to fight this pretty aggressively.
Alright.
But here's enough links to fight these Zealots, and they're going to be able to clean it up pretty good. He sees an extra hatchery at the front, so that
probably indicates that it was something like a 3-hatch Spire into the 5-hatch Hydra.
Zealot Micro wedging himself in here in these chokes.
Oh yeah, this is fantastic how much he's actually doing. This still gets cleaned up, but he killed off more lings than he should have.
Absolutely.
And you can see that Corsair going straight for the third and then straight into the main. He needs to have an idea how many hatcheries did the opponent build.
Okay, so we see Zerg taking another hatchery at his third, so that's going to be his fifth hatchery, correct?
Yep, this is as standard can be right now.
Okay.
The only thing that's not super standard is that I don't see the Hydra Den yet. But he's probably going to add it on soon. Really just getting that the stuff to be popped up and ready for like all the larvae. He's actually going
+1 Carapace. Does that tell us Mutas?
Well, he's actually getting Mutas too.
Oh, there they go. They just start.
Yeah, but yeah, it sounds like he's going to be going into Mutas kind of heavily because the armor upgrade's super good because it makes it effective at fighting Corsairs. Because with the little extra splash damage, you want the armor to make sure. The one problem that Age's going to run into, he did not keep up Corsair production. He saw he saw Spire and is kind of thinking it's just for Scourge. So these Mutas might come in and really do some significant damage with the two. So he has 2 Scourge with it.
He's adding cannons at his Nat. What do you think he saw that made him want to add cannons here?
He thinks it's a Hydra bust. If you're adding cannons like this, if you think your opponent's doing some kind of Hydra play in this mid game, they're sacrificing so much economy to do it. All you gotta do is live, and you're usually in a decent spot.
Boy.
This is gonna be so bad. The Scourge kill off 1. Oh, these Mutas are now definitely gonna be in trouble. He's not gonna be like you can't even really afford to try to build up the Corsair account again. So this is just gonna be enough, and we have so many cannons at the National now, and he's gonna be pinned back from taking a third for a while. And Mutas are still going to be able to harass this down because Photon cannons just aren't that good at killing Mutas. You even see like he has that Corsair just hovered over it just because he needs that little extra DPS. Gotta dissuade this from doing anything.
So, I see our Zerg player here. He only built 5 Mutas, and he's getting the +1 Carapace. What's your take on that? I mean, should you have more?
I'm not sure if he's planning to get something later or if there's a critical number that like it helps Scourge to live a little longer or something. I'm really not 100% sure. Maybe if he was like he was planning to go more Mutas if his opponent didn't build a Stargate and went for like a Citadel first build or something. I'm really not 100% sure. The armor upgrade that fast, it might just be like I'm getting it anyway. You can see like he built a bunch of Scourge that are flying across the map now. So we have Zealots moving out, but there's like this is enough Mutas to fight these Zealots without any issues, and you just with this many Scourge you can't use your Corsairs to fight them. So Frotoss is super pinned back in their base, even having to make an Archon here just to have some hope of fighting the Mutas if he tries to move out.
Do you think he sees this DT moving out?
I'm gonna say no. It looks like the DT is looking for another base or seeing if George uses time to take a 4th. But it looks like George's still very comfortable just on 3 going into a mid game, maybe trying to do some kind of Hydra timing. He's getting plenty of
lings down here to this where this DT was going. I'm kind of curious. I guess maybe he was just checking to see if Frotoss took a hidden expansion, but I mean, you could have done that with your Mutas. I don't know.
I'm really not sure. But we do see a couple more Corsairs being built up. We're up to 3. Still not enough to fight this because there's 6 Scourge with this little army. And we see like the Corsairs starting to get their shots off, but with that 1 armor, they do so much less damage. They only do 5 a hit, so that's 20% reduction.
Wow, I had no idea that was that much.
And we do see George finally taking that 4th up at the 12 o'clock. We're looking like he's going to be in a very comfortable spot, really starting to add on some Hydra, so if we do have the Frotoss finally starting to move out, he's going to have that ground army to fight it as well, not just the Mutas. We got a couple Storms already and some Zealots, but this is not a big army at all. You can see him trying to fight this Overlord, but he is revealing how small the army actually is. Mutas dodging the storms beautifully.
Yeah, some mist storms there for sure, and Mutas actually outrange an Archon, right?
That is so dangerous. Technically, yes, so dangerous. Like right
Well,
now,
the mutas are about gone.
these
I
mutas
think-
are about to die to this Archon.
And he's
Oh,
still
man.
making Archons here. I'm a little bit worried for Aggie here, because
No, Archons are. If your Templar ran out of energy, like Archons are still good against everything because the damage type still is significant. Like they have a lot of health. Hydras go through them pretty quick, but the splash like hits it hits Lings pretty well. Like in general, just Archons are a strong unit.
okay.
So it's not so bad to keep going Archons like this. You wouldn't want like a ton of them in your army, but a couple. They outrange Zealots, so as melee they are like that level 2 line. So like they're definitely value to keep adding on a couple Archons.
So obviously, I'm no Protoss or Zerg player here, but when the Zerg is even in supply with the Protoss, that's generally not good, right?
That's generally that's really good for the Zerg player if they're even.
Okay. 'Cause this is a lot of Hydras.
Oh, the Templar
he
goes
killed-
down before it gets a storm off, and then these Archons get cleaned up. This is gonna be really brutal. Hydras, like this is why Hydras are so good in this matchup because they just generally do pretty good damage to everything. I mean, Zealots they aren't amazing against, but you just make so many of them for so cheap, and then Zealots have to
Sure.
run into it. But
So you're the Protoss player here, and you've just seen what you saw.
this is rough. This is definitely
what's
gonna
your
be a.
next step here?
Oh, he's getting a lot of Zealots, which are good. Needs to add on more Templar to have Storms ready to fight this. Or if you think your opponent's really going to go into Hydras, you can start adding Reavers.
Okay.
But I think you can't hold this third at all. Like I think you have to immediately forfeit it. Yeah, you can see he's thinking about trying to engage this, but he only sees half the army. Most of it's still marching in. He's going to have high ground advantage. He's even morphing a couple lurkers right in his face. This is going to be very difficult because I actually don't see any observers with this army either. So if these lurkers get off and okay,
Oh my. Wow. Storm's pretty good.
Storm is pretty good. That's why you just need some kind of good splash damage against Hydras. Storms are nice and easy. Reavers do a ton as well. So as long as you get one of the two, and then you can morph the Archon afterwards. But you can see even with this, there's still just plenty of stuff. And if nothing else, it's keeping the third from really getting saturated for now, and it just builds time for the Zerg to establish their fourth more. Unfortunately, the Zerg wasn't establishing their fourth. Not really saturated with drones, nothing in the gas either, so.
Well, I gotta tell you, he held the third. He eliminated the whole Zerg army with, probably 30 army less supply right there. That was not bad.
Yeah, Storm does. That's why I was surprised when I was telling you about that game earlier that he just went so many Hydras, because it's a good unit, but like at some point it makes splash damage way too valuable.
Sure. Okay.
So that's like it's kind of like playing with fire. Like this army's really great. If I get Side Storm twice, I'm going to die. So that's why it's always a little bit surprising. Usually, like seeing a couple lurkers, it controls the ground space a little better, or someone going into hive to get like ultralisks or something. That makes it a lot better because you just have more of a mix of stuff.
Now, why isn't the Ultra used in ZVP?
It is late game.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. I almost never see it. Are just Zealots just kind of just really good against them?
I think the biggest problem they have is because of the size of them and the size of the Protoss units. Like the pathing can get really bad, and there is a really good hard counter unit to them with Reavers because Reavers do 110 damage a shot. So like 5 armor doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So if you're prone to go with a lot of ultras, you just start making Reavers to fight it. And you usually end up adding Reavers at your expansions to defend anyway, because you need something that can fight through Dark Swarm and Lurkers.
Right. Yeah. Those Lings, they're gonna Dark Swarm your expansion, and cannons are useless. So yeah, definitely have to keep a Reaver there. I know that.
Yeah. Now we do see that with the hive being completed, we have Adrenaline on the way, which nothing kills a Protoss base faster than like 12 Adrenalines.
Sure.
You need to just
Yeah.
not pay attention for like 3 seconds and it'll wipe out everything. No amount of cannons will stop them. It's completely insane. So let's see where we're going from here. Zerg taking their 5th base up in the corner. Protoss finally starting to establish a 4th as well. But you can see that some of these bases are starting to get low on money. We actually have a lot of probes over at Augie's main not mining at all.
Yeah, I see that. You're right. It looks like Age is gonna move out here, and this looks like a pretty scary Protoss army. Like, how does Zerg fight this?
If he gets a good concave, that's enough. Once you add on too many Dragoons, Defilers are really useful, just like they are against Medic Marine. So
I only see one observer, so I really feel like he needs to be picking this off right now.
that's why he has it so far back, and unlike a
Oh, he's got 2
TVP,
observers actually.
yeah, he has it really far back. You don't keep it with the army if you can avoid it, just so it only sees the lurkers when you need them, and it doesn't get picked off by Hydras. That's also why a lot of people actually get the sight range upgrade, just to make it easier to fight lurkers without
Oh, I had
putting
no
them in
idea
danger.
that was. I had no idea that you actually got observer sight. That's cool.
It makes it a lot easier just to keep them safe, just because like there's always overlords with the army, so there's always detection to shoot them down.
You ever get the speed upgrade too, or is that just?
I don't think you have to, but I do, just so it moves as fast as the army. But you can even see here, like these a few observers walked up that ramp and almost got shot down immediately by Hydras. This attack going up the ramp's actually doing pretty well, but there is a lurker in the back that's getting a lot of damage on these dragoons, and they're gonna have to back off here.
And I know when Frotoss is left with just dragoons, no matter who they're fighting, it's not good.
Leave. I mean, it's good if you're fighting against Protoss.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Now, we do see with the production that Protoss still building out their gateways, but adding in a couple Dark Templars. This is such a good move to shut down little bases like that 5th up in the corner, because there's just not the stuff and there's not overlords there. And once you have enough weapons upgrade, Dark Templar do insane amounts of damage.
Holy smokes! He's already got +3. Is that? I mean, is that normal, or is he?
It's super normal. It's critical.
Okay.
It's a critical upgrade for the matchup, because if you are ahead on your weapons upgrade compared to their armor upgrades, your zealots kill links in 2 hits, not 3.
Shuts down the 4th, or sorry, 5th.
Yeah, look at that. It's a singular Dark Templar, and it's doing all the damage. These guys are great.
Got a win for the Cape Boys.
Yes.
Looks like Augie's setting up his 5th base. Putting tons of cannons on the high ground. Got a DT there.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
he actually
think
there is a
Zerg
ling
breaks
down at
that.
the there's a ling at the bottom already in that base.
Oh.
So he's gonna
On a
know it's
secret
there.
mission.
Yeah, he's gonna
How about
see
you
it's
just
there.
burrow that ling? Get burrow and just never let him make a nexus.
Burrow is actually a good thing to get if your opponent starts going reavers, just to avoid the shot, or like a
yeah, definitely with the drops for sure.
yeah. We do see a bunch of Protoss units trying to go over to this 4th area, shut it down again. There's a couple lurkers at the top of the ramp, but there's enough Dragoon here to fight this.
Yeah. These aren't Marines. Zealots can run through this.
Yeah, I mean, if there's enough of them, they can. There's definitely times where you'll look at a fight and be like, I could take this. No, you can't. Like, you need to calm down. But Zealots are much, much healthier.
You just hear the scream of your Zealots. Oh! It's going up the ramp.
Zealots are tough. They don't scream. They just die.
No, they're not. They're not tough. Marines are tough. Looks like Zerg's using this time to go to the middle of the map with a huge army.
Yeah, this is so much commitment from the Protoss army. It's way out of position. And this, you could see that he just finished up his support bay for Robo to start adding on Reavers, but there is no, there's nothing here that's gonna be able to stop this. Even without the Dark
Still
Storm,
top left. He hasn't moved his army yet.
he ain't gonna get there in time anyway. I would love to see him actually approach the 12 and start initiating a base race or something, but he's gonna take so much damage from
you could
here.
build an Arbiter, wait for the energy, and recall this army back faster than it's gonna get here. Oh, this is bad.
And we got a couple Archons morphing at the front. Nothing's going to get through to the Natural, but you can see the Natural's already mined out. He lost his 3rd, and he's going to lose his 4th, it looks like. This is too much damage for the Protoss to take, and he hasn't even started that 5th base. That Ling that was down there did kill the Pro before it started.
Hero Zergling. He's getting promoted. That was a lot of Archons. Oh.
Yeah. If you're starting to float a lot of gas building
man.
Archons just for fighting against
He barely
it.
lost that 5th.
Yeah,
Brutal.
well, this is actually a really big problem because Urkage doesn't have enough for a Nexus. He's going to have to long distance mine some of it to get to the 400.
He's got enough in his main there. It looks like he's going to be able to afford 400 soon. Don't build a gateway unit. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to start his 5th back up.
He's starting the
he's in
4th
trouble.
down at the bottom. He can't afford to come and fight this 5th, it looks like. And we do see a Dark Templar moving around, killing off what's up at the Natural of what would be that 5th, and killing that Ling finally. And a probe's going over there to try it again. Now, meanwhile, we didn't see a lot of...
DTs.
DTs are super good, man.
He's built a lot of them. It is natural. He's pushed up with his main force.
It's one of those good fighting units because they do so much damage and kill most of the Zerg units in 1 or 2 hits. But they are good against Ultralists because they do so much damage per swipe. And it's, especially later in the game, you can see there's just not a lot of Overlords grouped with the army anymore. This is starting to push through and really starting to do some damage.
Storms, man, they're strong. But we have kind of the same story left over here. Just Dragoons left, and
lots of length flooding in.
I feel like this was Augie's kind of last-ditch attempt.
It seems like he needed to get something done. We do see the Zerg taking that 9 o'clock finally, getting that another base on the line, and retaking the 2 o'clock as well. So this is going to be difficult to keep punishing him down. George has quite the bank as well. Not really for gas, but tons of minerals. Can really keep flooding these units on and keeping the Frotoss on the back foot, because if he loses this 6 o'clock again, this game is over instantly.
No Overlords here yet, so the DTs are holding strong.
Absolutely. DT's going to go through and really get a lot of damage. There's now 1 Overlord in the sky and nothing to shoot it from the Frotoss army, so this will be enough to dissuade this. Now we gotta see, is there a way for Frotoss to have army that can actually make it out here and defend this? I don't think there's gonna be, just because Lings are so good and so fast right now. He still has that weapons upgrade I was telling you about, but it ain't gonna be too much longer. And Plague's now getting research, gonna make these fights way harder.
Yeah, it looks like kind of like George here. He's going through all the steps. He knows he's ahead, gonna max out his tech tree here. Get the ultimate Zerg army and just finish the game. Looks like you might be able to finish the game out with the hive tech.
I do like, if you look over in the Zerg main, there's 1 drone with 2 mineral patches all to himself. He's earned it. He's treating himself. All these probes getting killed as they try to transfer to that 5th. He just lost like at least 10 probes to a couple Hydras and Lings that were just in there. And then we get that full surround, that 6 o'clock expansion. Lurker gets dropped down in here, but I don't know how we're going to actually fight this.
Oh,
there's no detection, it's just going through things. Finally, Observer gets here. The DTs can fight the Lurker if they're careful. But this is just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Augie's barely mining right now. I think he has like a total of like 10 probes actually gathering minerals right now.
Yeah, he's got a couple at that 5th base and then a couple down at this 6 o'clock. Darkstorm goes down. That's the killer to really make sure you can't get through this. Force the Dragoons to do nothing, Cants do nothing, and these Lings are going to mow through this Nexus so fast, it's going to make your head spin. So enough to shut down that base. And Zerg is still didn't lose any army taking it, so they can just walk right over to that 5th, and now that Darkstorm's done, these cannons do nothing to the front. You need something else with them. It can't just be cannons.
I love Augie still in this game, man.
Well, he sent a couple zealots up to the 2 o'clock to shut down the mining there, so he keeps trying to keep the pressure on, but not quite aware of how bad the situation is. I can't imagine he's going to stay in this one too much longer. Although the Lings were just marching up into this cannon line, but now the Darkstorm's going to protect them a little bit and be enough to get them through. Although there is 1 DT blocking that ramp, really doing some very serious damage, it looks like.
Holy smokes! The cannons hold!
Just barely. He put the Dark Swarm not at the cannons, but at the ramp, so...
Right. Losing a bunch of High Templar here. And
he's losing. I think Augie's not mining like any minerals anymore. We got like 9 at the 5th base, and that's all we got mining right now. It's not even enough to keep like High Templars in production. And gets out of it. If it was a well game, that definitely was well played from George. So
yeah,
that'd be our...
It was back and forth. I saw, Zerg came at him, Frotoss came back, Zerg came back. I kind of see that kind of ebb and flow with ZVPs when I watch them in pro games, where it's kind of the Frotoss goes and then they lose all their zealots and they have to run away with their dragoons, and then the Zerg kind of counterattacks.
Yeah, you go through the same kind of phases in this matchup as you do in TBZ, so some of that should look familiar. It's just you can definitely have. You gotta do so much management with how the Zerg has their bases, especially how many gases they have. Is the problem.
see.
It's like Zerg units just get so strong and so good, especially like at the end. That critical armor upgrade favors Zerg once you get the three for both. It's just
Okay.
not enough. But we see
So
both players.
you're a Protoss player on Whiteout. What is the plan here? Seems like Reaver drops would be stronger. Like Corsair Reaver could be good on this map.
Is this a guess of yours informed at all by a certain Snow vs Sulky game?
No, actually, I don't remember that game. Was there a Snow vs Sulky game on here?
It's from ASL 7. I'm not telling you anything about it. Go watch it. It's one of the best games in the last year.
I've seen every ASL game, so I've seen the game, but I'm not remembering it.
Protoss was on one base, didn't fast expand.
You know what? I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Protoss won, right?
Yeah, Protoss won.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember that. Now I remember. Yeah, Snow Reavers, man. Overpowered.
Yo, he does them in every matchup. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that build he did on the PvP against Rain, where he's just like,
I know,
it's like
but-
40 Reavers. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah, he went 4 Robo. I was like, oh, this is interesting.
I was like, if I see this once on a ladder, I'm not laddering for a month until people stop doing it.
Oh man.
That's unbelievable. I love like, when players can really like own the crap out of a unit. Like it's so hard to do where you could just be like, oh this player, it has to be this player. So like Snow with Reavers or Leda with Wraiths or something.
Yeah,
like-
absolutely.
So hard to make your name for yourself on some crazy stuff like that.
You got Jadong Zerglings or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like back in the day, today I got one Speedling in your base against Protoss. He's gonna kill every probe you've ever made. It's completely crazy. So we do see a very different strategy from Agi this game. Gateway expand instead of Forge expand.
All right. I am actually outside at the moment, taking a leak, so I'm not looking at the game currently.
Oh, fantastic. Good to know you're one of those people that takes a phone call in the bathroom. But, so, what the basis of what's going to end up happening, though, with the Gateway Expand, you make Zealots instead of a Forge and Cannons, and the Zealots are going to put the pressure into the Zerg. They're going to have to make some Zerglings instead of drones, so it slows them down, and you can fight with the Zealots to keep yourself safe. The problem being, if you lose the Zealots, you probably lose immediately.
Right.
So, it's a good build. It gets scouting information off. It slows down the Zerg economy. It slows down your economy too, but like it's a nice trade, and because it's not the common thing, it's gonna throw some people off because you're just not gonna be as practiced.
Fair enough.
There's
See, who's the Protoss player that always opens? Is it Mini who always opens Zealots in PvZ? I feel like Mini, every time I see him, he does a Zealot opening.
There's a couple people like that. Best does it a lot too, I think.
Best does it. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, but it's always fun to see these kind of things. It's a different strategy, and there's even like little micro stuff here where if like you had a Zealot and a Probe, your Probe basically acts like your +1 upgrade because 2 Zealot hits and a single Probe hit, if it's quick enough, will kill a length like that instead of having to do 3 from a Zealot. There's definitely little things that can happen. We
see a little bit of awkwardness here. Yeah. The one Zealot that he was sending down, the second Zealot gets caught. Zerglings are coming up, and then the one Zealot makes it into the main.
Yeah, you can see how many probes are being pulled right now because they have to be. Because if you lose control of the front of this ramp like he's doing right now, if these links kill that pylon, the game's over. So he has to pull a lot of probes to make sure this doesn't go awry, and he pulls enough to hold it. Now, if we look over in the Zerg base, there was a Zealot that got down here, and I do see some drones. Not a lot of drones made right now, so I think the Zealot got some kills, but didn't.
He killed 1 or 2, I believe. He killed the gas drones.
It's possible. So we do have the Forge on the way now. This is a little more what I'm used to seeing. I see a lot of people, especially the lower tier players, they do Gateway and then they get a Forge and then they get a Nexus, and that makes no sense. So like you can do the Gateway expand. This is done a lot more properly, where you get your Zealots and you're using the Zealots to buy you time. You get the Nexus, then the Forge is after the Nexus.
Sure.
So we'll see if we can get this done. Now this is one of the things that can get really annoying because the Forge is late. You don't have the cannons. these links, you start picking off at buildings a little bit. They force your zealots to be drawn out to come fight them. And all it takes is a little bit of inattention from either player, and they could really swing the early tempo.
Right.
And meanwhile, we do see Zerg later than last game, but has that drone ready for that third base, just starting it right now. But you can see he hasn't started a lair yet or anything either, so not really mining gas. It looks like they really trying to put the pressure on against this Zealot expand build, but you gotta have to be careful, because if you keep sacrificing too much economy, eventually one of these attacks really does significant damage.
Looks like Frotoss is going to move out here with these 3 zealots. Zerg is going to obviously have to make some lings.
Yeah, but that's the whole basis of how this build works, is that you just keep forcing them to make lings every time they want to make drones. And it really just slows them down. You can already see, like, look at the supply difference already for how this game's going compared to what we saw last time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got a couple zealots here.
Gets a good surround on that zealot.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to clean us up without too much issue. And we already see Augie getting that Stargate. So, unlike last game, Stargate was so much slower. The lair's not even started yet for the Zerg player. He's going to have that full Corsair vision.
Yeah, so this is a little bit scary. So what happens if you don't have a Spire or a Hydra Den done when the Corsair gets to you? Do you just lose?
You don't lose, but you better have a Hydra Den really soonly done, because you're gonna start bleeding Overlords very quickly.
Okay.
Usually you have to have a Hydra Den nearing completion, and then you have to just group all the stuff in one little corner until you can actually defend it. You can see the Hydra's Den being started now, realizing that Corsairs are going to be coming soon. First one already almost done. The one saving grace that Corsairs don't kill Overlords very quickly. So he will have some time, but he's going to lose 1 or 2. And he still has to scout around. He wants to see what tech's in the main, if there's a third, how saturated is it. But George looks really on the back foot this entire game. Maybe not that used to playing against Gateway Expand. I would say if this game goes well for Augie, I would be opening this way again in Game 3.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see how this one goes, though. We got the +1 weapons nearing. They're like halfway at this point, but with Zerg so far behind, there's no way they're going to be able to afford like an Evo chamber to get things. We already see some Hydras on the way, still no lair.
He adds a Citadel. Is he going to do like a +1 like legs attack here or something with a bunch of zealots?
This is just a normal thing when you get the Citadel, is that you need like a +1 attack. You just want good zealots, because they're good against everything so early until lurkers come out. Okay. So this isn't like an unusual thing. The reason like the Citadel build first will work is because it gets these fast zealots so much faster. But you can see like this Corsair, it's keeping you safe against the mutas, and like the zealots are going to keep you safe against everything else. You do see trying to run these lings around and not lose anything too significant. We have 2 Corsairs on the map now, and he's starting to find some kills on these Overlords. Supply block for George, so if he doesn't have any Overlord Hydras already, has 3 protecting a clump of Overlords as natural. That's the best he's gonna get. And we see some Zealots now moving towards that third base. There's almost nothing here, no sunken, just a couple lings, but that +1 attack upgrade is about to finish. That's gonna make all the differences in the world if he waits to engage until then.
See if he can get a pick off on this Evo here. Oh, he already made him cancel +1 missile attacks for the Zerg. So, small win. He restarts it now, knowing that he's not going to lose it. Yeah. But that was a quarter of the way done. So, getting a little bit done with these Zealots. Killed some Lings and stalled out +1 attack.
Yeah, you saw how many more Lings he killed there because he had the +1 and was killing them 2 hits instead of 3.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. Gets another Overlord. Not bad.
So here's the follow-up that you can do in this situation. If you notice that they didn't get a Spire, you're really going to control the Overlord airspace, and he has to group them up super carefully. He's building DTs, man. Time to go in. We're really going to shut down that third if he doesn't put down a Spore Colony very soon.
It always amazes me when I watch PvZ how pro players, like, Overlords are detectors. So, like, you'd think DTs would not be a staple of this matchup.
Oh,
but
the
they
CPL.
are.
Yeah. Now we do see Storm on the way, and we're starting to add on those gateways, so Pro's going to have a pretty scary 2-base army if they want it. Spire, the lair is done. We're building more hatcheries. I don't think we're going to be starting the Spire, though. Really just leaning on Hydras to get us through the mid-game. And of course, there's moving back towards that third. They want to start clearing out these Overlords, because here come the DTs.
Yeah, it looks like it's not gonna happen. He's gonna have to bring
Oh no,
them down
this is gonna happen. He's gotta just be careful how he engages it, because if he can pull those Hydras out of position, the DTs will easily win that fight against those as well. Because the
here.
way
Still sunken there though. He has
Yeah.
to kill all the Overlords.
yeah, it's gonna be positioning kind of stuff. He's actually moving away, making sure he has in position to stop the next base from Zerg. If you can keep Zerg on 3 base, you're feeling very comfortable. You see now, Pro's already starting to set up their third as well.
True.
Now,
Looks like he's moving out with his Zealots. They got speed now.
yeah, they're gonna
so
be able
fast.
to really take out the forces at this third, and then DTs can clean up.
I'd really like it if he kept the DTs and kind of sandwiched, and so send your Zealots into the third, and you're not going to be able to reinforce that well if you've got DTs kind of in the middle between the third and the natural. But I think he's going to group everything together here.
Age really going for a bit of a flex here, like really understand the follow-ups he's forcing his opponent into, going for Reaver right now because he knows what's happened with how late the lair was, that he didn't force a Spire. He's forcing his opponent to so many Hydras right now, and he's going to go Reavers to fight the Hydras. Very thought-out game from Age, and hopefully it does well. He's trying to break through. This time, there's a little too much defense. Hydra's got a chance to start building up. And we got these sunken colonies, which he keeps trying to keep these Overlords here because he needs to detect that DT. Looks like he barely gets them all out, but he's going to lose a couple more Overlords here.
I have to say that went good for Zerg, right? Frotoss lost everything, lost all the Corsairs. Zerg didn't really lose anything right there. Just a few Hydras.
It was 2 Corsairs. It's not like it was a giant group of them. And he lost some Zealots and stuff, but it bought him time to get the third online.
Okay.
So it really is not that great for Zerg, because Zerg still doesn't have that 4th base. He's kind of locked into having a lot of Hydras, and now he feels forced to get something done. But +2 weapons nearing completion, speed shuttles nearing completion. We already have Storm completed, and we're building Reavers.
I think we're going to have some Storm drops here.
Hell yeah.
With a Reaver.
Storm Reaver drops. How overkill can you kill drones?
Yeah, how can you kill drones even harder?
It is going to be great. But this is actually, if he pulls this fight with the Zealots at the front, this speed shuttle can just drop all sorts of nightmare on this giant clump of Hydras that have no support other than being Hydras.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like you were saying earlier, it's that splash damage. Look how he's got shuttle speed, and he's not going to mess around with the army outside of his base. He's
This
gonna head
Ling
down.
does see the shuttle on the way, though. This
Does
Ling
he see it? He's followed it. Yeah, he moved the Link back. I think
he
saw
knows.
it. Yeah,
So-
he pulled the probes, or the drones.
Yeah, so we gotta see where they go. He's not pulling them into the main, though. He's pulling them way off to the third. And we see you got some Hydras shooting down at this. This Reaver and Storm might be able to stop this. Not losing either so far, so he uses a Storm.
This has
but
got to be annoying. Oh no, don't send your drones back! Oh!
he thought it was enough.
No!
Oh, yes!
Oh no!
Beautiful. It was beautiful. And the Hydras immediately move into the natural. They have to get something done, but we already have Psystorms here with enough energy. These Hydras marching to their death. This feels so bad for Zerg right here.
Oh man.
They do get through most of the Zealots, though, without any issues, so. And we're
Not
out of
enough
Storm
to
ammo.
break through the cannons, though.
Probably not enough to break through the cannons. Starting to morph an Archon because he needs something to help defend us. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
that
these,
third for
these
Protoss.
guys are so awesome. It's just back and forth. One takes a little edge here. The other one tries to do something. Man, these guys are fun to watch.
Yeah, and that Protoss shuttle still hanging out by the natural, hasn't been eliminated yet. Just waiting for the right time to go back in and start mixing.
I want to see that High Templar. How many kills that thing had?
Well, he dropped one that has no kills, so that's not the one.
Oh, there we go. Oh, well, I guess we can't check kills on High Templars.
I think you're supposed to be able to. I think I've seen a kill count on High
thought you were-
Templar.
Yeah, it definitely happens when you morph them into an Archon. I've seen it like doubles their kills.
Yeah, well, we got the shuttle moving in. He only took one of the Templars, so he still has the other one by that natural. I think he's
Reaver
trying
in
to.
the main. Storm drop again.
Yeah. Oh, kills all the drones in the main. We have some Hydras trying to move up towards that Protoss third, but there's a lot of cannons there and already High Templar waiting. The shuttle gets out any issue, and the Templar at the natural gets another good storm off to kill like 5 more drones.
Oh no. And now we're heading over to the third base.
This is
If he
just
if he
brutal.
storms on top of that high ground. Okay, good pull. No! No, get out of there!
Oh my god.
Could have been worse.
This is beautiful harassment though, across the board, just finding all the openings.
Yeah, good job with Age here. Really, really exploiting the shuttle speed and the Reaver and Storm.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to me because you think about the way his game's been going. He's been doing so much work with the shuttle, these little harassments, these attacks. I feel like his drone, his probe saturation at the third should be higher than it is right now. I feel like maybe he should have more gateways, but he's just getting so much done with what he has, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's definitely banked a lot of money, but just being so active with your shuttle, it's gonna pay off.
And we see he found that fourth base, which just complete. It has nothing there, but looks like he's gonna lose the hatchery.
Yeah, sending some DTs over too.
Yeah, there's nothing,
And
no detection here. That's
see
all
an
you need.
Overlord,
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna be able to kill the shuttle though.
I don't think so.
Coming over.
Uh-oh.
No, unload! Oh.
Okay, well he saves the High Templar at least. The Scourge won't catch a speed shuttle, but it has that acceleration time, so he just didn't move it quite fast enough. And meanwhile, Protoss setting up to take their fourth base while he's shutting down the Zergs.
Looks like our Zerg player trying to re-drone. He's re-droned his nat, made a ton of drones. He's gonna have good saturation back in his main and everything, but is it too little too late? Frotoss has what they want, right? They have all the tech they need, adding on more gateways. Zerg has been really slowed down here.
Yeah. If you actually look at the Zerg vision though, they have stuff everywhere. They're really trying to get an idea of what the Protoss player is doing and where's an angle I can approach and see what's going on. They found the pylon where that fourth is and killed the probe there, so the fourth isn't going to go down. So the situation's still pretty okay. The main
good on
for
George here.
Yeah, the main for Protoss is going to mine out soon. And while there was a lot of drone damage, so at least that means that the economy will eventually start evening out a little bit.
Sure. Looks like George gonna run up on this high ground. Those zealots don't want to mess with that. Even drops a lurker egg here to save these hydras. But here we go. Protoss moving down the map. Gonna go back to this third base. It looks like.
Yeah, there's a lot of drones here to lose, and not much defense other than that. There's a small group of hydras and a couple a sunken, but that's all it's gonna be. So these big upgraded zealots, they already have their +3 weapons compared to the 1 armor for Zerg, so we're gonna have to be really careful how we engage. And he's even adding in a couple Dragoons, which is what you need to really start sieging through some of these kind of spots. Would love to have a High Templar, but you know what? We can't have everything.
He's got one in there.
In that big group? Oh yeah, he does. Awesome. And it has 200 energy. Yes.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Whoa, look at those lurkers. He just started morphing a lot. Oh, and he cancels them. I don't know. I might have kept them.
No, you'll never
Oh,
fit.
you storm it. You're right. Yeah.
Well, no, even Zealous can break through the eggs pretty fast.
Okay.
So we got plenty of lurkers being morphed here. We do have enough for a storm on the eggs if he wants to do it, but I think he's gonna wait until they just hatch, so that way the Archon Splash can finish the job.
Shuttle coming down with 2 Reavers in it. No observers here. I don't even see any on the way, so if he can get everything burrowed, he should hold. But with how much damage, though?
Yeah, we're definitely taking a lot of damage here. You see like the Zealots in the main cleaning up everything they need to.
Kills the Spire. Will he get the Hive? I know Hives have like an absurd amount of health.
Oh yeah. They have a lot of health here. Now I'm actually really concerned because if you actually look, Age's getting his Reaver the Scarab damage. That's an upgrade you rarely ever see in this matchup. So that's Age just front to back played that game so well. That was exciting to watch. And we're gonna get to see a game 3 between these guys. Hell yeah!
Great job with that shuttle, man. I want to add up the kills with that Reaver and those 2 High Templar. I mean, they had to have gotten upwards of 30, 40 drone kills between all the bases.
Yeah, that was crazy. They got like 15 or 20 like within like 10 seconds, just every
Yeah.
base all at once.
Yeah.
We got these guys, and they're doing a super fun game 3 on cross game. I don't think you've even seen this map yet.
Who does this map favor for this matchup?
It's good for both players. I don't think
Really?
I don't think it's really bad for either. Zerg can take their bases without too much concern because lurkers can defend them well. But
Okay.
with the multiple movement paths, the Frotoss has that mineral third that's actually it's useful for Frotoss to have all those extra zealots and stuff. They can take
Sure.
their bases without too much issue. It's like they'll slice the map up pretty well if the game goes really late.
Okay.
So it really just I don't think this is like naturally favored towards one or the other. I'm just like guessing though. I don't know what the stats actually are on it.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
I don't feel bad playing this matchup there, and I don't feel like, oh, this is a free win. Like, Gladiator feels like a good map for us. Like, that feels like fun times.
Okay.
Like, one of the big things that makes this map a little harder, though, for Zerg is, if you do the wall at the front, right, because there's that ramp for the high, you get a high ground advantage near your wall. So it's really hard to actually, like, do, like, a Hydra bust on a wall here.
Okay. Yeah, lots of surface area to build your cannons. And the other thing I see on a lot of maps, which I feel like Protoss has to love this natural, look how big your natural is. Look how much area you have to build. If you look at a map like Fighting Spirit or Circuit Breaker, like, you can pretty much only put like 3 cannons in a line. And then if you do a 4th, you lock yourself in. So, but this map, like you said, you have this giant ramp. You're up on this high ground. You could put as many cannons as you want up there, and nobody's breaking that.
I mean, there's definitely things you gotta be concerned with, though. There are some varying high ground areas which make lurkers good. There's 3 easy ground paths, so you like the Protoss army wants to stay together. It's easy for the Zerg to outmaneuver them if they're being careful about it. So this map could lead to some very exciting games. Well, let's see.
How do you feel about a gateway opening on top of here? What if the Zerg, decides to just keep building lings? How do you wall? Can you wall this off quickly enough to stop something like that?
You don't need to wall though, because if
Don't
you do
need to wall.
if you do the gateway expand properly, you're constantly building zealots, and you can fight their battle lings because they just don't have the larvae yet. Like you can see,
Okay.
he still hasn't even started that second hatchery.
Okay.
So like the rule of thumb is like 4 lings will barely kill 1 zealots in like open
Sure.
field combat.
Right.
So if I'm making zealots like one at a time and you're only making lings, like you are committing all of your resources to lings, and I can eventually get a forge and a cannon or something, because it's not hard to keep building out of zealots or like build a second gateway. Any kind of answer is fine. Like, you can't commit to all zealots unless you're really committing to doing some damage, which then you need to get speed as well.
Okay. Looks
here-
like he's taking it seriously with this gateway opening. Has already 6 Zerglings. So he should be able to kill this first zealot pretty quick. He needs to jump on this right before, because the zealots don't really get powerful until you get like 2 or 3 of them kind of in a group, and then it gets scary for
Well,
Zerg.
I mean, if you see what he's doing here, he's forcing it so you have a bunch of lings, they can barely fight him. They're fighting them one-on-one honor combat.
Yeah.
And that's going to give him time for the next one to come in. So Zerg's pegged in. If you fight these kind of little fights like this and you don't keep making lings, eventually it's going to get out of control.
And every ling you make is not a drone made, so
Yeah. Like, you already see, he's really being forced into making these lings, but that bought the Protoss plenty of time. Forge is on the way, halfway done. Nexus has started as well. And we do see a 3rd hatchery from our Zerg player, so he's going to have plenty of larvae to go through this, but this is the whole reason this gateway expand works. That just puts the pressure on. You can look at the drone count; it just isn't that healthy, even though the
No.
natural's done. Like,
Right.
it's just not. It's not going to have an advantage for a while.
So instead of instead of a forge right here, you would have liked to see maybe a second gateway and then just
No,
using some
no, like
zealots to plug a hole.
no, this is fine. It's just like if
Oh,
you're
okay.
if you're worried about really early lings when you do a gateway expand, you keep making enough zealots where lings versus zealots you're fine. Until
Okay.
ling speed, and then they can start microing better. You'll have enough. So, like, what you want to do, like, you just keep building zealots. He got a Nexus, and then he put the Forge afterwards to help supplement. Because he needs a cannon to stop like this kind of crap from happening, where the Lings just surround the gateway from the outside.
Sure.
So like this is gonna be enough where you held out fine, but unlike with the Forge expand, there were so fewer drones. Like we still have the 3 hatcheries, just like a normal kind of game, but there's so less drones, and we're going to lair. So like you can't have this many money, you can't have this much gas. Like mutas become much less of a threat, and the whole time you're building these zealots, which if they don't die, they're still part of your army. You got your expansion up, and you're gonna be able to do a good mid game time because you've been building units the whole time.
Sure. Yeah. So I feel like you said, he did the gateway expand. He forged expanded in game 1, didn't really work out for him, but now he does it in game 2, or sorry, game 3 after it was successful in game 1. And I feel like Zerg, he's gonna do what's successful in game 1 for him. He's going into Spire. So how does this pan out again?
No, Frotoss did the same build as game 2, so.
Right, yeah,
yeah.
and he won that game, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
misunderstanding what you were saying.
Yeah, like you said, he's.
Yeah, he
did
won.
the gateway.
I think the Zerg wanted to go Spire game 2. He was so far behind he couldn't afford it. He felt trapped into getting the early Hydras without the lair, or maybe he wanted to do some kind of Hydra bust and just was put in a spot where he couldn't afford to do it. Like going this Spire is still good if you build a couple mutas. They really help you eliminate these zealots before anything gets out of hand. But we still have that Stargate going down. Unlike game 2, like the Spire's near completion, so we're not gonna just have free reign with Corsairs ahead of time. But it should still be in a good spot where if you go mutas, he's prepared where he's gonna be able to deal with it. But even like right now, if you look at the money for VT George, there's so little minerals. He can make a couple mutas when it finishes, but he just doesn't have the minerals. And now we have zealots walking into the main.
Yeah, this is a little rough. Almost gets a drone, but I mean he sees a Spire, so and he sees. Can you tell if the Spire is upgrading something, or does it not? It has the same animation the whole time, huh?
Yeah, no animations for the Zerg buildings.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think any Zerg building has an animation, does it?
Yeah, I don't think so. You might be right about that.
Yeah, it's a secret advantage. No, they don't have blinking lights. But we can see once he saw the Spire, even though he lost the Lings in the main, he got enough harassment down, pulled the Lings back to keep buying time. And seeing the Spire, he's already queuing up Corsairs. Like he has no intention of stopping Corsair production right away. Now let's see what he can get done with us. But we do have that first pair of Scourge also, so you gotta be very careful this first Corsair. If you lose the first Corsair, this battle gets so much harder because you're just behind the gun the whole time.
Right. Looks like he's going up to 4 gates here.
Okay.
And getting his Templar archives.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna help him build a pretty decent mid-game army. Now, this first Overlord goes down. Doesn't supply to block George, but the mutas are nearly at the Corsair. You can see he's even just no interest in going to try to scout since he knows what's going on. He backs up right to the cannon right away.
Right. Stay safe.
And needs to get a couple of Corsairs before he can move on the map and try to challenge some of this stuff.
This is where you hotkey that cannon to target Scourge, so this situation doesn't happen. Ah! Scourge has to run. And what if this cannon goes down?
Cannon does end up going down. These pros are going to start taking very severe damage, but it's still not a lot of mutas, so it's not going to like mow through the super fast. He's going to have a chance to pull it off to the natural, where there's more cannons to defend it. Actually,
how
it isn't doing.
How do you retake your main here? If he just keeps sending Scourge to camp the Stargate.
Well, you can't. Like that's why he's building a cannon right now. So you just gotta wait for that to complete.
He's fighting with this Corsair. I don't know about this one. He loses it.
Definitely a much rougher spot than we had in the first one. That cannon's not gonna stay alive either while it's building. So you're gonna have to. These Stargates are being queued up, but this is going to be very difficult. This might be the time where you get your High Templar just to make an Archon, just to get these guys out of your base.
Some Zealots at the third base doing a lot of work here. Killed quite a few drones. Kind of missed it.
Yeah.
But
it actually seems like he has plenty of stuff kind of grouped together because he's moving these Scourge as he's fighting with drones and stuff. Just grabbed all the stuff you need to and hotkeyed.
Right.
We even have a Zealot in the main going back in. Actually building a sunken in the main. Built a sunken in the main.
That's
He
like
just
I
killed
won.
another Corsair popping out.
Yeah, this is
Rough
such a
for Augie here.
yeah, this is a really rough spot for the Frost player. He has a probe up to take a third base, but I don't know how he's gonna get out of this. Like this just keeps getting worse, right? He's even sending 4 Scourge right now, so the Mutas can start doing other stuff, and the Scourge will just kill stuff. We have an
Yeah,
Archon
okay.
finally here. This will
He
be
is the
enough to
hero.
dissuade this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gonna lose all the Arians here. I wish he got out of there a little bit, but definitely did a lot of good damage with those Mutas. And we're back. We're 10 minutes in. Look at the supplies. Look at this low economy like like we got all the fun little scrappy games once you joined.
Yeah, man, these guys just they're just slugfest. Like they just go at each other. If one person's doing damage, the other one is.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right thing to be doing in these spots too, rather than just be like, all right, accept my losses, and it's like, no, let's make it weird and just keep attacking each other. But this is actually, for as small as the force is, you got the speed zealots. They do have that weapon upgrade where there's no armor, and there's an Archon that can really destroy through Lings and Mutas, and we have a couple storms ready as well that hit a lot of stuff quite well.
Awesome. He saves one of the Templar. Huge.
And there's 2 DTs mixed in. This could be so bad if he doesn't have detection around for these DTs.
George, sensing the danger here, starts a creep colony at his third, knowing that, hey, I might get overrun with Zealots here in a minute.
Yeah, he might get overrun with a lot of things. He's building a sunken, so we still have these overlords by his third, but they're not really in a good spot to detect these DTs. But we have not a lot of detection up at the front of this base either for the natural. I think
So he's gonna pick off this High Templar with the Mutas, so still getting to work with those 2 Mutas.
Yeah.
I don't think you can be able to break up here into the natural.
Well, if he looks like he's just maneuvering the DTs around. He wants to get, like, he does not care about the units at the front. He wants the DTs in the mix somewhere.
Oh no. Okay, so George did see it. He's gonna be able to move the Overlord in there and trap these DTs. So.
Yeah, unfortunate that these DTs aren't really going to get anything done. It's a cute idea though, and it did buy time for that third Nexus. It's almost complete, and we're starting to add on cannons. So, despite how crazy that early game is, like you see George's supply block right now. Both players trying to add on to their economy, and we're going into 3 base versus 3 base. Hydra's moving back across, trying to put the pressure back on because it's George's turn to attack now.
Exactly, that's how these guys work, just back and forth. Looks like a lot of probes did go down at that third base with that Zealot attack. He only has 4 here, so really not saturated on that third.
Yeah, not so much. They actually didn't put guys back in the gas at the main either. Hopefully he notices that.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a big one.
George's actually kind of running on fumes for everything. Looking like see if he can break through this third, but the high ground advantage in 4 cannons, and there's a DT picking off at these Hydras. They're gonna just go home.
Yeah, and are they gonna make it home? Some of them aren't. They're not gonna be able to tell their friends about what happened. It's terrible. We tried going up to the high ground. Laser beam shot at us.
I wish the cannons were lasers. That'd look so much cooler. They throw like softballs or something. It's dumb.
Well, looks like Zealots. Oh no, don't lose your High Templar. Looks like he's gonna. Oh,
yeah,
hey, being active with the Hydra's getting something done.
Yeah, both players just trying to get whatever they can on the map. There's so little vision, so little control for either player on the map. It's just they keep attacking each other's bases and seeing what they get done. We do see George really got his drone count back up very significantly on all the bases.
Still no gas in the main though. Oh, there he just did it. I watched him. So
all
right now he just puts it back in the main.
Good thing that he noticed. I'm glad. We do see Age adding on a little more to that third base, getting that gas up in there now. So he's going to really be able to get some high Templars and Archons if he wants them. Queen's Nest on the way, so we're going to have a hive starting soon. If cannons are the defense, you want Defilers to help break that, because doing anything else just hurts. Meanwhile, we do have...
We're going to get up there.
Well, I mean, you send one good Dark Swarm there, you better have high Templars to storm it, because that's your only answer.
Sure, yeah. I really want Augie to go back into that the Reaver. So he's getting his Robo, but I mean, who knows if that's just for an observe, obs or not. I mean, he has to get it eventually, but really want to see that that Reaver again, or the High Templar drops, because that looked like that. That kind of pushed George to the brink. All that multitasking.
I think so, and this definitely has this is a map with a lot of ridges and open area where you could really abuse a speed shuttle.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge bases, just big bases. Lots of places to land your shuttle or fly in and out.
And let's see what he's going for first. We got the Dragoon range other way and that level 3 weapons upgrade as well. So he's or level 2 weapons upgrade. So really keeping up on the upgrades the best he can, given the low economy situation both players are stuck in. 15 drones in production from George. This is like greedy, like Starcraft 2 level stuff where it's just like, I'm making drones, I'm making all the drones.
Yeah, you make them all at the same time.
Yeah, seriously. We do have the Observer on the way, so not going to be Reavers just yet if he ends up going there at some point. But really, both people really trying to power up for this mid game. Want to see which one's making that first move to take a fourth, and it does look like George down at the 5 o'clock.
Quite a bank here for George. I don't know a lot about PvZ, but I think I'd like to see him adding on maybe. Oh, I guess. Does he have a good hatchery count, or should he be adding more right about now?
He should have more for the situation they're in. I mean, he's going to have the next one down there. He's actually taking the 12 o'clock base as well, so maybe that's his plan, that he's going to use the money and maybe on some stack defense to defend these. Now we saw this before. If it's all if it's all Hydras and there's High Templars, this fight can go really far south very quickly. And we see the exact same thing happening again. There's a DT in the mix that's doing good damage. Storm's hitting critical, and Age went from a pretty close supply to 50 up, and he's pushing towards that fourth.
Yeah, no way this force lives, and this fourth lives.
Yep. Now, meanwhile, for Mage, he's not adding on a lot of gateways yet, and he's starting to mine out his main, so he needs to think about his idea to get a fourth as well. He doesn't want to be trapped onto 2-base economy. And as I say that, there's the probe going up to the 10 o'clock to take a fourth for him.
So here we go. We got a shuttle. Oh, whoa! He's got 2 shuttles. Okay.
Yeah.
And
he's got drops
get my
coming.
Wish.
And we do see shuttles. We see faster observer movement. There's some.
Is that a mistake?
Nope, I don't think so.
You think he meant to get shuttle speed?
I think he wants to keep vision on what's going on, because it seems like George is expanding a little bit all over the map, really trying to pull the army apart a little bit for Age, so there's an opportunity for a counterattack.
Okay.
But we do see Age taking a fourth and also taking a fifth, getting that mineral only in front, so he's about to go up on bases versus Zerg, which that's never a good sign. That is always bad news. The Filer Mount on the way with Adrenalings, they're bad.
Yeah, they're bad. 0-0.
As bad as it gets.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, with everything else going on, easy to forget something as simple as getting an Evo chamber for some upgrades.
Oh, sure.
But we see, this is going to be the power of these links when you get into the spot. Even without the upgrades, cannons just aren't that robust to actually defend these bases. And with the Filers on the way, Darkswarm going to be a very good option soon enough. Even these Dragoons are going to go down at this fourth base.
Yeah, these Dragoons are yelling, "Where's my storm, guys?" Yeah, good trade for Zerg right there.
Yeah, you gotta get something back to try to dissuade the Frotoss, but unfortunately didn't get the Nexus, which is that would have been really good if you can get the Nexus. Singular DT going down to this fourth base that's attempting again. There's so many lurkers, but it won't matter because here comes the DT.
Well, you know what? They're not going to be able to see each other. See, these lurkers are going to burrow, and the DT is going to be like, "Oh man."
No, so you can actually attack your own and use the splash, and that's what he's doing. He did get.
I think he saw it with the Overlord.
Yeah, he saw it with the Overlord. But that's something you can do in that situation. Is that if you know the DT's in line.
Looks like Frotoss moving up to this 5th base. Going to eliminate it pretty easily. Loses a little right here, but still worth it. Getting that base out of the way. Just it's kind of been a little rough for George. Every time he almost gets a base up, Frotoss has just been right on it, eliminating it.
I think that's one of the best things you can do in this matchup against Zerg is just if you keep playing whack-a-mole with their bases and force them so they don't get a giant gas bank, so they have to keep making units and remaking structures. But here comes these links over to this mineral only. But there's enough cannons in defense here to shut that down without too much issue. But we have Plague on the way, Defilers being produced. So gonna have to weigh on Dark Swarm for if there's a consume. I didn't see if they researched that yet. But we're finally getting all the upgrades for the Zergants as well, so looking like soon we're going to be in a good spot. And we're getting that, finally going to get that shuttle movement speed as well. So
yeah, it looks like he's building a Reaver here.
he's if this is his move, Reaver and 2 Storms, like if that's the move, he might be my favorite player.
And so I'm ultra noob here. I didn't know that you had to have the robotics bay to get the shuttle speed.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was a. I don't know why I thought. How did he get the observer? Oh, the observer's sight range is on the observatory. Duh.
There you go.
Well, that's easy how much I play Frotoss. I'm bad.
Well, we just see the natural mining out for Frotoss now. All the probes gonna have to get transferred somewhere. The natural for the Zerg is very close to being mined out because of how good the saturation's been there compared to the other bases that kept getting harassed. But
looks like we're gonna have a drop into the main right here. He's bringing his shuttles up to the 12 o'clock right here. Is that what's about to happen?
yo, look at these DTs. There's so many DTs up at that 12, and then he's even moving a couple more DTs just in various spots. So here's a really cool thing you can do in this matchup. You send in DTs into the main, and you can kill structures so fast, like
There's
that
no
Defiler mound.
overlords in there either.
Yeah,
Oh.
nothing
See,
is
he
gonna
picks off one shuttle here. He might be able to do it. Oh, he saw the Hydras.
Nice.
It's gonna micro away. Oh no.
And we see Zerg. He's researching Overlord drop. So both players really pulling out all the stops to try to win this series up once we're in Game 3. Very dramatic series so far.
That's a lot of blue cloaks in the Zerg base.
Yeah, just go look how fast he's killing that Evo chamber.
Oh no, and the +1 armor doesn't even finish.
Brutal.
Oh my god, it did finish.
It finished? Oh
Yeah,
man.
it did.
But look how fast he's killing everything.
Yeah.
When you do DT drops like this, you're gonna kill.
We have a storm drop at the Nat. Killed a bunch of probes. Sorry.
And the shuttle just keeps moving, going to the next base. Let's drop again.
Yeah, don't stop.
He's got.
Oh,
There's
there's
a
a zealot.
Yeah, there's a
Surprise!
zealot in there. So we got these DTs still really caught up in chaos. And we see George trying to position a little Ling run by, but unfortunately walked right into the army of Ake instead.
Yeah,
Oh, this
the
is.
Filer gets a plague off on one zealot and
Oh yeah.
not gonna cut it.
I see
Still
little
deep.
blue dots at every one of George's bases.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Little blue dot everywhere. Just not safe. Nothing left in the shuttle anymore, so at least the third base is safe.
Yeah.
I mean, George still not dead at all, but Protoss maxed here. That's scary, right?
Frotoss Max with a giant upgrade advantage, and they have like all the tech they're looking for. They're transitioning into Reavers to help defend and getting that Scarab damage. So if they want to start pushing through and really assaulting bases, this would be the time to do it. You see this group down at the bottom. We got like a couple Archons and some core units moving towards that fourth, which there's some Sunkens and a couple Lurkers, and that's it.
Yeah, not gonna cut it, huh?
I see one observer, but there's no anti-air here to stop it.
Looks like he's gonna attack at two places at once. Kind of split the Zerg right here.
Yeah, this mineral only has plenty of units to defend. This is kind of the rally point section, so we gotta be careful on this one. But
What happened to the drones at the fourth? Did he not have very many there?
I don't think he had very many there.
Okay.
There wasn't another shuttle drop. You can't drop everywhere.
Okay. And wow, he built a lot of Corsairs. I did not notice that.
I didn't either. I've been watching the game too much, not the production tabs. He keeps switching tech around. If he can keep putting the foot down on these overlords, in fact, he's like really fond of these like mid to late game DTs.
Is Zerg gonna save this base?
I think so. I think this is enough.
Wow.
The storm hit well, but I think it's enough just to kind of harass and see what's going on. You can see he's still getting good overlord kills. Agi was maxed and lost a lot, but George lost about 50 supply as well. So this game definitely hanging in there, but this is definitely looking like it's gonna be rough. We got a couple Reavers being built near the front by that mineral only, but I got curious what Agi's plan is. If he's gonna really try to slam down and like this is it, or is he gonna try to get another base? Where would he go to get it?
He did get the Reaver damage upgrade. I watched him do that.
Yeah, he
so.
did that a while ago.
So what does that actually change in this matchup? Because I mean, you're still gonna one-shot Hydras, right? You just kill buildings faster, kind of.
You one-shot lurkers.
Oh, that's big. I didn't know that.
Actually, the armor might save them just barely. But, like, lurkers have 125 health. The scarab damage adds 25.
Yeah, so they'll live with 1 health. Wow. That's crazy.
It's also just better against ultras, but I don't think he should be worried about that. George is really struggling to keep the money up, considering how much harassment he keeps enduring.
Look at the cannons at the 9 or the 10 o'clock base here for Age.
Yeah, with that big wide wrap, he has to do it. And you see even a couple
I mean, I guess
Reavers
one
there.
Dark Swarm and they all die, but I mean, still, he's taking it pretty seriously.
Well, he has to make sure he's keeping up his mineral income. That's going to be the way as he approaches max, he can start actually building a big advantage here. Needs to make sure that he's not just trying to fight. Like, George has been fighting on the back foot this whole time, and he can't get in that position as Frotoss. Doesn't work quite as well.
Yeah. I'd kind of like to see Age just
We
kind of get out here and try to end this game, because I feel like the longer you just kind of let Zerg...
If you look down at the bottom, this is the kind of fight that can cost you some big damage. Once you get that Defiler with the Dark Swarm, if your army's mostly Dragoons, Lurkers become very potent. Just not enough. There's too much stuff for Age as he moves down towards this bottom base, where there's a drone. It didn't even start the hatchery. The drone was just moved there very optimistically.
Playing that whack-a-mole game again. Zerg does have +3 missile attacks, so that's good. These Lurkers are going to do as much as they can.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the uphill battle, though, to try to do this. As stuff moves forward, though, it's going to be doing a lot, but these Dragoons are going to be able to clean this up without too much issue. There's not a Defiler here to help protect them, sadly. Lots of Lurkers, though, Jesus.
Man,
There's
there was
still
a
7
Defiler
Lurkers.
here,
Yeah, even this is still doing good damage.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
he's
think
just
he'll
leveraging.
save space again. Are these links coming down here?
Yeah, there's some links coming down, but this is still leveraging the eco advantage that Protoss had all game. Taking bad trades just to keep the pressure on. Agi taking that game 2-1. That was a fantastic series.
Yeah, what a great series.
That's another one for MCMS. Which I do think that officially puts it that MCS won this set. Because we're up to 5-3 now. But we got one more, and it's Zerg.
ZVZ, alright.
Hey, this is the fun matchup where it's like Whose Lines Anywhere. The analysis doesn't matter. Just get excited. There's 3 drones versus 4 drones. It's impossible to come back. So, is TBT your favorite mirror?
You know, honestly, it's hard to say. I really enjoy watching PvP. Just because you have the exciting like storm drops and the Reaver, and you never know if the Scarab's gonna bug out or if it's gonna hit 4 Dragoons, and I don't know. I enjoy PvP, but TVT is cool. TVT's good.
So the trick to tell about Scarabs, if things get pulled fast enough, it's almost like if it's like worker line, and you send like the Scarab to hit like something in the middle or whatever, it's almost always gonna bug out.
Oops, I'm sorry. I've been late joining the game here.
That's fine. I got a feeling this series will not be nearly as long as the last one. That was a very good series, but there were definitely some games that went into the end game. ZVZ tends to end much faster.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got Yenta as our brown Zerg, and we got Ling Pump as our purple Zerg. I think this team actually has a lot of people from the Urk clan, so I wonder if that has anything to do with their recruiting process in the preseason.
Yeah, I don't know. I know both of these names are regarded as pretty strong players in the CPL.
I've casted Yenta before and remember thinking they were pretty good.
Yeah.
But I think that was like one of the times I co-casted and we did some tier 1, and I remember seeing the name, I think.
Okay. I know Ling Pume he's pretty strong tier 1. I think Armada was telling me he was... If Armada's worried about playing somebody, you know, Armada's a pretty strong tier 1, so Armada was telling me he was a really strong player.
Yeah, I can see that pretty easily. We already see that deviation in build. Yenta getting that Overlord first, and Link Pump saving for the 9 pool to get the pressure on.
Okay.
So it's really gonna see what is Yenta going for. Overpool safe, it gives you the defensive advantage against someone doing a 9 pool. But if he's saving to go for a early hatchery, this could really be a problem.
They're gonna know where each other are at almost instantly. The overlords are gonna see each other. So both players.
Oh, that's so bad. The 9 pool players feel so good right now, and
yeah,
Yenta's going
go that way immediately.
Yenta actually going up with drones still, getting that speed now, but the spawn pool so much further behind. These lanes will probably get to the base before the other ones are built. So we'll have to see what is the plan going to be, because you can't afford the drone scout here, so you're just hoping you're right. We do see the 6 links on the way for Link Pump, or the spawning pool for Yenta is like 45%, so we got a while to go.
Let's see. I think he's gonna arrive maybe 10 seconds before the links pop. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think he would have been okay if it wasn't the Overlords spying each other immediately and not having to guess where to go.
Absolutely. So, Yento's gonna see the links here. He knows what he's up against. He knows he has to build Zerglings right now, instantly.
He should actually build a Sunken as well. So he's building a couple Lings, but one group less than what Ling is sending. And we're starting to lair. Yenta just a little bit behind. Wanted to get the economy a little bit higher. The drone count just... We got 11 for Yenta compared to 9 for Ling. So gonna have to get some damage done. But looking like they're in position to do so. Ling actually
get on
stalled.
top of the ramp.
Yeah, Ling stalled at the base of the ramp, thinking that there might have been stuff already, waiting for a little more reinforcement. There was definitely an opportunity to run up there before these lanes got in position.
Absolutely.
I'm very surprised by something like that, not even checking to see what was happening. Or even like if you wanted to keep the Overlord there, you would know when the lanes are moving towards the ramp, so you could have an idea what was going on. But now we're in that standoff. So this is actually one of the funny things about this particular thing. You would think with the way they opened, Link Pump is wanting to break in. They could very easily also just be containing Yenta in because they got the faster lair and the faster spire.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You would think that Lingpume would be able to get the faster layer, but no, his spire is going to be later.
Right. Yeah, so the problem we're seeing with the deviation now, we got the spire that's on the way, and it's going to be enough for some mutas. And Yenta's going to have the spire that's much later, but he's going to have 2 hatcheries. So if he can get through this without too much issue, he's eventually going to have that advantage, because he's still banking up gas. So if he has 2 hatcheries worth of larva when the spire does hit, as long as he didn't lose like everything beforehand, he's going to have more mutas than Ling Pump immediately. We already see Yenta taking a little poke, seeing if he can get out of this situation. They're both sending like one Ling and like Red Rover at each other.
Yeah. Red Rover, I'm sending my Ling over, and then it dies.
We even see Ling getting that early creep colony, just in case there is some kind of backstab or anything, but wants to make sure they're safe. Spire done, so I'm expecting to see mutas on the way. Actually, we get
Starts the Carapace upgrade.
Yes. Starting Carapace. If you know you're going to have less, you might as well have better, because that's actually a really big upgrade in this matchup. Because with the Glaive bounce, it was effective 3 times.
Sure.
You also have so few of them, so it's not like 5 versus 4 with an armor upgrade. That's actually, like, it's not clear who's ahead on that one. The way Link getting their second hatchery much later, but putting it at the natural, so they will have the extra gas income if they want it. That's going to put them in a good spot. We're sending the mutas over now. Now, this is definitely where it could be dangerous, because if these mutas kill these lanes at the front, the lanes get in. But you can see Yenta 5 mutas in production. Having that extra advantage of the larva are going to be able to clear us out. And the mutas actually not even going towards the front. They're hunting for overlords.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go overlord hunting here, and he's going to find one.
Yeah,
he won't be able to kill one before the mutas can do anything. And it looks like Yenta gets his mutas out and is able to push these Zerglings out. Now, He's losing Zerglings, and I know he has more mutas. Oh, and the Scourge run right past. Oh, and he hits on each muta with the Scourge. Doesn't actually get a kill.
No, that's what you want to do.
Oh, okay. You want to target just one at a time?
Yeah,
That way
because
the
you
mutas
bring it
can
up to
bounce
10
around
health,
the
and,
top.
and then the mutas clean it up.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's
This
actually
is
bad if
bad.
you use the Scourge.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
not
a really
good for
getting in
lane
there.
teams.
Yeah, that early hatchery and Ling not jumping into the main, the advantage that they had with the speed of their tech was not enough to overcome having twice the larva. Yeah, this one looks very over for Ling.
Yeah.
If Ling just went up that ramp and didn't like set that line of scrimmage, that game definitely would have been a lot closer.
I agree. I think he had the Ling advantage. Should have ran up there. It definitely would. I think it would have forced a little bit of micro out of there. May have been able to snipe a drone or two. You know.
Yeah, even if you can like force a sunken or just like get the drone count a little lower, you might be able
Sure,
to
yeah.
not afford the.
Helps the builds even out a little bit more.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of stuff that can happen there, but that's why this is a fun mirror because it's fast and exciting, and it's like one mistake, it's definitely a frustrating one to play, but I like watching it.
Sure, yeah. I'm glad I don't play Zerg and I don't have to deal with this matchup because I'm sure it could be leading to some frustrating nights.
There was a long period of time that if I could race pick, I actually would have race picked ZVZ over PVZ.
Whoa. So.
It's
You
more.
just
It's
have a go-to build you did every time.
no, it just would have been if I knew like I could invest the time and learn it. I think it'd be way more fun because at the time I was super frustrated at PVZ, but I was trying to force myself to learn Gateway Expand, and I just can't do it. And then the moment I switched to Forge, I'm like, oh, now I see why this is the standard. It got so much easier. Now I actually really like PVZ. It's funny how that always works. Now we have a big advantage for Link Pump that they're scouting the correct direction. They're going to have all that free scouting info because there's so little anti-air for a very long time. Yenta going to be playing in the dark for quite a while.
Yeah, that's huge.
Now we got to see, are these players going to be doing the same kind of strategy? I think it's okay if Link Pump wants to be doing that again. The distance is a little shorter here, so it might be okay. If you're taking that blind guess at doing a 9 pull, in reality, with the spawns they have, it was a little shorter on Circuit Breaker. So he's going to be just a little bit later, and I think the same thing might happen again. But this time we were seeing a different build, both players getting Overlords before spawning pools. And see which one goes for that first spawn pool. Link Pump actually building more drones, hasn't started theirs yet. And we see from Yenta doing the same thing, getting an early extractor. Neither player starting a pool yet. What the hell am I watching?
Both of these guys just put it out on the line. They said, you know what? I'm going to be as greedy as I can be here.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god, we have a hatchery first. If the other person 9 pulled, the game's over immediately.
Alright. Well, this game we're going to get into the Zerg late game. We're going to see Defilers and, you know.
Oh, no you won't. No you won't. Did you watch Pro Brood War back in the day when there was late game ZVZ?
I did not, no.
Those were some of the most fantastic games. Like 30-minute, it was like Zero and Great were super good at like 30-minute ZVZs. They'd somehow like lived through it, and then it would use queens for ensnare and all sorts of stuff. It was awesome.
Sounds awesome. I'll check it out.
I think you actually got the filers eventually for Plague, because if you hit the Mutaflog with Plague, it's an
Oh
nightmare.
yeah,
It's
if
a
you
fucking
get the
nightmare.
Mutaflog, it's over, right? I mean, you just are absolutely useless at that point.
Yeah, no, those are fun times. Now these builds, both of them very greedy. I'm not used to seeing this. Usually I'll see one player be greedy and the other one does like a 9 pull or like something a little more aggressive, and it's like if they do damage they win, but they have to do damage. With both players being greedy, I don't know if either player has to do anything.
Yeah.
Well, we do see a very clear advantage that Yenta was greedy with their expansion, but their lairs already started. So they're going to be way ahead on the tech race, but Lane Pump going to be the one with the extra larva this time.
Absolutely. It looks like he's starting Zerglings right now.
Has Yenta not made a single Zergling yet? Are you?
No, he hasn't met his ramp.
Oh, they're at the ramp. I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, he didn't even go across the map then. Okay.
No. Well, and I can understand why, because he doesn't know the build he's playing against. He truly has no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, if you open with something greedy, yeah, you can't afford to be like, I bet they were more greedy. That'd be so ridiculous.
Right.
But we do see the lair on the way for both players. The one much further along for Yenta. And we're going to be going to that Spire Tech. His gas lined up just in time to get that done. Won't have a giant gas bank, unfortunately, but we'll be able to get the mules and start getting some work done with them. Ling Pump, in the meanwhile, having plenty of Lings, so maybe we're going to use the Lar advantage for a Ling break rather than really having to wait for Mutas, see if we can hit a timing beforehand.
Should have a Spire started. Yeah, there we go. Right about now for Ling Pume.
Well, we see a bunch of Lings moving
moving
across
out.
the map, and the Overlord wasn't in position to see this move out, so you have that concave, but it's not going to be quite enough to fight this many Ling difference. So Spire, we got halfway there. We haven't started a sunken or anything, so if he breaks through this with any amount of Lings left over, this might be enough to end the game. Ling Pump committing to the fight.
Can a little bit of missed micro here,
Oh my god, some of the Lings, what are they doing?
but I
What-
think he's got it. He's gonna, and no, like you said, no sunken started. And
Yeah,
he's-
this is critical. Right as the Spire's about to finish, having to use Larva on Lings is the worst thing in the world.
yeah,
And he's trying to focus down the Spire. If he can get that kill, this is all the advantage Yenna has is completely gone. Or
I feel
he
like
get
you
plenty
yeah,
of
there you
throw-
go. There's the drone drill. So he's gonna be able to save himself here. Man,
that
Spire
Spire,
getting close.
so close. Just sacrifice for it. Sacrifice for it. No, he
Oh,
saves
no.
it with 10 health. Go
Oh,
get
no,
it, Link.
two more Lings.
Oh my god.
Oh, hero drones. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Needs to get back on mining right now.
Yenta
And more
has
Lings
no
coming
money.
down.
Yenta 500 gas can't produce a single Muta.
Yeah.
This
And
is-
what do we see? More Lings. Still no Mutas coming from Ling Pume. He's just committed to Lings, just building more and sending them.
Gets
And he
the
gets the
Spire.
Spire.
No Mutas made. Early tech, 600 gas, useless. Do not be able to do anything. This is a nightmare. And Ling
And it-
is now making Mutas. That's it. This is good. This should
Yeah.
be enough to close the game out.
Every advantage you had is now over. Yep, and there it is. GG.
Jeez. All right. So that was game 2. Switching it up. We're going to a game 3. Lightning fast.
Yeah, and like you said, I just not truly understanding the power of Ling Pume's build. Needed to get a sunken up, because if he puts a sunken in that main, that's a whole different game. Those Lings don't kill that.
Yeah, it's at least enough to dissuade it, or you can put it in a spot that's Sim Cities to make it so your lanes can't fully surround the Spire like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
so in game 1 we had a 9-pool player, the other person was a little more defensive, had the Lara advantage and took the game. The second one, both players greedy as shit. Unbelievable. And then they get into this game right before the Spire finishes, Ling's break. What are they
So
going to do
we're-
on this one where it's a 2-player map and there's no way to not scout your opponent?
4-pool?
Oh my god, don't say that. Do not say that.
Is that a thing in CVZ? Can you 4-pool and win?
I think 4-pool can win, but it loses if they 9-pool.
Okay.
Like, I think it gets there in time to punish an overpool, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Alright, we got Yenta in the green, we got Ling Pump in yellow. Let's see what they choose. Well, it wasn't a 4-pool, so
It was not a 4-pool.
unbelievable. Oh man.
So what's the score of the matchup right now? I forgot.
Of this particular or of the MCS first
The,
puck?
the MCS versus Puck Frotoss.
MCS has officially won 5-3 right now. This is the last series.
Okay, okay.
Tier
So,
2 was split really evenly. I think actually the Tier 3, both games went for MCS, so that might have been enough to tip the scales.
Yeah.
Showing that even in CPL, everyone could do their part. Now, if you look, we got a early pull from Ling Pump, just like game 1. Yenta being greedier.
Looks like he's gonna go for the overpull here.
I hope so, because if he makes more drones, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Maybe not going for the overpull here because he hasn't. Yeah, he
Oh
missed on the
God,
drones.
he's doing it again.
Ouch! Ouch time.
All right, but this time we got 9 pool speed from Link Pump. This is this not a direct build order win, but it's really freaking close.
Is this any different because if your opponent gets control of your ramp, they have the high ground advantage because it's a reverse ramp. Obviously, you can't put lings at your natural ramp because.
The high
take wall
ground
that.
high ground versus low ground barely matters when it's melee versus melee.
Okay, and I guess it's not gonna make any difference because you can always have an overlord to see on the high ground to see exactly how many lings are up there anyway. So
Yeah, I mean,
Shouldn't have to
the big reason it matters in like the other matchups is that the range units have a miss chance more than anything else. But for lings versus lings, it's more the concave around the ramp. So you could pick either side of the ramp. If you have the concave, that's what matters. So I don't think that matters as much. I think this is just Link Pump going, I can't believe how greedy you were last game. I'm going 9 pool again. Screw this.
yeah, and I mean I think it's a good call.
Now we do see a good adaptation from Yenta. Look at his early creep colony. When that spawn pool finishes, as he makes links, he is making a sunken immediately.
Yeah, he should be totally safe here. I hope he starts it immediately. I mean, he saw the lings with his overlord.
Yeah, he should.
Okay. There
Yeah.
he goes.
So he should be in a good spot. Lair on the way. Still needs to make some links and is. So he has gonna 4 links on the way compared to the 6 here. Now the question is for Link Pump, do you keep making links and keep committing to this, or are you just gonna wait for Spire and just move into that instead?
Looks like he's built drone. He droned once here. He has a drone ready. He's gonna have that 200 gas. He'll start his layer or his spire.
Yeah, Ling not gonna really be able to get anything done. The positioning of the sunk is gonna be hard to actually get to. Seeing if you can find some kind of angle, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen so much. You can see the overlords watching each other at Yenta's rep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
we do
they're
see
just-
Ling just going back out with the. We're gonna have Yenta go for Zergling speed, which Link Pump skipped to get the faster Spire.
Okay.
And Link Pump setting up that concave at the top of the ramp, so doesn't really matter. That's a high ground advantage, just the fact that there's a concave. So actually doing it in like a straight line like this, not ideal. You want to do that soft C-shaped arc, so that way you can hit with multiple links as they run up to fight yours. Now we do see a Spire on the way and a second hatchery in base. We got the second hatchery out of base for Link Pump, so if they ever want to get more gas, they have the option. Spire way ahead of the game though for Link Pump, so the music should be on the way and be able to pressure. It's going to really depend on what these players do. If you have to have enough gas to make use of the extra larva faster.
So I'm looking at this build here, and I feel like Ling Pume is just so far ahead. He has more drones mining. His spire is almost done. He's taking a base that is natural. There's no way Yenta is going to be able to get out here.
Yeah, the big advantage that Yenta's going to have is that he will have 2 hatchery of larva for a period of time ahead of his opponent.
Yeah.
So like as an example, if he has the money to do it, he can have more lings and make a push right now. That's why he got the speed, I think. Or when the mutas pop, like Ling Pump will have the mutas first. Yenta will eventually have more.
Yeah, it looks like Ling Pume's hatchery not far behind. So looks like Yenta is only gonna have that advantage for a little bit, and he's just gonna use it to make more mutas right away.
Well, I mean, so you can see like the advantage I'm talking about. We have Link Pump 3 mutas on the way, 1 about to finish, and then a Scourge, and Yenta already has 4 that will be ready to defend. So there is no muta advantage for Link Pump.
Right.
But if you look
Looks like
at
he's gonna be able to get this Overlord. That would be huge if he can get it before the other mutas come out. That's a big pick off.
having to waste stuff on an Overlord right now is always bad, but this is going to give Yenta the window to force these Lings away. Now with that ramp being gone and him having the Ling speed, if he wants to do something with Lings, he has the opportunity. But he is supply blocked, needs to wait for this Overlord first. The other thing that happens with Ling Pump doing the build with the hatchery at the expansion, it's not like Yenta's where the sunken covers everything. It's only going to cover some of it. So
looks like Yenta here trying to run from these Scourge, and it gets one muta. Couldn't get away.
Yeah.
Yeah, to moving forward though, what has a link advantage, but it takes a fight here, eating some sunken shots and fighting into the mutas, loses all of their links immediately, without really getting anything done. So we're gonna see, can Yenta leverage a muted advantage and get some kind of lead? Link
Well, he's
pump
not
right.
gonna have the muta advantage for very long here, right? Because we got Lingpium. He's on 2 gases.
Well, he has an advantage right now. He has 4 to link pump 7.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
little bit of a supply block, but might be able to get something done if you can keep hunting down overlords and neither player can make anything. Meanwhile, Yenta taking his speed lanes and diverting this giant muta fight. So we'll see how the fight goes, but these lanes on the way to do some counter attacking.
And it looks like he's got the sunken and he's holding the ramp again. So good on Lingpium. These Lings are not gonna get in there and do anything.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Link
and
Pume
there's
had
GG.
so many more mutas after that muta versus muta fight. Those fights snowball so hard. If you're down even 1 or 2 units, you'll lose, and they'll have like 8 of them left. All right, so that's our last series. We got MCM taking the last one and winning 6-3.
Oh, good on MCM.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good series. A lot of interesting games. Especially that Age series. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was worth the long night of casting on its own.
I liked our TVT between oh gosh, Corrupt and
Abstract.
Abstract. Yeah, it was a good one.
Yeah, no, that was definitely like all these were pretty entertaining. So I'm okay with all this, but it's been a long one. I think I started casting this like it was about a 5-hour cast, so it could have been a lot worse, but that was definitely a fun time. Thank you for joining me to help me finish that up.
Yeah, no, that was fun.
Okay, I am going to be closing down the stream. Thank you for everyone for joining. I know we got more playoff action in the near future. Chess Z is casting some of it, I'm casting some of it, so just keep your eyes out. Follow both of us, and you won't miss anything. And thank you, Deathstar, for joining me again. Hopefully casting more with you in the future. Everyone else, have a good night.